to sleepy facts with Justin. Tonight, we are going somewhere quiet, somewhere low, somewhere most people never think to look, because most people spend their whole lives looking up at the sky, at the treetops, at the next thing on the list, the next thing to finish before they can finally rest. Tonight, we are going to do the opposite. We are going to look down, all the way down, past the branches and the bird song, past the last low shrubs at the edge of the trees, down to the forest floor itself, where the oldest, slowest, quietest life on land has been growing since long before there were paths to walk or people to walk them. Let yourself get comfortable now. Wherever you are lying, let your weight sink a little further into whatever is holding you up. There is nothing you need to do for the next while except breathe and listen and allow your mind to wander somewhere soft. Picture an old forest at the very end of the day. Not a young forest, not a planted one, but an ancient one, the kind that has been left alone for centuries, long enough for the trees to grow thick and crooked and generous, long enough for fallen trunks to lie undisturbed on the ground, slowly returning to soil. The light at this hour is doing something particular. It has already left the sky in most places, the blue fading into a deep, soft gray. But here and there, low through the trunks, a last warm strand of orange light still finds its way to the ground, resting for a moment on wet bark, on curling fern fronds, on a fallen branch dressed entirely in green. Listen for a moment to what this kind of forest sounds like as evening settles over it. Not silence, not really. Something gentler than silence. A soft, steady drip, somewhere off to the side. Water releasing itself slowly from a branch high above. One drop finding its way down through layer after layer of leaves before finally landing on the ground below, somewhere further off. An owl clearing its throat, deciding whether the night has properly begun yet. Underneath all of it, so faint you might mistake it for imagination, the smallest rustle of small lives moving through the leaf litter, unseen, unhurried, going about their evening the way they have every evening for longer than anyone can easily imagine. And beneath all of that, quiet quieter still is the forest floor itself, the true subject of our long night together. If you were to kneel down here in this soft, failing light and rest your hand flat against the ground, you would feel it before you saw it clearly, a texture unlike anything else in the forest. Cool, faintly damp, impossibly soft, softer than any carpet built by human hands. Because this carpet was not built at all in the way we usually mean that word. It was grown slowly, patiently, cell by cell, over stretches of time too long to hold comfortably in the mind. This is moss. And tonight, moss is where we are going to spend our hours together, resting in its shadow, learning its long and quiet history, letting its patience become, for a little while, your own. There is something worth noticing already in just this first quiet look at the forest floor. Everything down here moves so much slower than the world above it. The trees sway, the branches creak somewhere far off. The world keeps its usual busy pace, full of deadlines and traffic and glowing screens demanding attention. But down here, at the level of moss and fallen leaves and old, slow-growing lichen, none of that hurry has ever really arrived. This is a world built on a different kind of time. Geological time. The kind of time that measures itself not in hours or seasons, but in centuries, in the slow accumulation of one thin green layer over another, year after year, undisturbed. You do not need to understand any of this yet. You do not need to hold onto a single fact tonight. Not really. All you need to do is let your body settle further into whatever is supporting it, and let your breathing slow to match the pace of the forest floor, long, unhurried, patient. Over the hours ahead, we will walk slowly through this ancient world together. We will look closely at what moss actually is, and how it lives without roots, without flowers, without any of the usual plumbing that other plants depend upon. We will visit old peat bogs where moss has quietly preserved entire chapters of the past. We will meet the small, strange creatures that make their homes inside a single patch of moss. Entire miniature worlds resting space of your open palm, and slowly, section by section, story by story, we will let all of that quiet, ancient patience settle into you until sleep arrives on its own, gently, the way moisture settles into moss after a long, dry season. For now, there is nothing left to do. Let your eyes close if they haven't already. Let the forest floor hold you, soft and green and endlessly patient, exactly as it has held countless quiet things before you, for longer than any of us will ever really know. Somewhere below the canopy, where the light arrives already tired from its long fall through leaves, there is a green so quiet it barely announces itself. You might walk past it 1,000 times and never really look. It clings to a fallen log. It softens the edge of a stone. It gathers in the damp hollow where a root once was, before the tree that owned it toppled and became something else entirely. A slow feast for smaller lives. This is moss. Tonight, we are going to look at it closely, patiently, the way you might look at something you love enough to stop rushing past. Let your body settle now. There is nothing to do here except listen, and let your thoughts move at the pace of moss, which is to say, almost no pace at all. Moss belongs to a group of plants called bryophytes. And if you remember only one thing tonight, let it be this. Moss is a plant that never quite finished becoming a tree. Not in a sad way. Not in a way that suggests failure. It simply chose, somewhere back in the deep quiet of evolutionary time, to stay small, to stay close to the ground, to build a different kind of life than the towering plants above it. In staying small, it became remarkably resilient, something that has outlasted ice ages, outlasted the rise and fall of entire forests, outlasted almost everything except the very rock beneath it. Picture the difference between a tree and a patch of moss. A tree is built like a tall building, a rigid tube of specialized tissue moving water from root to leaf, leaf to root, sugar traveling downward, water traveling upward. An entire plumbing system hidden beneath the bark. Moss has almost none of that. No true roots reaching into soil for for water. No vascular tissue at all, no xylem, no phloem. None of the internal highways flowering plants and trees rely upon to move resources through their bodies. This might sound like a limitation. In some ways, it is. Moss can never grow tall because without those water-carrying tubes, it has no way to lift water more than a few inches above the ground. But the absence of that internal architecture freed moss to become something else, something simpler, and in its simplicity, something almost impossibly tough. Instead of roots, moss has what botanists call rhizoids. They look like roots if you squint. Thin, hair-fine, pale filaments reaching down into the surface where the moss is growing. But their job is different. A root drinks. A rhizoid holds on. The rhizoid's purpose is almost entirely about anchoring the plant in place, gripping the bark of a tree, the crumbling face of a stone, the leaf litter on the forest floor, keeping the moss from washing away in hard rain or blowing off in strong wind. It does not pull water up from below the way a root does, which raises the obvious question. If moss cannot drink through its roots the way other plants do, how does it drink at all? The answer is one of the more beautiful facts in the plant world, and it is worth sitting with for a moment, letting it settle into you the way moss settles onto stone. Moss drinks through its entire surface, every leaf, every stem, every tiny green blade absorbing moisture directly from the air around it, from fog, from dew, from raindrops resting on its surface, from the damp breath of the forest itself. In most mosses, the leaves are only a single cell thick, sometimes a few cells at most, so thin that light passes nearly straight through them, so thin that water does not need to travel far at all to reach every living cell inside. There is no need for an internal delivery system when the entire body of the plant is, in effect, one continuous absorbing surface. Moss does not need pipes because moss has made itself into something closer to a sponge, something that drinks with its whole self rather than through a single specialized mouth. And when the moisture comes, it comes into every cell nearly simultaneously. The whole small green colony swelling and softening together, waking up together, the way a sleeping town might wake all at once to the first rain after a long dry season. This way of living has a name. Botanists call moss poikilohydric, which simply means that its internal water content rises and falls with the moisture of its surroundings, rather than being carefully regulated the way it is in a tree or a flower. A tree works very hard to hold onto a stable amount of water inside itself, closing tiny pores on its leaves, drawing water up from deep in the soil, protecting its internal balance against the dry air of a summer afternoon. Moss does not fight that battle. It simply lets itself dry when the world around it dries, and lets itself fill again when the rain returns. There is something worth noticing in that, something almost peaceful, a kind of letting go that we don't often see modeled in the plant world. Moss does not resist the dry season. It simply waits inside it, patient, dormant, holding on without struggling, until the moisture comes home again. You may be wondering how something so thin, so seemingly fragile, survives that drying at all. Wouldn't a plant with leaves, only a single cell, thick, simply die in a dry spell? And here is where moss reveals one of its oldest secrets, one that reaches back nearly to the very beginning of life on land. Moss can lose almost all of its internal water and not die. It can shrivel, curl, turn brown or gray, appear by every outward sign to be completely lifeless. And then, when moisture finally returns, even months or years later, it can absorb water again and green back to life within hours. This is called desiccation tolerance, and it is one of the rarest abilities in the entire plant kingdom. Most plants that we know, the grasses in a field, the leaves on a garden tomato, cannot survive losing that much water. Their cells rupture, their proteins break down, and the damage is permanent. But moss cells have found a way to protect themselves during the dry, to essentially pause their own machinery rather than let it break, and to restart that machinery cleanly once water returns, a living thing that can can go still, completely still, for a very long time, without that stillness meaning death. A living thing that can wait. This ability likely comes from moss's deep age, bryophytes, the broader plant group moss belongs to, are believed among the very first plants to make the journey from water onto land. Hundreds of millions of years before the first flower ever opened, long before trees, long before the deep forests we know today existed in any form. The world moss first grew into was a stranger place. No animals walked yet. No birds sang. There was only bare rock, thin, early soil, and an atmosphere still settling into something breathable. Moss and its bryophyte relatives were among the very first living things to figure out how to survive outside of water altogether, and the strategies they developed then, the whole body absorption, the ability to dry without dying, are largely the same strategies moss still uses tonight. In this forest, wherever you happen to be resting as you listen, there is a particular kind of comfort in knowing that. The softness under your palm, if you were to reach down and touch a patch of moss on a cool morning, is built from a design so old it predates almost everything else green around it. Moss did not need to change very much, because what it figured out at the very beginning of plant life on land was already nearly perfect for the life it wanted to live. Small, close to the ground, patient, built to wait out the dry and to soften into the wet. If you look closely at moss, and I mean truly closely, the kind of close that requires kneeling down in the damp leaf litter and forgetting for a moment about the time, you will notice that it does not grow as a single plant the way a tree does. It grows as a colony, hundreds or thousands of individual moss plants growing shoulder to shoulder, so tightly packed that from a short distance they appear to be one continuous surface, one seamless carpet of green. Each individual plant is tiny, most only a few millimeters tall, and yet together, growing in that close community, they create something with real structure, a texture you can feel, a surface that holds moisture like a small green reservoir long after the surrounding leaf litter has dried in the sun. This is part of why moss feels so restful to look at. It is not one striving thing reaching for the light the way a young tree reaches. It is many small things resting together, holding moisture together, surviving together, content simply to exist quietly at the base of a much larger and much louder world. There is also the matter of light, and how little of it moss actually needs. Beneath a mature canopy, in an old forest where the trees above have had centuries to fill in every gap, the light reaching the ground can be a small fraction of what falls on the treetops, filtered and dimmed, until it arrives as something closer to a green twilight than daylight. Most plants struggle badly in conditions that dim. Moss has quietly solved this problem too. Inside those single-celled or few-celled leaves sit chloroplasts, the small green structures where photosynthesis happens. And in many mosses, these chloroplasts are unusually large relative to the size of the cell, packed close to the surface, where every scrap of available light can be caught and used. Some forest mosses have even arranged their leaf cells into tiny lens-like shapes, curved just enough to gather and focus what little light does reach the ground, the way a magnifying glass gathers sunlight into a single point. It means moss can go on quietly making its own food in corners of the forest, so shaded that almost nothing else could survive there at all. This is why moss so often marks the coolest, dampest, most shadowed places in a forest, the base of a boulder that never sees direct sun, the north-facing side of an old trunk, the bottom of a ravine where the light arrives late and leaves early. Moss has claimed a share of the forest that would otherwise sit empty and bare. It may surprise you how much variety exists within something that from a distance looks like a single uniform green. There are more than 12,000 known species of moss found across the world, ranging from the damp understories of tropical rainforests to the wind-scoured rock of the high Arctic, from the cracks of city sidewalks to the quietest hollows of ancient temperate forests. Some form loose, feathery mats that drape and trail like something out of an old, half-remembered dream. Others grow upright in dense, velvety cushions, so tightly packed they hold their shape, almost like a small green stone. Still others spread flat and thin across bark or rock, hugging the surface so closely they seem painted on. Each form is a slightly different answer to the same old question every moss has been solving for hundreds of millions of years: how to hold onto just enough water, just enough light, just enough warmth, to keep living in a world built mostly for larger, louder plants. One more quiet detail worth carrying with you into sleep tonight. In most of the plant world we recognize, the visible plant, the grass, the flower, the towering tree, is what botanists call the sporophyte generation, the stage built around producing seeds. Moss lives almost backward from that. The soft green carpet you can touch is called the gametophyte, and it is this gametophyte stage, not the seed-producing stage, that dominates a moss's entire visible life. It is one of the oldest patterns in land plant history, and it means that every patch of moss you have ever brushed your hand across was already showing you something ancient, not a young plant waiting to become something else, simply itself, exactly as it was built to be hundreds of millions of years ago, and exactly as it remains tonight. As we move deeper into the forest floor tonight, into the layers beneath the moss and the ancient histories written in peat and stone, keep this image with you: the single-celled leaf, the rhizoid that holds rather than drinks, the whole small body absorbing life directly from the air, a living thing built almost entirely out of patience. Let your breathing slow now, if it hasn't already. There is nowhere else to be. The forest floor will still be here, soft and green and waiting, whenever your mind is ready to rest completely. Let your body settle again into whatever is holding it. We have looked gently at what moss is. Now we are going to look at when moss is, or rather, when moss first began. Because to understand moss fully, you have to travel back through an almost unimaginable stretch of time, back before this forest existed, before any forest existed, back to a version of the earth that would look almost unrecognizable to us now. Close your eyes, if you haven't already, and let yourself drift backward, past your own lifetime, past the lifetimes of everyone you have ever known, past the earliest cities, the earliest tools, the earliest fires kept carefully alight through the night. Keep going. Past the dinosaurs who have not yet arrived in this part of our story and will not arrive for a very long while yet. Past the first fish learning to breathe air at the water's edge. Keep going further still into a time so old that almost nothing we would recognize as life had yet made the journey from water onto land. Picture the earth in that distant hour. The oceans are full of life, quietly abundant, but the continents themselves are largely bare. Rock, dust, thin mineral soil, freshly weathered from stone, with almost nothing green growing anywhere upon it. No trees, no grass, no flowers of any kind, because flowers themselves will not exist for hundreds of millions of years yet. The land is silent in a way that is difficult to fully picture. A silence with no bird song to fill it, because birds do not exist yet either, nor does anything else that walks or crawls or flies above the ground. It is into this bare, quiet, waiting world that the very first green life begins, slowly, cautiously, to creep out of the water and onto the rock. This is where moss and moss's ancient relatives enter our story, bryophytes, the broader plant group that includes mosses, along with liverworts and hornworts, are believed by botanists and paleobotanists to be among the very earliest lineages of plants. To make this crossing from water onto land, likely appearing somewhere in a stretch of deep time, long before trees, long before ferns as we know them, long before anything with genuine roots or wood or seeds had evolved at all. The evidence for this comes from more than one source, woven together patiently over generations of careful research. There are fossilized spores, tiny and resilient, preserved in ancient rock layers, spores whose structure closely resembles the spores that bryophytes still produce today. There is the deep evolutionary relationship between mosses and the green algae that likely gave rise to them. A relationship written quietly into the genetic material of both groups. The kind of evidence invisible to the eye, but unmistakable once you know how to look for it. And there is simple, elegant logic. A plant without roots, without vascular tissue, without any of the more complex architecture of later plants, is exactly the kind of plant you would expect to find at the very beginning of this long story, before natural selection had time to build anything more elaborate. Let that settle for a moment. The moss growing quietly on the forest floor around you tonight belongs to one of the oldest continuous lineages of life on land. Not the oldest life altogether. Life in the ocean stretches back further still, into stretches of time so vast they become difficult to hold in the mind at all. But among the plants that learned to live outside of water, moss and its bryophyte relatives were among the very first to succeed. The fossil evidence for this ancient crossing is quieter and more delicate than the fossils most people picture when they imagine paleontology. There are no towering skeletons here, no dramatic imprints of leaves the size of a hand. Instead, researchers have found what are called cryptospores, minute, thick-walled structures preserved in rock laid down during a period known to geologists as the Ordovician, long before anything resembling a modern forest existed anywhere on Earth. These cryptospores share structural features with the spores that liverworts and mosses still produce. Walls built to resist drying out. Arrangements that suggest they were released from a plant body, adapted to life in the open air rather than underwater. They are easy to overlook, easy to miss entirely if you were not looking closely. And yet, they represent some of the oldest direct physical evidence we have of plant life beginning its long, slow migration onto land. There has also been careful, ongoing scientific conversation about exactly how mosses, liverworts, and hornworts relate to one another on the tree of life. Since all three groups share this early, rootless, spore-based way of living, and all three are commonly gathered together under the word bryophyte. Some researchers have proposed that liverworts branched away first, with mosses and hornworts sharing a more recent common ancestor. Others have found evidence pointing toward different arrangements entirely. The precise family tree continues to be refined as new genetic evidence comes in. The way a very old, very quiet argument continues gently in the background, without urgency, among people who have devoted their careers to understanding it. What remains steady throughout all of this careful debate is the broader picture. Somewhere near the very root of land-plant life, in that same ancient window of time, these low, patient, spore-producing plants were already finding their way onto bare rock, long before anything more complicated had evolved to compete with them for space or light. It is worth pausing here to imagine what that early success actually required, because it was not a small thing. Water is generous to living cells in ways that land is not. In water, a cell is cushioned, supported, bathed constantly in the very substance it needs to survive. On land, none of that generosity is automatic. Gravity pulls without ceasing. The air pulls moisture out of any exposed surface, slowly drying whatever it touches. Sunlight, unfiltered by water, can be far more intense and far more damaging than anything a water-dwelling organism would ever need to withstand. For a plant to leave the water and survive on land at all, it needed to solve several enormous problems nearly simultaneously. How to avoid drying out, how to stay upright without water's natural buoyancy to hold it in place, how to protect itself from stronger, more direct sunlight, how to reproduce in an environment where the old strategies, built entirely around water, would no longer reliably work. The earliest bryophytes solved these problems in a particular way, a way that still defines moss today. Rather than building an elaborate internal support system all at once, they solved the drying problem through the strategies we have already spent time with, that whole body absorption. That remarkable tolerance for losing water and regaining it later without dying. Rather than growing tall and needing strong internal support, they simply stayed low, close to the ground, close to whatever moisture the earth itself could still offer even in dry weather. And rather than reproducing through seeds, which had not been invented yet by any plant on earth, they reproduced through spores, tiny, wind-carried, remarkably tough capsules of genetic material capable of drifting for great distances and surviving conditions that would destroy almost anything else. This was, in its own quiet way, a wildly successful strategy. Long before there were forests in any form we would recognize, these early bryophyte-like plants likely spread slowly across bare rock and thin soil, forming some of the very first true carpets of green the land had ever known, and in doing so, they very likely changed the land itself. A bare rock surface, exposed for the first time to a thin living crust of early plant life, begins to weather differently than bare rock exposed to wind and rain alone. The tiny acids and structures produced by these early colonizers likely helped to break rock down further, contributing slowly over enormous stretches of time to the very beginnings of true soil. In other words, the ancient ancestors of the moss beneath you tonight may have helped to build the ground itself, preparing the way entirely without meaning to for every plant that would come after them. The ferns, the early trees, eventually, hundreds of millions of years later, the flowers. There is something worth sitting within that thought as you drift further towards sleep. Every towering tree in the forest above this moss, every flower that will bloom somewhere in this forest come spring, exists in part because of groundwork laid by tiny, humble, rootless plants, spreading slowly across bare stone in a world with no birds yet to sing, and no flowers yet to bloom. Moss did not simply arrive late to an already green world. Moss, or something very much like it, may have helped make the world green in the first place. And yet, for all that world-changing work, moss itself never left this early strategy behind, while its descendants and cousins in the plant kingdom went on to develop roots and wood and eventually flowers and seeds. Moss stayed close to its original design. This is sometimes described as a kind of evolutionary conservatism, though that phrase can sound almost like criticism, and it isn't meant as one. It might be truer to say that moss found an approach to living that worked so well, so completely, for the particular niche it occupied, that it never needed to abandon it, while ferns grew taller, reaching for more light, while early trees developed wood to grow taller still. Moss remained patient, remained small, remained close to the ground where moisture lingers longest, and where competition from taller, hungrier plants is often gentlest. It is a strategy that has now persisted, essentially unchanged in its fundamentals, for a span of time so long that entire mountain ranges have risen and worn back down to hills in the interval. Consider for a moment everything that has happened on this planet since those first bryophyte-like plants crept onto bare rock. Entire oceans have opened and closed as continents drifted slowly across the surface of the earth. Ice ages have come and gone, burying whole regions beneath sheets of ice thick enough to reshape valleys and mountains, only to melt away again and let green life return. Great extinctions have swept across the planet more than once, ending the dominance of one group of living things and opening the way for another. Through all of it, in some quiet corner of the world, something recognizably moss-like has very likely continued growing. Not the exact same species. Species themselves rise and fall and change over such enormous stretches of time. But the same basic strategy, the same low, patient, rootless, spore-producing way of meeting the world. There is a particular kind of stillness available in resting with that thought tonight. You are lying right now in a moment that is itself only the tiniest sliver of a story this old, the moss beneath the trees outside. If there is a forest near you tonight, or the moss growing quietly in some far distant forest you may never visit, carries within within its simple green body, a strategy that has already outlasted almost everything else that has ever lived on land. It has outlasted the rise and fall of dinosaurs. It has outlasted ice sheets a mile thick. It has, in its own unhurried way, simply kept going, patient and small and green, waiting out every upheaval the planet has thrown at it, the way it waits out every dry season, without struggle, without hurry, simply persisting until conditions turn favorable again. Let that patience settle into you now, the way it has settled into the forest floor for longer than any of us can properly imagine. There is nothing urgent happening in this story, and there never really was, just a slow, steady, extraordinarily old kind of persistence, written quietly into every patch of moss you have ever rested your eyes upon. As we move forward into the sections ahead, into the peat bogs and stone gardens and quiet miniature worlds still waiting for us tonight, carry this thought gently with you into whatever rest is coming somewhere beneath the tallest, youngest tree in the newest forest. There is likely still a strategy older than the tree itself, older than the forest, older almost than land life altogether, growing on, unhurried, exactly as it always has. Let yourself sink a little deeper now into wherever you are resting. We have already spent time with the basic shape of moss, its lack of roots, its whole body way of drinking. Tonight, in this section, we are going to look more closely at something quieter still. Not simply that moss drinks through its surface, but how water and nourishment actually move once they arrive, traveling between one tiny plant and the next, through spaces so small they are almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Picture, if you can, a single patch of moss on a shaded stone. From a short distance, it looks like one continuous thing, a single soft green cushion. But it is not one plant, it is many, growing so closely together that their individual stems and leaves nearly touch, shoulder to shoulder, blade to blade, in a crowd so dense that the spaces between them become almost as important as the plants themselves. Those spaces matter more than you might expect. tree, water is drawn upward through an internal network of narrow tubes. Hidden safely beneath the bark, protected from the open air, moss has no such internal plumbing, as we have already spent time with. But moss has found another way to move water across distance, one that happens almost entirely on the outside of the plant rather than within it. Water clings to the narrow gaps between tightly packed stems and leaves the same way it clings to the inside of a thin glass tube, drawn along by a gentle physical pull called capillary action. In a moss colony, this means that moisture landing on one part of the cushion does not simply stay where it fell. It creeps sideways and sometimes even slightly upward, traveling along these external channels formed by the crowded plants themselves, spreading slowly through the whole community, the way warmth spreads slowly through a pile of resting animals sharing a single burrow. This is one of the quiet reasons moss so often grows in dense mats rather than as scattered, solitary plants. A single moss stem standing alone would dry out quickly, with no way to draw on moisture landing elsewhere, but a whole colony, packed closely together, becomes something more than the sum of its parts. It becomes a shared reservoir, an external water system built not from tubes and vessels, but from the simple, patient geometry of many small bodies pressed close together. Rain that falls unevenly across the colony, more here, less there, slowly equalizes itself across the whole mat, the driest corners drawing a little moisture from the wettest, the way a single candle's warmth might slowly spread to fill a small, quiet room. It is worth noticing, too, that not every moss builds this shared reservoir in quite the same shape. Botanists often divide moss growth into two broad forms, and each handles water in its own particular way. Cushion mosses, sometimes called acrocarpus mosses, grow upright in tight, rounded clumps, stems reaching toward the light in close, vertical bundles, almost like a crowd of very small, very patient candles standing side by side. Their tight, upright crowding creates fine capillary spaces running mostly upward, drawing moisture from the base of the cushion toward its drier crown, holding water inside the cushion's body the way a sponge holds water inside its own structure, releasing it slowly over the following days. Feather mosses, sometimes called pleurocarpus mosses, take an entirely different shape, spreading sideways instead of upward, stems branching horizontally to form loose, trailing mats that drape gently over logs, rocks, and the wider forest floor. Their capillary spaces run mostly sideways rather than upward, spreading moisture broadly across a wide, shallow area rather than holding it deep within a single cushion. Neither shape is better than the other. They are simply two different answers to the same quiet question: how to hold enough water in the spaces between many small bodies, each shape suited to a slightly different corner of the forest. The cushion suited to drier, more exposed surfaces. The trailing feather suited to the damp, sheltered floor, where broad coverage matters more than depth, even within these external capillary systems. A small number of mosses have developed something closer to true internal plumbing, though far simpler than anything found in a tree. Certain larger, more upright mosses contain specialized cells called hydroids, running in a thin central strand up through the stem, capable of conducting a modest amount of water internally, in addition to whatever moves along the plant's external surface. These hydroids are not considered true vascular tissue in the way botanists define that term. They lack the more complex reinforced walls and structure found in the xylem of ferns and flowering plants, and they cannot move water anywhere near as far or as efficiently, but their presence suggests something quietly remarkable. An early, tentative experiment evolved independently within moss itself, hinting at the same basic problem that vascular plants would later solve so much more completely, even here, in a lineage that mostly chose to stay simple. There was some small exploration toward carrying water differently, a reminder that evolution rarely commits to only one solution when a problem is interesting enough to worth attempting more than once. There is something worth noticing in this something that applies well beyond moss itself. Alone, a single small thing is fragile, easily dried out, easily overwhelmed. Together, closely gathered, many small things can hold onto far more than any one of them could manage on its own. Moss seems to have understood this in its own slow, wordless way, long before anything with a nervous system existed to understand anything at all. Nutrients move through this same shared world in a similarly quiet manner, though the story of where those nutrients come from is a little more varied than the story of water. Moss has no roots reaching into rich soil the way a garden plant does, drawing up carefully dissolved minerals from deep below. Instead, moss gathers what it needs from whatever passes across its surface. Rainwater itself carries a faint dissolved mineral content, tiny traces of the atmosphere and the dust it has passed through on its way down. Dust itself, settling directly onto the moss from the air, contributes small amounts of mineral material that dissolve slowly whenever moisture returns. And for moss growing on the bark of a living tree, there is another quiet source entirely, something called stem flow and throughfall, meaning the water that runs down a trunk or drips from the leaves above, carrying with it faint traces of whatever the tree itself has released into that water along the way. A slow, continuous, mineral-rich rain falling gently onto the moss below. For moss growing directly on rock, there is yet another slow nutrient source worth sitting with tonight. As moss holds moisture against a stone surface for extended periods, it very gradually contributes to the same rock weathering we touched on earlier in our night together. Tiny amounts of mineral material are slowly released from the stone itself, dissolved just enough by the moisture moss is holding in place to be drawn back into the moss above it. It is an almost closed, self-sustaining little loop, moss holding water against rock, rock slowly releasing minerals into that water, moss drawing those minerals back into itself, all of it happening at a pace so slow that a single exchange might unfold across an entire season or several. there is one more quiet partnership worth resting with tonight. One that moves us beyond water and ordinary minerals into something even more essential to life. Nitrogen is one of the fundamental building blocks every living thing needs, folded into proteins and genetic material alike. And yet, the vast reservoir of nitrogen surrounding us, filling the very air we breathe, exists in a form that most living things cannot use directly. Something has to convert that abundant, unusable atmospheric nitrogen into a form plants and animals can actually draw upon. And in many mosses, this conversion happens through a quiet partnership with tiny photosynthetic organisms called cyanobacteria. These cyanobacteria live directly on or within the moss's tissue, sometimes tucked into specialized pockets along the leaf, sometimes simply resting on the surface in a thin, almost invisible film, and there they perform a kind of chemistry most other living things cannot manage at all, pulling nitrogen directly from the surrounding air and converting it into a form the moss, and eventually the wider forest floor can put to use. This partnership asks for very little from the moss itself, mostly a stable, moist surface to live upon, and in return, it offers the moss, and by extension, the whole small ecosystem gathered around it, access to a nutrient that would otherwise remain locked away in the air, forever out of reach in certain undisturbed forests and northern peatlands. These moss cyanobacteria partnerships are believed to represent one of the more significant natural sources of usable nitrogen entering the ecosystem at all. A slow, quiet contribution easily overlooked, unfolding continuously in the same soft green cushions we have been resting our attention upon tonight. It is a small, patient act of chemistry, invisible to the eye, requiring no roots, no elaborate structure, simply a willingness to host something even smaller than itself, and to share gently in whatever that smaller partner is able to provide. None of this requires the elaborate internal machinery that a flowering plant depends upon. There is no root system sorting through soil chemistry. No vascular network transporting nutrients to distant leaves. Everything moss needs simply needs to touch it. Eventually, somewhere on its surface, and the moss's own structure, that dense, capillary-rich crowding of many small stems, does the quiet work of spreading whatever arrives across the wider colony. This way of gathering nourishment does come with a real limitation, and it is worth naming honestly. In the same gentle spirit we have used for everything else tonight, because moss draws its nutrients so directly from whatever touches its surface, rather than filtering them carefully through roots and soil the way most plants do. Moss is remarkably sensitive to the quality of what lands on it. Clean rain, clean air, undisturbed surfaces. These support rich, healthy moss growth. But pollutants carried in rainfall or settling as airborne dust land on moss just as easily as clean water does, absorbed directly into the same tissue responsible for everything else moss needs. This is part of why moss has long been used by researchers as a kind of quiet, living instrument, a way of measuring the invisible quality of the air itself. Since moss records, in its own tissue, a faithful accounting of whatever has been drifting through the atmosphere above it. There is something almost moving in that thought, if you sit with it for a moment before drifting further toward sleep. This is a living thing, built almost entirely around trust in its surroundings. It cannot choose what lands on it, the way a rooted plant can filter and select through soil chemistry built up over years. It simply receives whatever the air and rain provide and makes the most of it patiently, without complaint, the way it has for hundreds of millions of years. Let your own breathing settle into something like that same acceptance now. There is nothing you need to filter out or sort through tonight. Just let whatever drifts toward you, thoughts, sounds, the gentle weight of your own tiredness, settle over you the way rain settles over a quiet patch of moss, spreading slowly, evenly, until every part of you has received exactly what it needed as we move onward through the sections ahead. Into the true carpets moss forms across an entire forest floor, and the deep peat that some mosses slowly build across centuries carry this image with you. Many small things pressed closely together, sharing quietly in whatever the world provides, needing surprisingly little. And somehow, through that very simplicity, enduring far longer than almost anything built with more elaborate ambition. Let yourself settle once more, a little heavier now into whatever is holding you. We have spent time with what moss is, where it came from, and how it drinks and feeds without roots. Now, in this section, let us widen our view just slightly, lifting our attention from a single patch of moss to the wider carpet. It helps to form across an entire forest floor, and everything that carpet quietly makes possible for the life gathered around it. Picture yourself walking slowly through an old forest, the kind we began our night inside, where the ground beneath your feet is not bare soil at all, but a continuous, softly uneven layer of green, broken here and there by fallen branches, stones, the pale curve of a mushroom cap pushing up through the surface. This carpet is rarely a single, uniform thing. If you were to kneel down and look closely, section by section, you would notice it changes gradually as you move, the way a shoreline changes gradually as you walk along it. Near the base of a large tree, where moisture gathers and light is dimmest, one kind of moss might dominate, forming a thick, deep cushion. A few steps further, where a gap in the canopy lets in slightly more light, a different moss might take over, growing flatter, more spread out, better suited to brighter, drier conditions. This is called zonation, and it happens quietly, without any of the plants themselves needing to decide anything at all. Simply through each species, finding the particular conditions where it can hold on most successfully, generation after generation, until the whole forest floor becomes a patchwork, a soft green map of the light and moisture patterns hidden within the larger forest above it. This carpet does far more than simply exist as scenery. It performs quiet, essential work for the forest as a whole. Work easy to overlook precisely, because it happens so slowly and so gently consider first what moss does to the forest floor's relationship with water. A bare patch of forest soil, exposed directly to rainfall, can suffer in ways that might surprise you. Heavy rain striking bare earth directly can compact the soil's surface, sealing it slightly, making it harder for water to soak in evenly, and easier for that same water to simply run off across the surface instead, carrying loose soil particles away with it. A layer of moss changes this relationship entirely. Rain falling onto a mossy surface is caught first by that soft green cushion, slowed, absorbed, held for a while before gradually releasing into the soil below at a gentler, steadier pace. In this way, moss acts as a kind of buffer between sky and ground, softening the impact of every storm, protecting the thin, delicate top layer of forest soil from the kind of erosion that bare ground would suffer far more readily. There is a second, quieter gift moss offers the forest floor, one connected closely to temperature rather than water. A mossy surface tends to stay cooler and more stable in its moisture than bare soil exposed directly to sun and wind. This creates what ecologists sometimes call a microclimate, a small, localized pocket of conditions distinct from the broader climate of the forest as a whole, cooler, damper, more stable, existing in a thin layer just above and just below the moss itself. This microclimate matters enormously to countless small forms of life that could not survive in the harsher, more variable conditions found even a short distance away. In open sunlight or on bare, exposed ground, the erosion protection moss offers is worth sitting with a little longer, because the mechanism behind it is gentler and more elegant than it might first appear. We spent time earlier with rhizoids, those fine, hair-like structures moss uses to anchor itself in place rather than to drink across an entire mossy carpet. Countless thousands of these rhizoids reach downward together, each one thin and modest on its own, but woven together across a whole colony. They form something close to a shallow, living net, gripping the uppermost layer of soil particles and holding them gently in position. This is a very different kind of stabilization than the deep, heavy root systems of a mature tree, which anchor the soil far below the surface. Moss works instead on the thinnest, most vulnerable top layer, the layer most exposed to wind, to the direct impact of rain, to the slow creep of gravity on a sloped forest floor. It is precisely this uppermost layer that erodes first and fastest when left bare. And it is precisely this layer that moss, working through nothing more than a fine mesh of rhizoids and a soft, absorbent surface above them, quietly protects. This protection becomes especially visible if you know to look for it on sloped ground within an old forest. A slope covered in a healthy, continuous moss carpet tends to hold its shape remarkably well across the years, the soil beneath staying largely in place even through heavy seasonal rains, a comparable slope stripped of its moss, whether by disturbance, drought, or heavy foot traffic, often begins to show the early signs of erosion far more quickly. Small rivulets forming where water has begun cutting its own path down the exposed surface, carrying soil away a little further with every storm. Ecologists studying forest floor stability have long used the presence or absence of a healthy moss layer as one useful, visible signal of how resilient a particular patch of forest ground is likely to be against exactly this kind of slow, cumulative erosion. The carpet also changes character through the turning of the seasons in a way worth pausing on, since it sets moss apart from so much of the forest around it. In many temperate forests, autumn brings a dramatic shift overhead, the canopy turning gold and red before releasing its leaves entirely, leaving the branches bare through the coldest months. The forest floor beneath, however, tells a rather different story. Moss, unlike the deciduous leaves falling around it, typically remains green through autumn and often well into winter, continuing its slow, patient photosynthesis whenever temperatures allow, sheltered somewhat from the harshest cold by the very leaf litter accumulating on top of it. beneath a fresh fall of snow. A moss carpet often remains quietly green underneath, insulated by the snow's own covering, waiting out the cold months in much the same unhurried way it waits out a dry summer, ready to resume fuller growth the moment warmth and moisture return together in spring. This quiet, steady greenness through the leanest months is part of why moss has long been associated in folklore and in simple, everyday observation alike, with endurance and constancy, a small, visible reminder that some form of life continues quietly even through a forest's most dormant season. It is worth resting for a moment on what this microclimate actually makes possible, because the list is longer and stranger and more wonderful than you might expect. Fungal networks, threading invisibly through the soil beneath the moss, depend on that steady moisture to survive and to do their own quiet work of decomposition and nutrient exchange. Delicate fern spores, seeking a moist surface in which to germinate, often find exactly what they need nestled within a patch of moss, rather than on drier, harsher soil nearby. And in many forests, the moss-covered surface of a fallen, decaying log becomes something ecologists call a nurse log, a soft, moist, nutrient-rich cradle in which the seeds of the very next generation of trees can germinate far more successfully than they would on the forest floor proper. If you were ever to walk through certain old-growth forests and notice young trees growing in a strangely straight line, evenly spaced, roots seeming to straddle something invisible beneath them, you would very likely be looking at the ghostly outline of a long-vanished nurse log, its shape preserved by the very seedlings it once cradled, the fallen log itself having long since decomposed away entirely beneath the moss that first made its surface hospitable. There is something quietly moving in that image, worth carrying with you as you drift further toward rest tonight. A single fallen tree, its life over, becomes, through moss's patient work, a nursery for the forest's future, an old life gently making room for new life, not through any dramatic transformation, but simply through moss doing what moss has always done, holding moisture, holding warmth, holding a small, steady, welcoming pocket of conditions in an otherwise unpredictable world. The forest floor's mossy carpet offers shelter in an even more literal sense as well, providing a home to countless small creatures whose lives depend entirely on the particular conditions moss creates. Tiny invertebrates move through the dense, tangled understructure of a moss colony, the way larger animals might move through an entire forest of their own, navigating between individual moss stems as though they were slender, closely spaced trees. Some of these creatures spend their entire lives within a single patch of moss, never traveling more than a few inches in any direction across their whole existence, finding everything they need: moisture, food, shelter from temperature swings and predators alike. Within that one small green world, we will spend a good deal more time with these tiny residents later tonight. But for now, simply hold the image of it, an entire forest floor, stretching perhaps for miles in every direction, and within it, countless separate, self-contained miniature worlds, each one a moss colony no larger than your open hand, each one quietly, patiently sustaining its own small population of residents who will likely never know that a larger forest exists beyond the edges of their soft green home. Even larger forest residents benefit from this mossy carpet, though more indirectly. Small mammals foraging across the forest floor often find a richer supply of insects and other small prey within mossy areas than on bare ground, since moss supports so much more life at that miniature scale. Birds that feed along the forest floor, turning over leaf litter in search of insects, frequently favor mossy patches for the same reason. An abundance of small life gathered where moss holds moisture and shelter most reliably. Even larger animals passing through the forest may use particularly thick, well-established moss beds as a soft, quiet resting place, a natural cushion unlike anything else the forest floor has to offer. All of this rests on something worth returning to gently as we near the end of this section. None of it was designed. No single moss colony set out to create shelter for insects or a nursery for future trees or a buffer against erosion for the wider forest. Moss simply continued doing what it has always done, holding water, holding warmth, growing slowly and patiently across whatever surface would receive it. And in the quiet accumulation of that patient work, an entire ecosystem gradually assembled itself around moss's simple, steady presence. This is often how the deepest, most enduring kinds of ecological support work. Not through grand, deliberate acts, but through small, humble, endlessly repeated ones, continued faithfully for long enough that something vast and interconnected slowly takes shape around them. Let that thought settle over you now the way moss settles over stone, slowly, without urgency, covering whatever needs covering, offering shelter to whatever needs shelter, asking for very little in return. There is nothing more you need to understand about this tonight. Simply let the image of that soft, green forest floor, stretching quietly in every direction beneath ancient trees, remain with you as your own thoughts continue to slow, layer by layer, toward sleep as we move onward into the sections ahead, into the deep, dark peat bogs where certain mosses have shaped entire landscapes, and into the strange, resilient art of drying without dying. Carry this image of the living carpet with you, a quiet, patient covering, holding an entire hidden world together, one small green surface at a time. Let yourself settle further now, deeper into whatever is holding you tonight. We have walked across the living carpet of an ordinary forest floor. Now, we are going to travel somewhere a little different, somewhere wetter, quieter, and in its own strange way, even more patient. We are going to visit the peat bog and meet the particular kind of moss responsible for building it. One plant, genus so influential that it has quietly reshaped entire landscapes across the northern reaches of the world. That moss is called sphagnum. And if ordinary forest moss is patient, sphagnum is patient on an entirely different scale altogether. A patience measured not in seasons, but in centuries. Picture a wide, open wetland, cooler and more exposed than the shaded forest. We have spent our night inside so far, ringed perhaps by a distant line of trees, but open to the sky at its center. The ground here does not feel quite like ground at all. It gives slightly beneath your weight, soft and spongy, holding water the way a great, slow-breathing creature might hold its breath, releasing it gradually, unwillingly, only when pressed. This softness comes almost entirely from sphagnum, growing in dense, pale green or reddish cushions across the surface of the bog. Cushion after cushion after cushion, stretching in every direction as far as you can see. Sphagnum's remarkable ability to hold water comes from something structural, hidden within its very cells, worth resting your attention on for a moment. Each sphagnum leaf is built from two very different kinds of cells, woven together in a fine, repeating pattern. Some of these cells are alive, slender and green, carrying out the ordinary business of photosynthesis the way any moss cell would. But scattered between them, far more numerous, are cells that are already dead by the time the leaf has finished forming, empty, transparent, structured almost like tiny individual water tanks. These dead cells, called hyaline cells, are perforated with small pores that allow water to move freely in and out, and their sheer number gives sphagnum an ability to hold water that vastly outperforms almost anything else in the plant world. A single handful of living sphagnum can hold many times its own weight in water, swelling and softening like a natural sponge after rainfall, releasing that water only slowly afterward over the following days and weeks, keeping the whole bog saturated even through stretches of drier weather. This extraordinary capacity to hold water is where the true landscape-shaping story of sphagnum begins. Because a bog stays so thoroughly saturated almost all of the time, the ground beneath sphagnum receives very little oxygen, ordinary decomposition, the slow breakdown of dead plant material by fungi and bacteria that happens so readily on a normal forest floor depends heavily on oxygen to proceed at its usual pace. In the waterlogged, oxygen-starved world beneath a bog's surface, that decomposition slows to a near standstill. Dead sphagnum, rather than breaking down and returning its nutrients to the soil, the way fallen leaves do in an ordinary forest, instead simply accumulates year after year, compressing slowly beneath the living moss growing on top of it, forming a dense, dark, spongy material we know as peat. Peat accumulates with almost unbelievable slowness, often no faster than the width of a single finger across an entire year, sometimes slower still. And yet, given enough centuries, that slow accumulation adds up to something immense. Some of the deepest peat bogs found across the northern world hold layers many meters thick, representing thousands of years of continuous, patient sphagnum growth. One thin layer resting quietly atop the last, all the way down to material that began accumulating long before recorded history began anywhere on Earth over enough centuries. This slow accumulation can do something even more remarkable than simply deepen. In certain wetlands, sphagnum growth continues for so long, and peat builds so steadily beneath it that the entire bog gradually rises above the level of the surrounding land and groundwater, forming what ecologists call a raised bog. Once this happens, the bog effectively cuts itself off from the mineral-rich water of the surrounding landscape and comes to depend almost entirely on rainfall alone for its moisture, a condition botanists describe as ambrotrophic, meaning fed by rain. This is a strange kind of independence for a wetland to achieve. A patch of ground that has, over centuries, patiently lifted itself just high enough to answer to nothing but the sky above it. The surface of a mature raised bog often develops a distinctive, gently undulating texture as well, alternating between slightly raised hummocks, where certain sphagnum species prefer to grow a little drier and firmer, and shallow hollows in between, where wetter-loving sphagnum species take over instead. Walking across such a bog, you would feel this rhythm underfoot: firm rise, soft dip, firm rise again. An entire landscape's texture quietly dictated by which particular sphagnum species has claimed which particular few inches of ground. There is one further quiet significance to all this slow accumulation, worth resting with gently before we move on. Because decomposition proceeds so slowly within a bog's oxygen-starved depths, the carbon contained within all that undecomposed plant material remains, locked away within the peat itself, rather than being released back into the surrounding air the way it would on an ordinary forest floor. Over the enormous stretches of time it takes to build a deep peat bog, this adds up to an immense, quietly held reservoir of carbon, drawn originally from the air by countless generations of sphagnum, and then patiently, faithfully kept in place within the accumulating peat beneath northern peatlands, taken together across the whole of the world, are now understood to hold a truly vast share of the carbon stored within all of the Earth's soils combined. A slow, steady act of quiet safekeeping that sphagnum has been performing, one thin seasonal layer at a time, for longer than most of human history put together. This slow, oxygen-starved preservation gives peat bogs one more remarkable quality, one that has proven enormously valuable to researchers studying the deep past, because decomposition proceeds so slowly within a bog organic material that falls into it can remain remarkably well preserved for an extraordinarily long time. Pollen grains carried onto the bog's surface by wind from the surrounding landscape settle into the accumulating peat and remain identifiable there for thousands of years afterward, layer after layer, each one a tiny, dated snapshot of exactly which plants were flowering in the surrounding region at that particular moment in the deep past. By carefully studying these layered pollen records, researchers have been able to reconstruct with remarkable precision how entire landscapes changed over thousands of years, which forests expanded, which retreated, how climate shifted gradually across enormous stretches of time, all recorded quietly, faithfully, within the patient, undisturbed layers of a single bog, because peat builds so steadily and so predictably. Researchers can also read depth itself almost like a calendar, counting downward through the accumulated layers, the way you might count backward through the pages of a very slow, very patient diary. Each thin band of peat corresponding to a particular stretch of seasons long since past. Whole trees, too, have occasionally been preserved within peat, trunks that fell into a bog centuries or millennia ago, sometimes still bearing bark, still recognizable as the particular species they once were, protected all that time from the ordinary decay that would have long since claimed them anywhere else. There is something worth sitting within that image as you drift further toward rest tonight. An entire fallen tree, patiently held, essentially unchanged, within the slow embrace of sphagnum's accumulated peat, waiting quietly through centuries, the way sphagnum itself waits quietly through every ordinary dry season. Bogs support their own particular community of life as well, shaped entirely by the strange, acidic, oxygen-poor conditions sphagnum itself helps create. Sphagnum releases certain compounds into the water around it that make the bog considerably more acidic than an ordinary forest floor or wetland, a condition most plants find difficult to tolerate, but a small number of specialized plants have adapted beautifully to exactly these conditions. Cranberries, low, trailing, and quietly persistent, often spread across the surface of a sphagnum bog, their roots suited perfectly to the acidic, saturated ground beneath them, sundews and pitcher plants. Among the small number of plants that have evolved to trap and digest insects are frequently found rooted in bog sphagnum as well. Since the bog's acidic, nutrient-poor water leaves so little nitrogen available through ordinary means, that these plants have found another way entirely to meet their needs, drawing nourishment instead from whatever small insect happens to wander across their patient, waiting surface. A sundew's leaves are lined with fine, glistening hairs, each one tipped a drop of sticky fluid that catches the low evening light the way dew catches it on an ordinary blade of grass. An illusion generous enough to draw a curious insect close before the leaf slowly curls around it. Pitcher plants take a quieter approach still, simply offering a deep, water-filled tube shaped invitingly at its rim, patient enough to let gravity and a slippery inner surface do the rest of the work entirely on their own. Both plants, in their own way, have made peace with the bog's scarcity, the same way sphagnum itself has, finding an unusual, patient solution rather than competing directly for a kind of nourishment. The bog was never going to offer easily. People, too, have long found uses for the peat that sphagnum so slowly builds. For many centuries, communities living near extensive peatlands cut and dried blocks of peat to burn as fuel through long, cold winters. A practice still continued in certain regions today. Sphagnum itself, prized for its remarkable water-holding ability and its naturally acidic, somewhat antiseptic qualities, was gathered and used historically as a wound dressing valued for staying soft and absorbent even after considerable use, and for holding many times its weight in fluid while still allowing air to reach the wound beneath it, a combination ordinary cotton dressings of the same era struggled to match. Communities in coastal and northern regions gathered sphagnum for exactly this purpose long before modern medical materials existed, drying and storing it carefully for whenever it might be needed. Gardeners still value dried sphagnum peat today for very similar reasons. Its capacity to hold moisture, evenly making it a favored addition to potting soil for plants that prefer consistently damp conditions. There is a particular kind of stillness available in resting with all of this tonight. A bog is, in its own quiet way, a patient historian, recording centuries of pollen, preserving fallen trees, holding entire chapters of a landscape's past gently within layer after layer of its own slow accumulation. And it does all of this simply by continuing to do what sphagnum has always done, holding water, resisting decay, growing softly upward one thin season at a time, letting whatever falls into it settle quietly into an increasingly deep and increasingly patient archive, undisturbed, unhurried, waiting for whoever might eventually come looking. Let your own thoughts settle in a similar way now, layer upon layer, soft and slow, needing nothing more from you than the simple willingness to let time pass gently over you the way it passes over a quiet northern bog. There is nowhere else you need to be, nothing else you need to hold on to. Just this soft, accumulating stillness, deepening gradually as the night continues around you. As we move onward through the sections ahead, into the dense architecture of cushion moss and the secret, quiet language of spores, carry this image of the bog with you. A landscape built entirely from patience, one thin layer at a time, holding its own history gently, faithfully, for longer than almost anything else the land has ever produced. Let your body rest a little more heavily now into whatever is holding it. Tonight, we are going to look closely at shape itself, not what moss is built from. We have already spent time with that, but the particular architecture moss chooses when it grows into one of its most recognizable forms. The tight, rounded, velvety dome that most people picture when they hear the word moss at all. The cushion. Picture one now, resting quietly on a stone at the edge of a forest stream, or nestled into the crook of an old tree root from a short distance. It looks almost impossibly soft. A small green hill rising gently from the surface it grows upon, rounded at the top, slightly denser toward the edges, the kind of thing that seems to invite a hand to rest upon it, the way a cat invites a hand to rest along its back. That shape is not an accident. It is not simply what happens when many small stems grow upward together without any particular plan. The dome shape of a cushion moss is, in its own slow, plant-like way, a solution refined patiently over enormous stretches of time to several problems at once, problems that would otherwise threaten a small, rootless plant living exposed on bare stone or thin soil. Consider first the matter of wind. experiences very little wind resistance, the air simply passing over it with almost nothing to catch but a moss growing upright, reaching a little further from the surface to gather more light, becomes more vulnerable to drying wind, more likely to have its outer, most exposed cells stripped of moisture by every passing breeze. The dome shape solves this in a wonderfully simple way. By curving gently inward at the edges and rounding smoothly at the top, a cushioned moss presents a surface with no sharp edges for wind to catch and tear at. The air, instead, sliding gently around and over the whole dome, the way water slides around a smooth river stone rather than catching on its surface. The outermost shoots of the cushion, the ones most exposed to drying wind, tend to grow more slowly and more densely than the shoots tucked further inside, forming something like a protective outer layer, a living windbreak built from the moss's own most exposed and most hardened growth, shielding the softer, more actively growing shoots resting just beneath the surface. This brings us to something worth resting with for a while tonight. A concept from physics that applies just as gently to a patch of moss as it does to anything else in the natural world. It is called the boundary layer, and it refers to a thin, nearly still layer of air that clings to any surface, moving far more slowly than the open air a short distance away around a smooth stone. This boundary layer is thin, easily disturbed by even a light breeze, but around the dense, textured surface of a moss cushion, countless tiny leaves and stems, all reaching upward at slightly different heights. This boundary layer becomes something far thicker and far more stable. The rough, crowded architecture of the cushion's surface traps a small, quiet pocket of humid, nearly motionless air directly against the moss itself. A tiny personal climate hovering just above the visible surface, noticeably damper and calmer than the open air, only a short distance away. This trapped layer of humid air slows the loss of moisture from the moss beneath it dramatically, allowing the cushion to hold onto water for far longer than a flat, smooth surface ever could. Even in conditions otherwise dry it out quickly. There is something worth imagining here, something almost tender, if you let yourself picture it slowly. Every cushion of moss you have ever passed without noticing has been quietly wrapped in its own small, invisible atmosphere, a held breath of humid air, patiently maintained by the very shape and texture of the moss itself, protecting the softer growth tucked away beneath the surface. It asks for nothing from outside itself to create this protection. It simply grows in a shape that produces it, a form so effective that it has been arrived at again and again, independently, by countless different moss species scattered across the world, each one discovering, through countless small variations tested slowly over immense stretches of time, that this particular architecture works. This same dense, layered shape does something else worth resting with tonight, something beyond simply holding moisture. It buffers temperature as gently as it buffers dryness on a warm afternoon. The outermost surface of a cushion may sit in full, direct sun, absorbing real heat, while only a short distance beneath, tucked into the body of the dome, the temperature stays measurably cooler and far steadier, insulated by all the layered tissue and trapped air resting above it. The reverse happens on a cold night. The exposed crown of the cushion may drop close to the temperature of the surrounding air, while the interior, sheltered by everything growing over it, cools far more slowly, holding onto warmth the way a thick blanket holds onto the warmth of whoever is resting beneath it. A single cushion of moss is, in this quiet sense, something like a small building, with an outer wall that meets the full weather of the world, and an inner chamber, gentler, steadier, protected simply by the accumulated thickness of everything grown around it. This layering has a further consequence worth sitting with, one that touches on light rather than temperature or moisture. The uppermost shoots of a cushion, reaching furthest toward the sky, receive the most direct light and photosynthesize most actively, growing fastest, staying greenest, doing the bulk of the plant's food-making work. But those same uppermost shoots also shade everything growing beneath them, And the further down into the cushion you imagine looking, shoot after shoot, layer after layer, the dimmer the available light becomes, until, at some depth, so little light penetrates that growth all, but stops entirely. This is not a flaw in the design. It is, in its own way, a kind of quiet specialization. The lowest layers of an old, established cushion are not trying to grow quickly anymore. Their work has shifted from making food to something steadier and more structural, holding the whole architecture together, anchoring newer growth above, slowly compressing under the gentle weight of everything grown since, contributing eventually to the same slow accumulation of organic material that will one day become part of the soil itself. A cushion of moss, seen this way, is doing two kinds of work at once: active growth reaching upward into the light, and quiet, patient support holding steady in the dark beneath it, each layer depending on the other completely. Different moss species have refined this same basic dome architecture into slightly different forms, each suited to a particular corner of the world on exposed, sun-baked rock. A moss called Grimmia often grows in tight, low, silvery-tipped cushions, each shoot capped with a fine, pale hair that reflects excess sunlight the way a sun hat shades a face, helping the moss tolerate exposure that would otherwise dry it out within a single afternoon. In shaded, undisturbed forests, a moss called leucobrium, sometimes known by the gentle name pincushion moss, grows in larger, paler, rounder cushions, often silvery green or nearly white when dry, softening back to a deeper green the moment moisture returns. Its rounded form, some of the most cushion-like of any moss you might ever rest your hand upon. Each of these forms, the sun hat and the pincushion, the tight silver dome and the pale rounded pillow, represents the same underlying architecture we have been resting with tonight, simply tuned patiently, generation after generation, to whichever particular corner of light, and whether that species has come to call home. The leaves themselves, arranged along each tiny stem, add another quiet layer to this architecture. many cushion-forming mosses. The small leaves overlap one another in a shingled pattern, each leaf laid slightly over the one below it, the way roofing tiles overlap on an old cottage roof to shed rain smoothly toward the ground. Botanists sometimes call this an imbricate arrangement, and its purpose mirrors a roof's purpose almost exactly. Rain landing on the upper leaves of a shoot does not simply soak straight down into the stem below. It is guided gently, leaf over leaf, toward the base of the plant and into the dense capillary spaces of the wider cushion. Exactly the shared reservoir we spent time within an earlier hour together tonight. The architecture of the leaf arrangement and the architecture of the whole cushion's shape work together, each reinforcing the other. Water guided efficiently from the topmost surface down into the deep, patient reserves held within the colony as a whole. There is also a quieter kind of resilience built into this architecture, one you might notice if you were ever to press your palm gently against a cushion of moss and then lift it away again. The cushion springs back. It does not stay crushed the way a dry, brittle plant might, nor does it simply collapse the way a very soft material with no internal structure would. This gentle, springy resistance comes from the sheer density of individual stems packed together, each one small and flexible on its own, but collectively creating something with real structural integrity. The same way a great many thin reeds, bundled tightly together, become far sturdier than any single reed standing alone. This is part of why moss has, across countless generations of human history, in more places and more cultures than can easily be counted, been gathered and used as a soft, resilient, naturally insulating material tucked into bedding, packed gently around fragile items for cushioning during travel, layered beneath other materials for warmth. The same quiet architecture that protects the moss's own inner moisture from drying wind has also, quite incidentally, made it useful to every creature clever enough to notice how well it holds its shape. Color plays its own small part in this architecture too, though it is easy to overlook in the soft evening light we have been resting in tonight. A cushion of moss is rarely a single uniform shade of green from top to bottom. The outermost, most light-exposed shoots at the crown of the dome are often a brighter, more vivid green, while the shoots tucked further down into the body of the cushion, shaded by everything growing above them, shift gradually toward deeper, more muted tones, sometimes fading further still into soft browns near the very base, where old growth has quietly stopped producing new green tissue altogether, and instead continues its slower work of holding the whole structure together, anchoring the newer growth above it. A single cushion, in other words, is not simply one plant repeated many times. It is closer to a small, layered history, the newest, brightest growth resting gently atop the accumulated patience of everything that came before it, reaching back, shoot by shoot, layer by layer, further than the eye alone could ever trace. Let yourself imagine for a moment, resting your whole body the way a single shoot rests within that layered cushion, supported gently from below by everything that came before you, sheltered without needing to ask for shelter by the shape of the whole structure surrounding you. There is nothing you need to hold rigid tonight. You can soften the way the outer edge of a cushion softens into curve rather than sharp angle, and still remain held, still remain whole, simply by resting within the shape that has settled around you. As we continue onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the spores that carry moss forward through generations, and the ancient, patient forests that hold the deepest and oldest of these cushions, carry this architecture gently with you into whatever rest is arriving now, a shape built entirely from small, patient parts, each one softening the harshness of the world for whatever rests just beneath it. Let yourself settle once more, softer now than before, into whatever is holding you tonight. We have spent time with what moss is, where it came from, how it drinks, how it builds its quiet architecture. Tonight, we are going to look at something more private still. The secret, unhurried way moss makes more of itself. process that unfolds so slowly and so quietly that it has gone almost entirely unnoticed by most people who have ever walked across a mossy forest floor. You will remember from earlier in our night together that the soft green plant you can touch, the leafy cushion resting on stone or bark, is what botanists call the gametophyte, and that this stage dominates almost the whole of a moss's visible life. Tonight, we are going to follow what happens at the very edges of that gametophyte, in tiny structures easy to overlook entirely, unless you know precisely where to look. Structures responsible for beginning the whole quiet process of moss reproduction. Picture, if you can, the very tip of a single moss shoot, magnified far beyond what your eye could ever manage unassisted. There, nestled among the ordinary leaves, certain mosses produce small, specialized structures unlike anything else on the plant. Some shoots produce tiny, rounded structures called antheridia, each one holding a cluster of sperm cells waiting quietly within. Other shoots, sometimes on the very same plant, sometimes on an entirely separate one growing nearby, produce slender, flask-shaped structures called archegonia, each one holding a single egg cell resting deep within its narrow neck. In some moss species, both of these structures grow together on a single plant, a condition botanists call monoicous. In others, an individual plant produces only one or the other, male or female, in this narrow structural sense. A condition called dioicous, meaning that fertilization can only happen when a male plant and a female plant happen to be growing close enough together for what comes next to succeed at all. And what comes next depends entirely on something moss has never been able to do without. Something so ordinary it is easy to forget how essential it remains. Water, unlike a flowering plant, which can rely on wind or a visiting insect to carry pollen across considerable distances. Moss sperm cells must swim, propelled by delicate, whip-like tails, through an actual film of liquid water connecting the antheridium, where they began, to the archegonium, where an egg cell waits this entire journey simply cannot happen. This is part of why moss reproduction tends to follow the rhythm of rainfall so closely, often occurring most actively during wet seasons or immediately following a period of rain, when the whole colony is saturated enough to offer these tiny travelers a continuous, swimmable path. Even this short swim is not left entirely to chance. Some mosses have developed small structures around their antheridia called splash cups, tiny rimmed platforms shaped like miniature bowls, positioned to catch a falling raindrop and scatter it outward in a fine, forceful spray, flinging sperm cells considerably further than they could travel by swimming alone. A single heavy raindrop landing squarely in one of these splash cups can send its cargo scattering outward across a distance many times the height of the plant, reaching neighboring shoots and sometimes neighboring plants entirely, that a slow, unassisted swim could never have reached. It is a small, elegant piece of engineering, built from nothing more than shape and the ordinary physics of a falling raindrop. And it represents one of the quieter ways moss has learned to work with water, rather than simply depend upon it passively. Once a sperm cell successfully completes its swim and reaches an egg cell waiting within an archegonium, fertilization occurs and something remarkable begins. Unlike almost every other stage we have discussed so far tonight, what grows next is not more gametophyte. It is an entirely different generation of the plant, structurally distinct, serving an entirely different purpose. And this is where moss's reproductive story becomes especially worth resting your attention upon. The fertilized egg begins growing directly out of the archegonium, remaining physically attached to the parent gametophyte the entire time, drawing nourishment from it the way a very small, very patient dependent might draw support from someone caring for them. This new growth is called the sporophyte, and it looks nothing at all like the leafy moss you have been picturing throughout tonight. Instead, it grows as a slender stalk called a seta, rising up from among the leaves of the parent plant, topped at its tip by a small, rounded, or cylindrical capsule. If you have ever noticed tiny stalks rising above a patch of moss, each one capped with a small swelling at its top, you have very likely been looking at exactly this structure, though most people walk past it without ever knowing what it represents. Inside that small capsule, an extraordinary amount of quiet work takes place. Countless spores are produced within tiny, single-celled, remarkably tough structures, each one capable, given the right conditions, of growing into an entirely new gametophyte plant. This is the other half of moss's alternation between two generations. The gametophyte producing sex cells that must swim through water to unite, and the resulting sporophyte producing spores that must travel quite differently through open air. The capsule itself is built with remarkable care around the challenge of releasing these spores at exactly the right moment. Many moss capsules are capped when young with a small protective lid called an operculum, which falls away only once the spores inside have fully matured. Beneath that lid, in many moss species, sits a ring of small, tooth-like structures called the peristome, arranged delicately around the capsule's open rim. These peristome teeth are among the most quietly sophisticated structures in the entire plant kingdom, and they deserve a moment of real attention tonight. Peristome teeth are hygroscopic, meaning they respond directly to changes in humidity by bending and moving entirely without any living cells directing the motion moment to moment. In damp conditions, these teeth typically curve inward, sealing the capsule's opening closed, holding the spores safely inside, protected from the very rain that might otherwise wash them away uselessly before they had any chance to travel on the wind. But as the surrounding air dries, the teeth slowly bend outward, prying the capsule's opening wider, until, in sufficiently dry conditions, they release small, carefully measured amounts of spores out into the moving air above. This is a form of movement built entirely from the physical properties of the tissue itself. Layers of cells with different capacities to absorb and release moisture, curling and uncurling the whole structure the way A strip of wood might warp gently as it dries, requiring no nervous system, no muscle, nothing but the simple, patient physics of dry and wet cells pulling gently against each other. There is something worth sitting within this design, something almost thoughtful in its patience, even though nothing about it involves conscious thought at all. The peristome effectively waits for exactly the conditions most favorable to successful spore travel. A dry, breezy day, rather than releasing everything at once, regardless of circumstance. Spores released on a still, damp day would simply fall straight down, landing uselessly close to the parent plant. Spores released into dry, moving air have a genuine chance of traveling considerable distances, carried upward and outward by even a gentle current, potentially reaching entirely new surfaces, entirely new patches of bare rock or soil, far beyond anywhere the parent colony could ever have spread by growth alone. Once released, a single moss spore is extraordinarily light, light enough to remain suspended in moving air for extended periods, carried by winds that can transport spores across genuinely vast distances, occasionally even between continents, riding high air currents the way the finest dust does. Most spores travel only a short distance before settling somewhere nearby, often onto ground already well suited to moss. Since a spot favorable enough for one colony's parent plant is frequently favorable for its offspring too, but it is the rare spore, carried further than seems reasonable, landing somewhere entirely new, that allows moss to slowly colonize fresh surfaces, fresh territory, places no moss has ever grown before. If a spore is fortunate enough to land somewhere with sufficient moisture and adequate light, it begins to germinate, though not immediately, into anything resembling the leafy moss we have spent so much of tonight with. Instead, it first grows into a delicate, thread-like structure called protonema, a fine, branching, pale green filament that spreads gently across the surface it has landed upon, resembling, in its earliest form, something closer to a simple, thread-like algae than to moss itself. This is a quiet echo of moss's ancient algal origins, a brief return in miniature to a simpler body plan before the plant commits fully to becoming the leafy, upright form we recognize only after this protonema stage has developed sufficiently do small buds begin forming along its thread-like branches, each one growing upward into a fully formed new gametophyte shoot, ready, eventually, to produce its own antheridia or archegonia, and to begin this entire quiet, patient cycle again. There is a particular difficulty worth resting with tonight, one that applies especially to those dioicous mosses whose male and female structures grow on entirely separate plants because fertilization depends on a swimmable film of water, and because a sperm cell can only travel so far even with the help of a splash cup. Male and female plants of the same dioicous species need to be growing quite close together for reproduction to succeed at all. In many mosses, male and female plants happen to spread easily side by side within the colony, close enough that this rarely poses a real obstacle, but in others, male and female plants can end up separated by distances that make successful fertilization a genuinely rare event. One colony producing capsules readily, another nearby nearly identical colony producing almost none at all, simply because no plant of the opposite structure happens to be growing near enough. Botanists have long noticed this pattern. Some moss populations rich with capsules every year, others going seasons without producing a single one. The difference explained not by health or vigor, but simply by whether the right partner happened to establish itself close enough by. The timing of all this tends to follow the wider rhythm of the seasons as well, though the particular timing varies considerably between different moss species and different climates. In many temperate forests, fertilization most often occurs during the wetter months, whenever rain is frequent enough to keep the colony consistently damp, while the slower process of sporophyte development, that stalk and capsule growing patiently from the fertilized archegonium, can stretch across a much longer span, sometimes beginning in one season and only reaching full spore maturity many months later in an entirely different one. This means that at almost any time you might kneel down and look closely at an established moss colony, you are likely to find sporophytes at several different stages all at once. Some still small and green and immature, others fully browned and ready to release their spores at the very next dry, breezy opportunity. A whole quiet, ongoing cycle unfolding at slightly different paces across a single patch of ground. Consider for a moment everything this process requires. A sperm cell that can only travel by swimming through actual water. A raindrop arriving at precisely the right moment to fling that sperm cell far enough to reach a partner. A capsule that patiently waits for exactly the right dryness before releasing its spores at all. A spore light enough to ride the wind, fortunate enough to land somewhere hospitable, and then, even after landing successfully, an entire preliminary stage of simple, thread-like growth before anything resembling a proper moss plant appears at all. Nothing about this process is rushed. Nothing about it is guaranteed, and yet it has succeeded quietly, patiently, across hundreds of millions of years, carrying moss forward from one ancient generation to the next. One small, unhurried step at a time. Let that patience settle into you now, the way it has settled into every spore drifting somewhere above a forest floor tonight, waiting for exactly the right conditions before continuing onward. There is no need to rush any part of your own rest tonight either. Whatever needs to settle, whatever needs to release, will do so in its own time, the way a peristome tooth waits patiently for precisely the right moment before finally opening. As we move onward through the sections still ahead, into the strange, quiet art of drying without dying, and the ancient forests where the oldest, deepest moss carpets still grow undisturbed. Carry this secret language of spores gently with you, a whole hidden generation, rising briefly, releasing quietly, and drifting onward, patient enough to wait for exactly the right moment before beginning again. Let yourself settle again, a little further, into whatever is holding you tonight. Earlier in our night together, we touched briefly on one of moss's most remarkable qualities, its ability to dry almost completely and yet not die. Tonight, we are going to look more closely at how this actually works, at the quiet, patient chemistry unfolding inside a single moss cell as it prepares to lose nearly everything it needs to survive. And then, later, to welcome that same everything back again. Picture a single cell within a moss leaf, ordinarily plump and green, its interior busy with the quiet machinery of life, proteins folding and unfolding, membranes holding their careful shape, water filling every available space, the way water fills a sponge freshly lifted from a basin. Now imagine that same cell as the surrounding air grows steadily drier. Day after day, the moisture within it slowly withdrawing, cell walls beginning to collapse gently inward, the whole structure shrinking, wrinkling, appearing to any casual glance, thoroughly and permanently finished for almost any other living cell. What happens next would indeed be the end. As water leaves a cell, the delicate membranes that hold everything in careful order begin to lose their structure entirely, folding awkwardly against themselves, tearing at points too small to see, allowing the cell's essential contents to spill together in a way that cannot easily be undone, even if water later returns. This is why a garden lettuce leaf, once thoroughly wilted and dried, never returns to its original crisp, living state, no matter how much water you offer it afterward. The damage once done is simply too complete to reverse. Moss cells, remarkably, have found a way to prevent much of this damage from happening in the first place. As drying begins, moss cells begin actively producing a particular class of sugars, and in many species, one sugar in particular deserves your attention tonight, a compound called trehalose. As water withdraws from the cell, these sugar molecules do something quietly extraordinary. They take the place water would ordinarily occupy around the cell's most essential structures, effectively standing in for the water molecules that once held delicate membranes and proteins in their correct, functional shapes, where water once cushioned and supported these structures. Sugar molecules step in instead, forming a kind of temporary scaffolding, holding membranes and proteins gently in something close to their original arrangement. Even once almost all of the actual water has departed, there is a lovely, almost tender logic to this, worth resting with for a moment. The cell is not simply enduring the loss of water passively, hoping for the best. It is actively rebuilding its own internal support system on the fly, substituting one kind of molecule for another, so that when water eventually returns, there is still a recognizable structure waiting to receive it, rather than a hopeless tangle of collapsed and irreversibly damaged parts alongside these protective sugars. Moss cells also produce a family of specialized proteins during drying, sometimes called late embryogenesis, abundant proteins, a name borrowed from the fact that similar proteins were first studied in the seeds of flowering plants, which face a strikingly similar challenge as they mature and dry before dispersal. These proteins fold themselves around other, more delicate proteins within the cell, wrapping them, in effect, in a protective covering that prevents them from unfolding or clumping together uselessly as water disappears from around them once rehydration begins. These protective proteins gradually loosen their hold, allowing the cell's more delicate machinery to unfold back into its proper, functional shape. The way a careful hand might unwrap something fragile only once it has been safely set back down in its intended place. There is a further danger worth understanding tonight, one that arrives not during the drying itself, but in the moments immediately following rehydration, when water first returns to a long-dried cell. This sudden return of moisture and renewed cellular activity can produce a brief surge of unstable, highly reactive molecules called reactive oxygen species, byproducts of hastily restarting metabolism, capable of causing real damage to cellular structures if left unchecked. Not unlike a fire restarting a little too vigorously. The moment fresh fuel is introduced after a long, careful dormancy, moss cells prepare for this danger as well, maintaining a suite of protective antioxidant compounds and enzymes ready to neutralize these reactive molecules the moment rehydration begins, managing the delicate transition back to full activity carefully enough that the very process of returning to life does not itself become the source of fatal damage. Researchers studying this return to life have developed a gentle, non-destructive way of watching it happen by measuring something called chlorophyll fluorescence, a faint, characteristic glow given off by the photosynthetic machinery within a leaf whenever it is exposed to particular wavelengths of light in a fully dried, dormant moss. This glow all but disappears, since the photosynthetic machinery has effectively powered down entirely, waiting quietly rather than functioning the moment water returns to such a moss. Researchers can watch this faint glow reappear, often within mere minutes of rehydration, growing steadily stronger as the underlying cellular machinery reassembles itself and resumes its ordinary work. Watching this happen in careful laboratory conditions offers a strangely moving kind of confirmation. An invisible glow quietly returning almost as soon as moisture touches the plant again. Evidence that whatever was sleeping inside those cells truly had been waiting all along, fully prepared rather than simply gone. The speed at which drying itself occurs also seems to matter a great deal to how well a moss survives the whole ordeal, in a way that might, at first, seem almost counterintuitive. You might expect a slow, gradual drying to be gentler on a cell than a sudden, rapid one, giving the cell more time to adjust. In many cases, the opposite proves true. A slow drying process can leave reactive, partially formed molecules lingering dangerously within the cell for extended periods, causing cumulative damage the longer that uncertain, half-dried state persists. A more rapid drying, by contrast, can move a cell through that vulnerable intermediate stage quickly enough that far less cumulative damage has time to accumulate before the cell settles fully into its protected, dormant state. This is part of why mosses adapted to harsh, quickly drying environments. Exposed rock faces, baked rapidly by direct sun, often show remarkably strong recovery even after severe drying, while mosses more accustomed to only occasional, gradual drying can sometimes struggle more than expected when conditions turn suddenly and severely dry. All of this preparation, the protective sugars, the specialized proteins, the antioxidant defenses, must be substantially in place before serious drying even begins, which means moss cells are, in a very real sense, always quietly prepared for a hardship that has not yet arrived, maintaining much of this protective machinery on standby, ready to be called fully into action the moment conditions begin to shift. It is worth pausing here to appreciate just how effective all of this preparation actually is, because the numbers involved, though we will describe them here in words rather than figures, are genuinely difficult to hold in the mind. Researchers studying herbarium specimens, mosses collected, pressed, and stored dry in scientific collections many decades earlier, have successfully revived a number of these long dormant samples simply by rehydrating them carefully under laboratory conditions, watching cells that had remained completely dry for the better part of a human lifetime resume ordinary photosynthetic activity within a remarkably short span of time, once given water again. Even more strikingly, researchers working in certain far northern regions have successfully revived moss recovered from beneath deep, ancient ice, material that had remained frozen and completely inactive for a stretch of time reaching back many centuries, long before anyone living today, or their parents, or their parents before them, had yet been born. In both cases, the same basic protective chemistry we have spent tonight resting with, the sugars, the proteins, the antioxidant defenses, appears to have held everything gently in place across a span of dormancy, almost impossible to picture comfortably, waiting patiently for exactly the conditions that would eventually allow it to resume. Not every moss species manages this feat with equal skill, and it is worth naming that honestly, in the same gentle spirit we have used for everything else tonight, some mosses, particularly those adapted to consistently damp, shaded forest floors where drying rarely happens at all, retain only a modest capacity for this kind of recovery, tolerating brief dry spells reasonably well, but struggling if conditions remain harsh for too long. Others adapted instead to fully exposed rock faces or open desert surfaces where drying is not the occasional exception, but the ordinary daily condition, have refined this protective chemistry to an extraordinary degree, capable of losing nearly all of their internal water on a near daily basis throughout an entire dry season, only to green fully back to life within a matter of hours whenever rain finally returns, resuming photosynthesis almost as quickly as the moisture arrives. This range from modest tolerance to something closer to true resurrection reflects the particular pressures each species has faced across its own evolutionary history. A quiet, patient calibration between the harshness of a habitat and the depth of protection a species has evolved in response to it. It is worth noting, too, that moss is not entirely alone in this remarkable ability, though it remains among the most accomplished practitioners of it in the entire plant kingdom. Certain small, specialized flowering plants, sometimes called resurrection plants, have independently evolved a broadly similar strategy, curling into a dry, seemingly lifeless bundle during drought, and unfurling back to green, healthy growth within hours of rainfall. Tiny animals called tardigrades, distant in almost every other respect from moss, achieve something remarkably similar through their own separate biochemical strategies, entering a state of nearly complete metabolic suspension when conditions turn dry, only to reanimate fully once moisture returns. That such a similar solution has arisen independently in organisms as different from one another as a moss, a flowering plant, and a microscopic animal suggests something worth sitting with tonight when the challenge of surviving complete desiccation is severe enough and persistent enough. Evolution appears willing to discover again and again in entirely unrelated lineages remarkably similar answers to it. This same resilience has drawn quiet interest from researchers working far beyond ordinary botany, including those studying how life might endure the extreme conditions found beyond our own planet. Moss and its fellow desiccation-tolerant organisms are sometimes studied as gentle, earthly models for understanding how simple life might theoretically survive the harsh dryness and radiation found on other worlds, or the long, dormant stretches of a journey through open space itself. There is something quietly moving in that thought. A small green cushion resting on an ordinary forest stone tonight, carrying within its cells a kind of resilience so complete that scientists studying the very edges of what life can endure have found it worth their careful attention. There is something quietly reassuring in all of this, worth carrying with you as your own thoughts continue settling toward sleep. A living thing can lose almost everything, can appear by every outward measure finished entirely, and still be quietly, patiently, fully prepared to return exactly as it was the moment the right conditions arrive again. Nothing about this process requires struggle or urgency. It requires only the patient, advanced preparation of gentle protective structures, and then a willingness to wait, undisturbed, for as long as necessary, however long that turns out to be. Let your own breathing settle, now the way a moss cell settles into its long, quiet dormancy, unhurried, unafraid, simply trusting that whatever support you need has already, quietly, been prepared in advance, ready to hold you gently through however much rest you require tonight. As we move onward through the sections still ahead, into the ancient, undisturbed canopies where the deepest, oldest moss blankets continue growing. Carry this quiet resilience with you, a small green cell capable of losing everything and returning patiently exactly as it was. Whenever the world finally offers what it has been waiting for, let yourself settle further now, deeper into whatever is holding you tonight. We have spent time with moss on stone, moss on the forest floor, moss in the quiet architecture of a single cushion. Tonight, let us lift our attention once more, this time not toward the ground, but upward, into the branches themselves, where the very oldest forests carry something that younger forests, however lovely, simply have not yet had time to grow. Picture for a moment the difference between a young forest and a truly old one. A young forest, even a healthy, thriving one, is often only a few decades old, its trees still relatively slender, its canopy still somewhat open, light still reaching the ground in generous patches between branches that have not yet had time to fully close the gaps above. An old growth forest is something else entirely. The kind of forest that has been left largely undisturbed for centuries. Its oldest trees having lived through the passing of generation after generation of everything else around them in such a forest. The canopy above becomes something layered and complex. In a way, a younger forest has simply not yet achieved. Tall, emergent trees rising above a full, dense middle layer, itself rising above smaller, shade-tolerant trees beneath. Gaps here and there where an ancient giant has fallen and opened a temporary window of light, closing again slowly over years as younger trees compete to fill it. It is within this complex, layered, centuries-old architecture that moss finds something it cannot find anywhere else. Not on the ground, not on a solitary young tree standing in an open field, but specifically here, in the branches of an old forest that has had enough time to become genuinely, structurally old. Consider what an individual branch offers moss as a place to grow. Bark itself changes considerably as a tree ages, becoming more deeply furrowed, more textured, developing tiny crevices and ridges capable of holding a bit of moisture and catching wind-blown debris in a way that smooth, young bark simply cannot. An old branch, high in the canopy of an ancient tree, having existed in roughly the same position for many decades, offers a moss spore landing upon it a genuinely stable surface, one that is not going anywhere, not shifting position relative to the light and moisture patterns around it, the way a young, rapidly growing branch might still be doing, but surface alone is not enough. What truly allows moss to flourish high in an old-growth canopy is the particular quality of the air surrounding those branches, an air that behaves quite differently in an old forest than it does almost anywhere else in a young, open forest. Wind moves relatively freely through the canopy, drying exposed surfaces quickly, keeping humidity relatively low and variable throughout the day. In a mature, structurally complex old-growth canopy, that same wind is broken apart, slowed, filtered through layer after layer of leaves and branches before it ever reaches the deeper, more sheltered portions of the canopy interior. This creates conditions ecologists sometimes describe as a stable canopy microclimate. Air that stays measurably more humid, more temperature buffered, and calmer than the open air only a short distance beyond the forest's edge. It is, in many ways, the same boundary layer principle we spent time with earlier in our night together, resting around a single cushion of moss, except here it operates at an entirely different scale, an entire forest's worth of leaves and branches working together to hold a gentler, damper pocket of air suspended throughout its own interior. This canopy scale stability takes a very long time to develop, and this is precisely why old-growth forests carry such extraordinarily thick moss blankets, while younger forests, even healthy ones, simply do not. A young forest's canopy has not yet closed fully. Its structure has not yet developed the layered complexity needed to slow and hold humid air in place the way an old forest's canopy does. Wind still moves through it too freely. Sunlight still reaches too directly and too variably, and the whole environment remains, from moss's particular point of view, simply too unstable and too dry for the thickest, most luxuriant growth to take hold, even once conditions do become favorable. Moss itself needs considerable time to actually establish a substantial presence, a fact worth resting with for a while tonight. A single spore landing successfully on a suitable branch does not become a thick, flowing curtain of moss overnight, or even within a single year, establishing the kind of deep, hanging moss growth often associated with the oldest, most atmospheric old-growth forests, the kind that seems to drape entire branches in soft green and gray, typically requires many decades of largely undisturbed, continuous growth. Each new generation of shoots building patiently upon the last, slowly thickening and extending across the branch's surface. This means that the presence of truly abundant, well-established canopy moss is not simply a sign that current conditions happen to be favorable. It is a sign that those favorable conditions have persisted, essentially unbroken, for a very long time indeed, long enough for moss to have had the opportunity to fully take advantage of them. This is part of why ecologists studying forest history have come to treat certain moss species and the sheer abundance of canopy, moss more broadly, as what are sometimes called ancient woodland indicators, quiet biological evidence suggesting that a particular patch of forest has remained continuously wooded without significant disturbance for a very long stretch of time, sometimes centuries. Certain moss species in particular seem to establish themselves only very slowly, requiring not just favorable humidity and temperature, but also, crucially, an unbroken span of time measured in decades or longer to build up any substantial presence at all. Finding these particular species thriving abundantly within a forest offers a kind of quiet testimony, a living record suggesting that this ground and the trees standing upon it have not been recently cleared, replanted, or significantly disturbed, but have instead been allowed to simply continue generation after generation for as long as anyone can readily trace. There is something worth sitting within this thought as you continue settling toward sleep. In a strange, wordless way, moss becomes a kind of historian here, not through any active intention of its own, but simply through the patient, unhurried pace at which it grows. It cannot rush to fill a recently disturbed forest with the same lush abundance found in a forest left undisturbed for centuries. It can only grow at the pace moss has always grown, and the thickness of what it eventually achieves becomes, almost by accident, a faithful record of how much uninterrupted time that particular patch of forest has actually been given. The moss draping these old branches does more than simply mark the passage of time, of course. It creates its own small world within the canopy, one worth pausing over before we move onward tonight. Thick canopy moss holds moisture that would otherwise simply run off a smooth branch and fall away entirely, creating small, suspended reservoirs high above the forest floor. Countless tiny invertebrates make their homes within these canopy moss mats. Entire miniature communities living their whole lives many stories above the ground, never touching soil at all, sustained instead by the particular, stable, moisture-rich world that only a genuinely old, structurally complex forest canopy can provide. Some researchers studying old-growth canopies have found forms of small invertebrate life within these high mossy mats that are rarely, if ever, found anywhere else in the same forest. Specialists perfectly suited to exactly this elevated, moss-cushioned world, and nowhere else, even the moss itself, in these ancient canopy settings, sometimes develops a noticeably different character than moss growing on the forest floor below. Often longer, more pendulous, hanging in soft, draping curtains, rather than growing in tight, upright cushions, an adaptation to branch surfaces, where growing outward and downward, rather than simply upward, makes better use of the particular light and moisture conditions found at that height, given enough undisturbed time. Something even more remarkable can develop within these thick canopy moss mats, worth resting with for a moment before we continue. As moss accumulates on a branch year after year, decade after decade, its lower layers slowly die back and compress, the way we discussed with cushion moss earlier. But here, high in the canopy, that slow accumulation of old moss mixed gradually with wind-blown debris, fallen leaf fragments, and fine particles of bark and dust can eventually build up into something that functions almost like true soil, suspended many stories above the actual forest floor. Researchers studying particularly old, wet, temperate forests in certain coastal ranges and misty mountain canopies around the world have found these arboreal soil mats growing thick enough that the host tree itself sometimes sends small exploratory roots directly out from its own bark up into this suspended soil, drawing moisture and nutrients from a reservoir. The tree itself helped moss quietly build across the span of centuries. It is a strange, lovely kind of reciprocity. The tree providing moss a stable place to grow across generations, and moss, in turn, eventually offering something back to the tree, a small hanging garden of its own making, entirely unplanned by either partner. This same dependence on undisturbed time and stable canopy conditions also explains something ecologists have observed quite clearly when studying forest edges. The boundary where an old growth stand meets a clearing, a road, or newer, younger forest nearby, even along the very edge of an ancient forest. Moss abundance in the canopy often drops away surprisingly quickly, thinning noticeably within just the first several dozen yards from that boundary, before reaching the deep, luxuriant thickness found further into the forest's protected interior. The difference, sometimes visible almost at a glance to anyone who knows to look for it. A hazier green, thinning steadily as the forest edge draws nearer, thickening back into a soft, unbroken curtain only once you have walked well past it. This happens because the sheltering effect of a mature canopy, that slowed, humid, boundary layer air we spent time with earlier, itself depends on being surrounded by more forest in every direction. An edge exposes the canopy to drier, more variable air intruding from outside, disrupting the same stable microclimate that took so many decades to establish in the first place. This is part of why simply preserving a narrow strip of old trees is rarely enough to preserve the particular canopy. Moss communities associated with genuinely old forest, the moss depends not only on the age of the trees themselves, but on being deeply enough embedded within a large enough stretch of similarly old, undisturbed forest that the sheltering microclimate can hold steady throughout. Walking beneath such a canopy, looking upward through soft, filtered light toward branches, draped thickly in hanging green and silver gray, is for many people one of the most memorable and quietly moving experiences an old-growth forest has to offer. A visible, textured reminder of just how much patient, undisturbed time has passed to make such abundance possible. Let yourself imagine, for a moment, resting beneath such a canopy right now. Soft, draped moss suspended gently above you. The product of decades upon decades of continuous, undisturbed, patient growth. There is nothing rushed about what you are picturing. Everything about it required time, simply time, allowed to pass without significant interruption. Layer settling gently upon layer until something soft and abundant and quietly ancient had fully taken shape. As we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the miniature forests found within a single patch of moss, and the quiet partnerships moss shares with the fungal life growing beside it. Carry this image of the old canopy with you, a soft green record of uninterrupted time, hanging gently overhead, asking nothing more of the world than to simply be left, patiently undisturbed. Let yourself settle once more, softer now, into whatever is holding you tonight. We have spent our night so far looking at moss from the outside, its shape, its history, its patient chemistry. Tonight, let us shrink our attention down, smaller and smaller, until an ordinary patch of moss on the forest floor stops, looking like a single soft surface at all, and starts looking instead like something closer to an entire landscape, complete with its own valleys, its own climate, its own quiet, complicated community of resident picture yourself reduced for the space of this section to a size small enough that a single moss shoot towers above you the way a tree might tower over a person walking beneath it. At this scale, the ordinary patch of moss you might otherwise overlook entirely becomes something vast and richly structured. Individual stems rise around you like slender trunks, densely packed, some reaching higher toward the light, others shorter, tucked into the shelter of their taller neighbors. Leaves branch outward at every level, creating countless small platforms, overhangs, and hiding places. Between the stems, tiny channels and hollows form a network of passages, some running along the surface, others dipping down into cooler, darker spaces near the base, where the oldest, most compressed growth we discussed in an earlier hour continues its slow work of holding the whole structure together. This is why ecologists and naturalists alike have long reached for the same gentle comparison when describing a single patch of moss. They call it a miniature forest, and the comparison holds up remarkably well the more closely you look, just as a true forest has its own canopy, understory, and forest floor, each with distinct conditions of light, temperature, and moisture. A single moss cushion has its own vertical layering too, compressed down into a space you could once have covered with the palm of your hand, yet no less real for its smallness. Consider the conditions at the very top of this miniature landscape, where the newest, brightest shoots reach toward open air. Here, temperatures shift most quickly with the passing of a cloud or the arrival of direct sun. Moisture evaporates most readily into the surrounding air, and whatever light exists falls most directly and most abundantly. This is the moss's own canopy layer, exposed, variable, favoring whatever small life can tolerate rapid swings in temperature and humidity across the course of a single day. Descend only a short distance further into the cushion's interior, and the character of this small world changes entirely. Here, shaded by everything growing above, temperatures stay far steadier, moisture lingers far longer, and light arrives only as a dim, filtered green. much the way sunlight filters down through a true forest's layered canopy before reaching whatever grows in shadow beneath it. This is the moss's own understory, a cooler, damper, more stable world, favoring an entirely different set of small residents than the more exposed layer above it, at the very base of the cushion, where old, compressed growth meets the surface it grows upon. Conditions shift once more toward near constant dampness and near constant shade, a world that barely notices whether the day outside is warm or cool, sunny or overcast. This deepest layer functions as the moss's own forest floor, sheltered almost entirely from the variability found only a short distance above, offering a stable, unchanging refuge to whatever small life has learned to make its home there. It is worth pausing to notice something remarkable in this layered structure, something that took an entire true forest, with its towering trees and centuries of growth, to achieve at a much larger scale, and that a single patch of moss achieves within the space of only a few careful inches. Both are, at their core, solving the same basic problem: how to create a range of different conditions within a single, continuous space, so that many different kinds of life, each suited to a slightly different set of circumstances, can find exactly the particular niche that suits them best, all within touching distance of one another. Even the surface of a single moss cushion, seen up close, reveals its own gentle topography, worth noticing before we move further inward. Some shoots rise a little taller than their neighbors, catching slightly more sun and drying slightly faster after rain. Others settle into small natural hollows between denser clusters of growth, staying shaded and damp longer than the surrounding surface. Tiny low-lying basins where moisture collects and lingers the way it might collect in a true valley after a storm. This uneven surface, rarely noticed by anyone passing by at ordinary size, creates yet another layer of variation within the moss's already layered world, a landscape of miniature high ground and miniature lowland existing side by side within the same small handful of green. This layered variety of conditions supports a genuinely surprising density and diversity of life, given how small the whole system actually is. Bacteria and fungi form the quiet foundation of this miniature world, breaking down the moss's own oldest, dying tissue at the base of the cushion, releasing nutrients back into the small, self-contained system, rather than losing them to a wider soil far below. Feeding upon these decomposers and upon the moss tissue itself are various tiny grazers, single-celled organisms drifting through whatever thin film of water clings to the moss's surface after rain, feeding on bacteria and fungal threads too small for the eye to resolve without considerable magnification. Slightly larger residents, various small worms and mites, move through the same damp spaces, some grazing directly on fungi and decaying plant material, others hunting the smaller grazers in turn. A whole quiet food web unfolding across a space that could comfortably fit within a closed hand. Consider for a moment just how complete a world this represents for many of its smallest residents. A great many of the tiniest creatures living within a single moss cushion will spend their entire lives, from birth to death, within that single small colony, never traveling more than a fraction of an inch beyond its edges across their whole existence. For such a creature, this modest patch of moss is not a small corner of a much larger world. It is, in every meaningful sense, the whole world, complete with its own weather, its own seasons of wet and dry, its own varied terrain of ridges and hollows, its own careful balance between those who decompose, those who graze, and those who hunt. There is something worth resting with in that thought tonight, something that stretches gently beyond moss itself, an entire functioning ecosystem, complete with producers, decomposers, grazers, and predators, existing at a scale so small that an ordinary passing footstep could destroy it entirely without the person responsible ever noticing anything at all. And yet these tiny worlds persist quietly, continuously, scattered by the thousands across a single forest floor, each one a self-contained pocket of life, largely indifferent to the vast, comparatively lumbering world of larger creatures moving somewhere above it. The moisture-holding qualities of moss that we spent time with earlier in our night together become especially important when you consider life at this particular scale. Many of the smallest residents of a moss cushion require a thin film of actual liquid water in order to move, feed, or reproduce at all. Much the way moss itself requires that same thin film of water for its own reproduction, which we spent time with as well. This means the daily and seasonal rhythm of wetting and drying that moss experiences becomes, for its smallest residents, something closer to the changing of true seasons, a period of abundant water, bringing a burst of active movement and feeding, followed by a period of drying that sends many of these tiny residents into their own protective dormancy, waiting quietly, much like the moss surrounding them, for moisture to return before resuming activity once again. This shared rhythm between moss and its smallest residents is worth sitting with for a moment, since it reveals something quietly elegant about how this whole miniature world holds together. The moss is not simply a passive shelter that happens to contain other life, the way an empty building might simply happen to house whoever moves into it. The moss's own patterns of wetting and drying, growing and resting, actively shape the rhythm of everything living within it, synchronizing an entire small community to the same slow, patient pulse. The moss itself has followed for longer than any of its tiniest residents could ever individually remember. There is a particular physical force worth resting with here, one that governs almost everything happening at this tiny scale far more powerfully than it ever could at our own. Water's surface tension, the faint, invisible pull that lets a water strider walk across the surface of a pond, or lets a droplet cling stubbornly to the underside of a leaf rather than falling away immediately, becomes a genuinely dominant force in the miniature world of a moss cushion. For the smallest residents living among moss's stems and leaves, A single droplet of water is not simply moisture to be absorbed. It can be an obstacle capable of trapping a creature entirely. Its surface acting almost like a taut, invisible skin strong enough to hold a small body firmly in place. Or just as easily, it can become a kind of highway, certain tiny creatures gliding smoothly along that same taut surface, using the water's tension to move across distances that would otherwise require far more effort to cross by any other means. At our own scale, we barely notice surface tension at all. A faint curve at the rim of a filled glass, and nothing more. At the scale of the smallest moss residents, it becomes one of the defining physical forces shaping how life within the cushion is able to move at all. The sheer density of life packed into this small space is worth pausing on as well, though it resists being captured in any single tidy description. A single small handful of ordinary forest moss, gathered carelessly and examined closely under magnification, typically reveals a genuinely startling abundance of separate, distinct forms of life, far more than could ever be counted individually by eye in any reasonable span of time, layered together within a volume smaller than a clenched fist. Researchers who study this scale of life often describe the experience of examining even a small moss sample for the first time as faintly disorienting. An apparently empty, quiet patch of green revealing itself under closer attention to be almost impossibly crowded, teeming with more separate lives than the observer had ever imagined could fit into so modest a space. This density is part of what makes the miniature forest comparison feel so apt. A true forest, walked through casually, can seem peaceful and sparsely populated until you learn to look more carefully at the soil, the bark, the leaf litter, and realize just how much quiet life has been surrounding you the entire time. A single patch of moss offers exactly the same quiet revelation, simply compressed into a smaller, more immediately touchable space. Let yourself imagine for a moment, resting within a world shaped so gently by rhythm rather than force, where activity rises naturally, when conditions are right, and rest arrives naturally when they are not, with nothing forced, nothing rushed, simply an entire small community moving together through the same unhurried cycle of wet and dry, active and dormant, again and again. For as long as the moss itself continues to grow, let your own breathing settle into a similar rhythm now, rising and easing gently, needing nothing more from you than the simple willingness to move at whatever pace tonight actually calls. For the way an entire hidden world of small lives moves quietly together within a single patch of moss, following a rhythm far older and far gentler than anything urgent or forced, as we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the quiet, tangled partnership between moss and its lichen neighbors, and the pale, overlooked cousins we call liverworts. Carry this miniature forest with you, an entire complete world, layered and structured, and full of quiet life, resting patiently within a space no larger than the palm of a single open hand. Let yourself settle further now, deeper into whatever is holding you tonight. Before we continue our slow journey through the forest floor, there is something worth pausing on, a gentle correction of sorts, though not an unkind one, scattered across the very same stones, the very same bark, the very same quiet corners of the forest, where moss has been resting all night in our attention. There lives another kind of life entirely, one so often mistaken for moss that even careful observers sometimes walk past it without ever realizing their error. This is lichen, and tonight we are going to meet it properly, on its own quiet terms. It is worth saying clearly, right at the start, something that might come as a small surprise. Lichen is not a plant at all. Nothing about it belongs to the same kingdom of life as moss. However similar the two might appear resting side by side on the same weathered stone, where moss is a single, complete organism, however simply built, lichen is something stranger, and in its own way, more remarkable still. It is a partnership. Two, and sometimes three, entirely separate organisms from entirely separate branches of life, woven together so completely that the result behaves, grows, and survives as though it were a single living thing. The foundation of this partnership is a fungus, and it is worth resting for a moment on what that means, since fungi themselves are neither plants nor animals, but their own separate kingdom of life entirely, more closely related in certain deep evolutionary respects to animals than to plants at all. A fungus on its own cannot produce its own food the way a green plant does. It has no chlorophyll, no capacity to draw energy directly from sunlight. Left entirely to itself, a fungus survives by absorbing nutrients from whatever organic material surrounds it, breaking down dead wood, fallen leaves, or other decaying matter. The quiet decomposers we touched upon earlier in our night together, but the fungus at the heart of a lichen has found a different path entirely, one that allows it to live somewhere. No ordinary fungus could survive for long on bare, exposed rock, on smooth bark, on surfaces offering no dead organic material to break down at all. It manages this by forming an intimate partnership with a photosynthetic partner, most often a particular kind of green algae, and in some lichens, a photosynthetic bacterium called cyanobacteria instead. The very same organisms we spent time with earlier when we discussed mosses own quiet nitrogen-fixing partnerships within the lichen's body. This photosynthetic partner, sometimes called the photobiont, does what the fungus alone cannot. It captures sunlight and produces sugars, actual food, through ordinary photosynthesis, and shares a portion of that food directly with the fungal partner surrounding it. In exchange, the fungus, sometimes called the mycobiont, provides something the small photosynthetic partner could rarely achieve alone. It builds physical structure, a protective outer layer shielding the delicate photosynthetic cells from drying wind and harsh, direct sunlight, and it anchors the whole partnership firmly onto whatever surface it has chosen to grow upon, whether bare stone, tree bark, or even, in certain unusual cases, bare soil itself. The fungus also plays a crucial role in gathering and retaining whatever water and minerals happen to be available, resources the photosynthetic partner needs, but has no independent means of collecting on its own. This arrangement, worth sitting with for a moment, is neither quite the same as parasitism, where one organism simply exploits another, nor quite the same as ordinary cooperation between separate, independently thriving creatures. It is something closer to a merger, two organisms combining so completely that the lichen resulting from their partnership can survive in places and take on forms that neither partner could ever manage entirely alone. Scrape away the fungal structure, and the tiny algal cells within would dry out and perish within moments on the same bare rock the lichen calls home. Remove the photosynthetic partner, and the fungus alone would starve, with no source of food anywhere on that same barren surface. Together, remarkably, both partners not only survive, but often thrive in conditions that would defeat either one working in isolation. This partnership produces a body unlike anything moss ever grows, and it is here that the two organisms become easiest to tell apart. Once you know precisely what to look for, lichens generally take one of three broad growth forms. Crustose lichens grow flush against their surface, thin and tightly bonded, often appearing almost painted directly onto bare rock, impossible to peel away without damaging the stone itself. Foliose lichens grow in flatter, leaf-like lobes, still attached to their surface, but with distinct edges that lift slightly away from it, giving the whole lichen a loose, papery texture quite different from moss's dense, upright growth. Fruticose lichens take the most dramatic form of the three, growing outward in small, branching, shrub-like structures, or hanging in soft, trailing strands from tree branches, sometimes resembling delicate, pale gray hair more than anything commonly thought of as a living organism at all. None of these forms rely on true leaves, true stems, or anything resembling mosses. Own careful architecture of rhizoids, and capillary spaces. We spent time with earlier in our night together. A lichen's body, called a thallus, is built instead from tightly interwoven fungal threads, with the photosynthetic partner cells scattered or layered throughout, a structure entirely its own, following none of the plant-based rules moss quietly obeys. Reproduction, too, sets lichen apart in a way worth understanding. A lichen cannot simply produce ordinary spores the way moss does, and expect those spores alone to grow into a new lichen elsewhere, since a fungal spore alone carries only half of the partnership and would need to encounter, by pure chance, exactly the right species of free-living algae in its new location in order to form a new lichen partnership from scratch. Some lichens do reproduce this way, releasing fungal spores into the wind and simply trusting to considerable luck that a compatible algal partner will be waiting somewhere nearby. But many lichens have found a more reliable alternative, producing small, specialized structures called sordia or acidia, tiny packets containing both fungal threads and a small cluster of the photosynthetic partner's cells bundled together, ready to break away and disperse as a single, complete unit carrying the whole partnership intact to wherever it happens to land, rather than gambling on a fortunate meeting between two separate organisms after the fact. Lichens are, in their own right, extraordinarily patient organisms, often growing at a pace even slower than the moss we have spent so much of tonight resting alongside. Certain crustose lichens growing on stable, undisturbed rock surfaces may add only the faintest sliver of new growth across an entire year, so slowly that scientists have developed a technique called lichenometry, using the measured size of a slow-growing lichen colony to estimate how long a particular rock surface has been exposed, whether a boulder deposited by a retreating glacier or a stone wall built by hands now long since gone. A lichen spreading steadily across such a surface becomes, in its own patient way, a kind of clock, ticking forward so slowly that a single human lifetime might witness only a small fraction of its total ongoing growth. This same slow patience allows lichen to colonize places where almost nothing else, including moss itself, can establish a foothold at all. Bare volcanic rock, freshly exposed by a retreating glacier, and exposed, wind-scoured surfaces at the highest, harshest elevations any plant could survive, often host lichen and almost nothing else. The fungal-algal partnership managing to extract just enough moisture and just enough nutrient from rock, dust, and rain to sustain itself, where true plants, moss included, still find conditions too severe. In this sense, lichen sometimes serves as an even earlier pioneer than moss upon truly bare, newly exposed surfaces. Its quiet chemical activity gradually weathering the stone beneath it, contributing its own small, patient effort toward the same slow process of soil formation. Moss continues after it. Part of what allows lichen to endure such harsh, exposed conditions is a quiet talent for chemistry, entirely its own, distinct from anything moss produces. Many lichens manufacture unique compounds, sometimes called lichen acids, found almost nowhere else in the natural world. Substances such as usnic acid, which help protect the fragile photosynthetic partner from the intense ultraviolet light, so common on exposed rock and high elevation surfaces, functioning almost like a built-in, slowly renewed sunscreen, woven directly into the lichen's own tissue. Other compounds produced by these fungal partners appear to discourage grazing by insects and other small herbivores. A chemical defense protecting a partnership that, unlike moss, often cannot afford to lose much tissue at all, given how slowly it grows back. These same compounds, discovered gradually by generations of careful observation long before modern chemistry could explain why they worked, have found their way into human use as well. Certain lichens historically gathered and processed for natural dyes, their pigments prized for colors difficult to achieve through other plant sources, and others studied more recently for mild antimicrobial properties, a quiet contribution to human medicine drawn from a partnership. Most people still walk past without a second glance. This same intimate chemistry also makes lichen remarkably sensitive to the surrounding air in a way distinct from moss's own sensitivity, which we spent time with earlier in our night together. Because a lichen has no protective outer skin comparable to the cuticle covering most true plants, and because its entire thallus absorbs whatever settles upon it directly through fungal tissue with no filtering barrier at all, lichen tends to be even more immediately affected by airborne pollutants than moss itself. Certain sensitive species disappearing entirely from areas with persistently poor air quality long before moss shows comparable stress. Researchers and naturalists have long used this sensitivity as a quiet, living measure of air quality across entire cities and regions, mapping which lichen species persist and which have vanished as a way of tracing gradually how the invisible quality of the air itself has shifted across decades of change. There is one further quiet role lichen plays worth resting with before we move on. One that connects this slow, patient partnership to considerably larger and more familiar creatures across vast stretches of northern tundra, where trees struggle to grow at all, and true plant life remains sparse throughout the harsh winter months. Certain fruticose lichens, sometimes gathered under the common name reindeer lichen, become an essential food source for reindeer and caribou, sustaining these large herds through months when almost nothing else edible remains available beneath the snow. An entire migratory way of life, followed by herds and by the human communities who have long depended upon them in turn, rests quietly upon the patient, slow-growing abundance of a fungus and an alga that learned long ago to share what neither could manage alone. There is something worth carrying with you into sleep tonight from this quiet partnership, resting alongside moss on the very same stones and branches we have spent our whole night exploring. Two entirely separate forms of life. A fungus incapable of feeding itself, and an alga or bacterium incapable of protecting itself, found one another some point deep in evolutionary history and discovered that together, bound closely enough, they could manage what neither could ever achieve alone. Neither partner disappeared into the other entirely. Both remain in their own right, separate and distinct, and yet the whole they have created together has proven resilient enough to spread across nearly every terrestrial surface on Earth, from tropical branches to bare Arctic stone, simply by continuing patiently to share what each partner alone could never provide. Let that thought settle over you gently now, the way lichen settles over an old, weathered stone, patiently, without urgency. Two very different things finding in each other exactly what neither could manage alone. As we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the pale, overlooked liverworts resting nearby, and the slow unfurling of fern fronds elsewhere across the forest floor, carry this quiet partnership with you. Two separate lives, woven together so completely that they have become, for all practical purposes, one patient, resilient whole. Let yourself settle once more, a little deeper now, into whatever is holding you tonight. We spent our last hour together with lichen, a partnership entirely separate from moss. However often the two are mistaken for one another on the same quiet stone, tonight we return to moss's own family, to a relative genuinely related to moss by ancient, shared ancestry, the one so frequently overlooked that most people who have walked past it in their lives never learned its name at all. This is the liverwort, moss's own quiet cousin, resting nearby in the same damp corners of the forest. And yet, once you learn to recognize it, unmistakably its own distinct kind of life, you will remember from earlier in our night together that moss belongs to a broader group of plants called bryophytes, a group that also includes liverworts and hornworts, all sharing that same ancient strategy of living without true roots, without vascular tissue, without flowers or seeds. Liverworts are, in this sense, true relatives of moss, not a separate kingdom, the way lichen's fungal partnership is, but a genuinely related lineage, tracing back to that same distant crossing from water onto land we spent time with earlier tonight. And yet, despite this shared ancestry, liverworts have taken their own quiet, distinct path, developing a body plan and a set of habits different enough from moss that once you know what to look for, the two become easy to tell apart. Picture first one of the simpler and more ancient-looking forms a liverwort can take, sometimes called a thallus liverwort, rather than growing upright with distinct stems and leaves the way moss does. A thallus liverwort grows as a flat, ribbon-like body, lobed and branching, pressed closely against the damp soil or stone it grows upon, resembling, at a passing glance, something closer to a small, textured, deep green ribbon than to any ordinary leafy plant. This flattened form is often deeply grooved or lobed along its length, sometimes glossy, sometimes matte, and it carries no true leaves at all, no true stem. Its entire body instead built as this single continuous, flattened structure, absorbing water and light directly across its whole surface, not unlike the whole body absorption we spent time with when discussing moss's own lack of roots, though achieved here through an entirely different physical shape. Other liverworts take a form considerably easier to mistake for moss at first glance, called leafy liverworts, growing upright or trailing with small leaf-like structures arranged along a slender stem. But even here, careful attention reveals real differences. A moss leaf is typically arranged in a spiral pattern around its stem, often only a single cell thick, as we discussed earlier tonight. A leafy liverwort's leaves, by contrast, are frequently arranged in two neat, opposite rows along the stem, sometimes with a third, smaller row of leaves tucked along the underside, an arrangement moss essentially never follows. Many leafy liverwort leaves are also lobed, divided into two or more distinct rounded sections, giving the leaf a soft, scalloped appearance, quite unlike the simple, unbroken outline of most moss leaves. There is a more hidden distinction worth resting with as well, one that requires looking closely, ideally with real magnification, but which reveals something genuinely unique to liverworts among all of the bryophytes. Within many liverwort cells rest small, distinctive structures called oil bodies, membrane-bound droplets containing a complex mixture of aromatic compounds found nowhere else in the plant kingdom in quite the same form. These oil bodies vary considerably in size, shape, and number between different liverwort species, so distinctively that botanists studying liverworts closely can often identify a particular species simply by examining the oil bodies within its cells under a microscope. The way a person might be identified by a fingerprint invisible to the unassisted eye, no true moss produces anything comparable. This single microscopic feature, tucked quietly inside individual cells, represents one of the clearest and most reliable ways botanists distinguish liverworts from moss, even when the two look confusingly similar from the outside. Even the humble rhizoid, that anchoring structure we spent time with early in our night together, differs quietly between the two relatives in a way worth noticing. A moss rhizoid, you will recall, is a fine, thread-like structure built from multiple cells joined end to end, branching gently as it reaches down into whatever surface the moss has settled upon. A liverwort rhizoid, by contrast, is built from only a single elongated cell, unbranched and simpler in construction, achieving the same basic anchoring function through a considerably less elaborate design. It is a small difference, easy to overlook entirely, and yet it reflects something worth sitting with, that even in the most basic anchoring structure, both relatives depend upon. Evolution found two separate, independently adequate answers to the same simple question, rather than a single universal solution shared identically across the whole bryophyte family. This simplicity has led many botanists studying the deep relationships among bryophytes to suspect that liverworts may represent the earliest branching lineage among the three groups, diverging from the rest of land plant evolution before mosses and hornworts transition we touched upon briefly in an earlier hour together tonight. If this arrangement holds true, and the genetic evidence supporting it continues to accumulate carefully, generation of researchers by generation of researchers, then liverworts carry within their simple, flattened bodies an echo of land plant life at its very earliest and most minimal, closer perhaps than moss itself to whatever first tentative form of plant life originally made that ancient crossing from water onto bare rock. It is worth pausing too on hornworts, the third and quietest member of this same ancient bryophyte family, rarely noticed even by those who have already learned to recognize moss and liverwort alike. Hornworts take their name from the slender, tapering, horn-like sporophyte each one raises above its flattened, liverwort-like body. A single unbranched spike rising directly upward, quite unlike moss's short stalk and rounded capsule, or a liverwort's varied capsule forms. Hornworts also carry a further quiet distinction, unique among all land plants entirely. A single large chloroplast filling most of each cell, rather than the many smaller chloroplasts scattered through the cells of moss, liverwort, or any other plant. Hornworts remain, even among bryophytes themselves, the least commonly noticed of the three, tucked into damp soil and stream banks, easily missed even by someone actively searching for moss and liverwort alike. Liverwort reproduction follows the same broad pattern we spent time with earlier when discussing moss. A gametophyte generation producing sex cells that must travel through water, followed by a sporophyte generation producing spores that travel through open air. But liverworts have developed their own particular variations worth knowing, rather than moss's careful peristome teeth, patiently opening and closing with shifts in humidity to release spores gradually. Many liverwort spore capsules instead contain specialized cells called elaters, slender, twisted structures that respond to changing moisture by suddenly untwisting and flicking, almost like a tiny spring releasing all at once, scattering spores outward in a single, quick burst slower, more measured release, where moss patiently waits and doles out its spores gradually across favorable conditions. Many liverworts instead gather their whole reproductive effort into one sudden, energetic scattering. A difference in strategy as much as in structure. Some liverworts have also developed a particularly charming method of reproducing without needing fertilization at all, worth pausing on before we continue. Certain thallose liverworts, most famously a common liverwort called marchantia, grow small, cup-shaped structures directly upon the surface of their flattened body, called gemmy cups, each one holding a cluster of tiny, disc-shaped fragments called gemmy. These gemmies sit within their small cup, waiting until a raindrop strikes the cup with enough force to splash them out and away from the parent plant entirely, landing somewhere nearby, ready to grow directly into an entirely new liverwort, genetically identical to its parent, without requiring any of the more elaborate reproductive process moss and liverworts alike depend upon for their spore-based generations. It is a small, elegant shortcut, worth imagining for a moment. Tiny cups scattered across a liverwort's surface, patiently holding their cargo until exactly the right raindrop arrives to send it on its way. Marchantia offers one further, genuinely striking sight worth picturing before we move on. One that sets it apart from almost anything moss ever produces when marchantia is ready to reproduce sexually, rather than simply cloning itself through gemmy. It raises small, delicate, umbrella-shaped structures on slender stalks above its flattened body. One form resembling a many-rayed miniature parasol, holding archegonia beneath it. Another, slightly different in shape, holding antheridia instead, seen up close. A patch of marchantia in this reproductive stage looks almost like an impossibly small forest of tiny umbrellas, rising just above the flattened green ribbon below, quietly performing the same water-dependent fertilization moss itself relies upon, but through a form entirely its own. There is a small piece of human history worth resting with here as well, since it explains, in a rather charming way, exactly where the name liverwort came from in the first place, long before modern botany existed. Healers working from an old system of belief called the doctrine of signatures held that a plant's appearance often revealed, through some deeper natural design, the particular ailment it was meant to treat. The flattened, lobed shape of certain thallus liverworts was thought to resemble the lobed shape of a human liver. And so these small plants came to be called liverworts, and were, for centuries, gathered and prepared as a treatment for liver ailments, specifically because of this imagined resemblance. Modern medicine has, of course, found no genuine basis for this particular belief, but the name has persisted regardless. A quiet, accidental fossil of old folk medicine embedded permanently into the ordinary vocabulary of botany. Liverworts tend to favor even damper, shadier conditions than moss typically requires. Worth noting as a final quiet distinction before we rest with this thought tonight. Many thallus liverworts in particular are most often found clinging to consistently wet stream banks, damp cave entrances, or the perpetually shaded, moisture-laden soil found beneath dense forest canopy. Conditions even more reliably saturated than the ordinary forest floor moss itself favors. This preference reflects, in its own way, an ancient vulnerability. Liverworts generally tolerating drying far less gracefully than the more robust desiccation tolerance. We spent an entire hour resting with when we discussed moss's own remarkable capacity to dry without dying, where moss has, across its long evolutionary history, refined an impressive tolerance for repeated wetting and drying. Many liverworts have instead simply continued favoring habitats where that particular challenge rarely arises at all. A different solution entirely to the same ancient problem every early land plant once faced. There is something quietly worth carrying with you into sleep tonight from this overlooked cousin resting alongside moss in the same damp, shaded corners of the forest. A liverwort asks for even less attention than moss itself. Tucked into the dampest, shadiest folds of the forest floor, easily mistaken, easily overlooked, and yet carrying within its own small, flattened body, or its own small, lobed leaves, an entire separate history, nearly as old as moss's own, quietly persisting alongside its more commonly recognized relative for just as many hundreds of millions of years. Let that patience settle over you now, the way a liverwort settles into the dampest, most sheltered fold of the forest floor, asking for very little content, simply to persist quietly, unnoticed, exactly where it has always been as we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the slow unfurling of fern fronds and the quiet fungal web threading invisibly beneath the whole forest floor. Carry this overlooked cousin with you, a patient, ancient relative, resting quietly nearby, deserving, if only for tonight, a little more of your attention than it usually receives. Let yourself settle further now, deeper into whatever is holding you tonight. We have spent a great deal of our night together with moss and its quiet bryophyte relatives, plants that chose long ago to remain small, rootless, and close to the ground. Tonight, we are going to rest our attention on a different neighbor entirely, one that made a rather different evolutionary choice, and yet grows, often, in the very same shaded, damp corners of the forest understory, where moss has been resting all night in our attention, the fern. Picture first the particular moment ferns are perhaps best loved for, the tightly coiled, spiraled tip of a young fern frond just beginning to emerge from the soil, commonly called a fiddlehead, or sometimes a crozier, for its gentle resemblance to the curled head of a violin, or the hooked top of a shepherd's staff. This tightly wound coil is not simply a young leaf that has not yet had time to open. It represents a particular, deliberate strategy for growth called cercinate vernation, and it is worth resting closely with how this actually works, since it differs entirely from anything moss itself ever attempts. In most plants, a young leaf grows folded or rolled in some simple way, and then gradually flattens outward as it matures. A fern frond does something occurs unevenly across the two sides of the developing leaf. The underside of the coiled fiddlehead growing very slightly faster than the upper side throughout its early development. This uneven growth is precisely what causes the whole young frond to curl tightly inward on itself, tip tucked protectively at the very center of the coil, rather like a fist held gently closed rather than an open, extended hand as the frond continues to develop. That growth differential gradually evens out, the underside slowing and the upper side catching up. And as it does, the whole coiled structure slowly, steadily unfurls, the tip emerging last from the center of the spiral, uncurling outward in a slow, continuous motion that can take many days to complete from first emergence to fully open frond. There is a genuinely practical purpose behind this elegant unfurling, worth sitting with for a moment. The most delicate, most vulnerable part of any growing frond is its very tip. The actively dividing cells responsible for all of the leaves, continued growth, and eventual shape by keeping that tender growing tip curled safely at the center of a tight coil, protected on every side by the tissue that will eventually become the rest of the frond. A fern shields its most vulnerable growing point from mechanical damage as it pushes upward through soil, leaf litter, and the crowded, often abrasive debris of the forest floor. An uncurled, fully flattened young leaf attempting that same upward journey would risk tearing or crushing its delicate tip long before ever reaching open air. The tightly wombed fiddlehead, by contrast, presents a smooth, rounded, resilient surface to whatever obstacles lie in its path, uncurling into its full, delicate, leafy shape only once it has safely reached the open air above. This slow, patient unfurling offers a particular kind of beauty worth resting your attention on tonight, precisely because it happens so gradually that most people never actually witness it in motion. Only its result, a fully opened frond, or its beginning, a tightly closed fiddlehead, with the slow transformation between the two taking place quietly over the course of many patient days, largely unwatched. Once fully unfurled, a fern frond reveals a structure worth pausing on, considerably more intricate than the simple, unbroken moss leaves we spent time with earlier tonight. Most fern fronds are compound, meaning the single leaf is divided into many smaller leaflets, called pinnae, arranged in pairs along a central stalk. And in many fern species, each of those pinnae is further divided again into still smaller leaflets called pinnules, creating a delicate, lacy, deeply textured pattern that can seem, from a short distance, almost like an intricate green feather laid gently across the forest floor. This repeated division serves a quiet, practical purpose as well as an aesthetic one, spreading the frond's total light-catching surface across many smaller, more flexible segments rather than one large, rigid blade, allowing the whole frond to flex gently in passing wind or falling rain without tearing. Each small pinnule bending independently rather than placing the whole strain of the storm upon a single unbroken surface. Ferns themselves take a considerably wider range of forms across the world than the low, shaded understory plants we have been picturing tonight, worth resting with briefly before we continue. In certain warm, humid regions, ferns grow not as modest understory plants at all, but as genuine trees, called tree ferns, their fronds unfurling from the crown of a tall, slender trunk built not from true wood, but from a dense mass of old, fibrous root tissue, reaching heights that can tower well above a person standing beneath them. Other ferns have taken to life entirely in water, floating freely across still ponds or rooting gently in shallow mud at a pond's edge, their fronds spreading flat across the water's surface rather than reaching upward into open air. Still others have become epiphytes, growing not in soil at all, but perched directly upon the branches of larger trees, gathering whatever moisture and debris collects in the crook of a branch. Not entirely unlike the canopy mosses we spent time within an earlier hour together tonight, though achieved through an entirely different, more elaborate vascular body. This same basic fern strategy, true roots, true vascular tissue, same patient, spiraled unfurling, has proven flexible enough to succeed in nearly every one of these strikingly different settings. Ferns themselves represent something genuinely different from the mosses and liverworts we have spent so much of tonight resting alongside, worth understanding clearly as we continue. Unlike moss, a fern possesses true vascular tissue, the internal system of specialized conducting cells, xylem carrying water upward from true roots, phloem carrying sugars produced by photosynthesis back down to wherever they are needed. An entire internal plumbing system. Moss simply never developed. This vascular tissue allows a fern to grow considerably larger than any moss ever could. Some fern species reaching well above human height, their fronds supported by an internal structural system strong enough to hold that height upright against gravity, wind, and the accumulated weight of the fronds themselves. All challenges moss solved instead by simply staying low and small. Ferns also possess true roots, structures fundamentally different from the simple rhizoids we spent time with early in our night together, where a moss rhizoid serves only to anchor the plant in place. A fern's root actively draws water and dissolved minerals up from the soil, feeding that internal vascular network we just discussed. A considerably more elaborate solution to gathering resources than mosses own whole surface absorption. This also allows ferns to form the same kind of quiet, mutually beneficial partnership with soil fungi that many flowering plants and trees depend upon. A relationship called mycorrhizae, in which fungal threads extend the effective reach of a fern's own root system deep into the surrounding soil, trading sugars produced by the fern's photosynthesis for water and minerals. The fungal network gathers across a far wider area than the fern's roots alone could ever reach. Moss, lacking true roots entirely, never developed this particular kind of underground partnership, relying instead on the surface level, atmosphere-facing strategies. We spent an entire hour with earlier tonight, and yet, for all these differences, ferns share something surprisingly familiar with moss when it comes to reproduction. Worth pausing on, since the contrast proves genuinely illuminating. Like moss, ferns reproduce through spores rather than seeds. And like moss, a fern's life cycle alternates between two distinct generations: a spore-producing generation and a generation that produces sex cells requiring water in order to achieve fertilization, but where moss's leafy, familiar green body represents the gametophyte generation, with the spore-producing sporophyte remaining small, dependent, and only ever attached briefly to its parent. A fern's relationship between these two generations runs almost entirely the other way around. The tall, familiar, leafy fern you might picture rising from the forest floor, fronds unfurling from fiddleheads exactly as we discussed tonight, is itself the sporophyte generation, the dominant, independent, long-lived form of the plant. The fern's gametophyte, by contrast, is a tiny, easily overlooked, heart-shaped structure, rarely larger than a fingernail growing flat against damp soil, producing the same swimming sperm and stationary egg cells moss's own gametophyte produces, requiring that same thin film of water for fertilization to succeed before the resulting fertilized egg grows into the tall, familiar sporophyte fern we recognize so easily. This reversal is worth resting with for a moment, since it reveals something quietly elegant about how differently two related evolutionary strategies unfolded from what was likely a similar ancient starting point. Moss chose to keep its gametophyte dominant, staying small and simple throughout its visible life. Ferns and the whole broader lineage of vascular plants that eventually followed them chose instead to make the sporophyte generation dominant, building an increasingly elaborate, increasingly large body around that spore-producing stage, while allowing the gametophyte to shrink down into something small, brief, and easily missed entirely. Every towering tree in the forest above tonight follows this same fern-like pattern in its own more elaborate way. Its visible form built entirely around the sporophyte generation, its gametophyte reduced further still, hidden away within the plant's own reproductive structures, rather than living independently on damp soil, the way a fern's gametophyte still does. If you were to look beneath a mature fern frond, you would likely find small, often reddish-brown clusters scattered across its underside, called sari, each one a tight grouping of spore-producing capsules, protected beneath a thin covering, until the spores within have fully matured, released into the air, much like moss spores before them. These fern spores drift on the wind until, fortunate enough to land somewhere sufficiently damp and shaded, they germinate into that tiny, heart-shaped gametophyte we just discussed, beginning the whole quiet cycle again. Ferns carry within their broader lineage an extraordinarily long and storied history, worth resting with briefly before we move onward tonight. Ferns and their close relatives were among the dominant forms of plant life across the ancient world long before flowering plants, or even most trees as we now recognize them, had yet evolved, forming vast, humid forests during a distant era, sometimes called the Age of Ferns, the compressed remains of countless such ancient fern forests, along with other early plant life from that same distant period, gradually became, across almost unimaginable stretches of time and pressure, the very coal deposits that later powered much of human industry, an ancient forest's worth of quiet, patient photosynthesis, locked away and transformed by time into something entirely different from what it once was. Let yourself imagine, for a moment, resting here in this forest tonight, surrounded by fern fronds that trace their lineage back through hundreds of millions of years, each one still faithfully performing that same slow, spiral unfurling their most distant ancestors once performed as well, still relying on that same thin film of water for fertilization, still scattering spores upon the wind exactly as they always have. Nothing about this ancient, patient rhythm has needed to change very much across all that time. The fern finding, much like moss in its own different way, a strategy so quietly effective required no significant revision across an almost unimaginable span of time as we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight into the quiet fungal web, threading invisibly beneath this same forest floor, and the slow work of decomposition unfolding all around us carry this image of the unfurling fiddlehead with you, a tightly curled, patient beginning, protecting its most delicate part until conditions are finally right, slowly, gently opening outward in its own unhurried time. Let yourself settle once more, deeper still, into whatever is holding you tonight. We have spent our whole night resting our attention on what grows above the soil: moss, lichen, liverwort, fern. Tonight, let us rest our attention instead on something hidden entirely from view, threading invisibly through the ground beneath everything we have discussed so far. A vast, quiet network of fungal life, connecting far more of this forest together than most people ever realize. You will remember from our hour with lichen that fungi form partnerships with photosynthetic organisms, joining with algae or cyanobacteria to create a single, resilient, patient organism capable of surviving on bare rock or exposed bark. Tonight, we are going to meet a different fungal partnership entirely. One occurring not on the surface at all, but hidden underground, connecting not algae to fungus, but the roots of the forest's own trees to a webwork of fungal threads spreading through the soil in every direction. Picture first the basic building block of this underground world: a single fungal thread called a hypha, impossibly thin, growing steadily outward through soil, decaying wood, or fallen leaf litter, branching repeatedly as it goes. A single hypha alone is almost nothing, invisible without real magnification. But countless hyphae, growing and branching together, form something called mycelium, a dense, tangled network that can, in certain undisturbed forests, spread continuously through the soil across a truly vast area, far larger than any single tree, any single patch of moss, any single visible living thing resting above it. Much of this mycelial network performs the same quiet decomposing work mosses, own bacterial and fungal partners perform at a much smaller scale within a single cushion. Work we touched upon when we spent time with the forest floor's living carpet earlier tonight. Fungal hyphae secrete powerful enzymes directly into whatever dead material surrounds them. Fallen leaves, collapsed branches, the slowly rotting heart of an old nurse log, breaking down tough structural compounds like lignin and cellulose that almost nothing else in the forest can digest at all. The fungus then absorbs the simpler nutrients released by this breakdown directly through its own thin hyphal walls, feeding itself while simultaneously returning nutrients back into the wider forest soil, available once again to whatever living roots happen to be reaching through that same patch of ground. But decomposition is only part of this underground story, and it is the other part, worth resting with closely tonight, that reveals something genuinely remarkable about how a forest actually holds itself together. A great many forest fungi form a different kind of relationship entirely with living tree roots, called a mycorrhizal partnership, a name drawn from old words simply meaning fungus root. In this arrangement, fungal hyphae grow directly into or around a tree's finest root tips, in effect vastly extending the tree's own reach into the surrounding soil. A tree root alone, however extensive, can only draw water and minerals from the soil immediately surrounding it. The same root, partnered with a mycorrhizal fungus, gains access to an entire additional network of impossibly fine hyphae, reaching far beyond where the root itself could ever grow, drawing water and scarce minerals like phosphorus from soil the tree's own roots would otherwise never touch at all. In exchange for this vastly extended reach, the tree shares something the fungus cannot produce on its own: sugars created through ordinary photosynthesis in the tree's leaves high above, transported down through the tree's own vascular tissue and delivered directly to the fungal partner waiting at the root tip. It is, in its underground way, remarkably similar to the part partnership we spent time with when discussing lichen. A photosynthetic partner providing food, a fungal partner providing structure and reach, except here the photosynthetic partner is not a simple alga clinging to bare rock, but an entire towering tree. And the fungal partner does its work not on exposed bark, but hidden entirely within the dark, damp soil below. This underground partnership actually takes two quite different physical forms, worth distinguishing gently before we continue. Certain fungi, often partnering with familiar forest trees like oak, pine, or birch, form what is called an ectomycorrhizal relationship, wrapping their hyphae in a dense sheath entirely around the outside of the tree's finest root tips, weaving further hyphal threads between the outermost cells of the root itself, without ever actually penetrating inside those cells. Other fungi, partnering instead with the great majority of the world's other plant species, form what is called an arbuscular mycorrhizal relationship, growing directly through the root's outer cell walls and branching, once inside, into tiny, exquisitely delicate, tree-like structures within the root cells themselves, structures that give this partnership its name, since arbuscule simply means little tree. Both arrangements achieve the same basic exchange, fungal reach and mineral gathering, traded for a tree's surplus sugar. But the physical intimacy of the partnership differs meaningfully between the two. One wrapping gently around the outside of its partner, the other reaching directly inside it. This partnership, worth sitting with for a moment, turns out to connect far more of the forest together than a single tree and a single fungal partner. A single mycelial network frequently extends between the roots of many different trees at once. Sometimes trees of entirely different species, growing some distance apart from one another, all connected through the same underground fungal web. Researchers studying these networks sometimes informally described using a phrase that has become rather well known in recent years: the wood wide web, have found evidence that resources can move through these shared fungal connections between trees. A larger, more established tree with surplus sugar, potentially sharing some small amount of that surplus through the fungal network connecting them, with a smaller, more shaded neighbor struggling to produce enough of its own. Whether this sharing is best understood as active cooperation or simply an incidental consequence of resources naturally flowing from areas of surplus to areas of scarcity through a shared physical network, remains a subject of careful, ongoing scientific study and honest disagreement among researchers. Some researchers studying these connections have also found evidence that more than sugar and minerals may pass between trees through a shared fungal network. Certain chemical signals associated with insect attack or other environmental stress appearing to move from an affected tree toward its neighbors through these same underground connections, though the extent and significance of this kind of signaling remains an active and carefully debated area of ongoing forest research. What is clear, regardless of how we interpret the deeper meaning of any of it, is that many of the forest's individual trees are, quite literally, physically connected to one another underground, far more so than anyone walking through the forest above would ever guess simply by looking at separate trunks standing some distance apart. It is worth pausing here to note something particular about moss's own relationship to this vast underground web. Since it differs from the fern and tree partnerships we have just spent time with, mosses lacking true roots entirely, as we discussed at length earlier tonight, generally do not form the same kind of mycorrhizal partnership that ferns, flowering plants, and trees rely upon so heavily. A moss's whole surface strategy for gathering water and nutrients, resting directly on rain, dust, and whatever passes across its own leaves, largely bypasses the need for this particular kind of underground fungal assistance. Some liverworts, interestingly, have been found to host a different, more ancient kind of fungal partnership within their own tissue, one that some researchers believe may represent an early evolutionary preview of the mycorrhizal relationships that would later become become so essential to ferns and flowering plants, but ordinary moss itself largely remains outside this particular underground economy, continuing instead to rely on the surface-facing strategies we have spent so much of tonight resting alongside. This does not mean moss is entirely disconnected from the fungal life surrounding it, however, and it is worth closing this quiet loop before we continue onward tonight. The same decomposing fungi breaking down fallen leaves and old wood throughout the forest floor are very often working in the same soil directly beneath the moss carpet, releasing nutrients that moss itself may eventually absorb once they dissolve into rainwater passing across the moss's own surface, or once they become available as fine dust settling gently onto the moss from below. Moss and the mycelial network beneath it exist, in this sense, as neighbors sharing the same patch of ground, each pursuing its own separate strategy, each occasionally benefiting indirectly from the other's quiet, patient work, without ever forming the same direct root-to-hypha partnership that connects a fern or a towering tree so intimately to the fungal web below it. There is something worth resting within the sheer scale some of these fungal networks can reach, worth imagining for a moment before we move toward rest tonight. Insert undisturbed forests. Researchers investigating the genetic identity of mycelium spreading through the soil have discovered single fungal individuals, meaning a single continuous, genetically identical mycelial network extending across an area of forest floor considerably larger than most people would ever imagine a single living organism could occupy. In some documented cases, stretching across a span of forest floor measured in miles rather than mere yards, making certain of these fungal networks by at least one reasonable definition among the largest individual living organisms known anywhere on Earth, hidden entirely from view, revealing themselves above ground only occasionally in the small, temporary mushrooms that rise briefly from the soil to release spores before disappearing again, leaving the vast, patient network from which they grew entirely undisturbed and unseen below. It is worth pausing on those mushrooms themselves for a moment, since they represent, in their own way, a fungal echo of the spore release mechanisms we spent time with earlier tonight when discussing moss, and again when discussing the sori tucked beneath a fern frond. A mushroom is not the fungus itself, in the way most people imagine, but rather a temporary, specialized fruiting structure built quickly from densely packed hyphae and pushed upward above the soil for the sole purpose of releasing spores into open air, exactly as a moss capsule or a fern sorus exists purely to accomplish that same essential task beneath the mushroom's familiar cap, thin, radiating gills, or in some species, a spongy layer of tiny pores, hold vast numbers of microscopic spores, released downward and outward as they mature, carried onward by even the gentlest passing air current. Once its spores have been released, the mushroom itself, having served its brief, singular purpose, quietly collapses and decays within days, while the true body of the fungus, the vast, patient mycelial network stretching invisibly through the soil beneath it, continues on entirely undisturbed, having already accomplished, through that brief visible bloom, its own quiet contribution to the next generation. Let yourself imagine for a moment resting above such a network right now, an entire hidden world of fungal threads reaching quietly in every direction beneath the soil, connecting tree to tree, root to root, feeding on what has died, so that what still lives might continue. All of it happening in complete darkness, without any need to be seen or acknowledged in order to continue its patient, essential work. Let your own thoughts settle now the way this vast, hidden network settles quietly beneath the forest floor, present and active without needing to announce itself, holding a great deal together simply through its own patient, continuous presence, asking nothing more than to be left undisturbed, to continue its quiet work exactly as it always has, as we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the slow work of decomposition itself, and the way this same forest recycles fallen wood and leaves back into new life. Carry this hidden web with you, an entire unseen network, holding a forest together from below, patient, essential, and almost entirely invisible. Let yourself settle once more, softer now, into whatever is holding you tonight, gently. We spent our last hour with the hidden fungal network threading beneath this forest floor, breaking down what has died and feeding it back to what still lives. Tonight, let us slow down even further and follow that same transformation from its very beginning, watching patiently what actually happens to a single fallen leaf or a single fallen branch from the moment it first comes to rest on the forest floor until the moment it has quietly become part of the soil itself. Picture a single leaf released gently by its tree at the close of autumn, drifting down through the layered canopy we spent time with in an earlier hour together, finally coming to rest on the forest floor among countless others. In this first moment, that leaf is still, in a very real sense, whole, its structure largely intact, its nutrients still locked within its own tissue, rather than returned to the wider forest around it. What follows across the months and years ahead is a long, patient chain of transformation, passing through many different hands, so to speak, before that single leaf's substance finally rejoins the soil from which its tree once drew the resources to grow it in the first place. The very first visitors to that fallen leaf are rarely fungi at all. Worth noting, since we spent so much of our last hour with fungal decomposition specifically, instead, the earliest work often falls to small physical detritivores, creatures whose primary contribution is not chemical breakdown, but simple mechanical fragmentation, tearing, chewing, and shredding that intact leaf into smaller and smaller physical pieces. Millipedes move slowly across the leaf litter, feeding directly on the softening, decaying tissue. Woodlice, sometimes called pillbugs or roly-polies, graze steadily across the same surface, their simple, effective mouthparts breaking the leaf down piece by piece. Earthworms, where present, perform perhaps the most thorough physical transformation of all, drawing leaf fragments down into their own burrows, passing that material through their bodies entirely, and depositing it afterward as a fine, dark, nutrient-rich material called castings, considerably more available to the wider soil ecosystem than the original leaf tissue ever was on its own. This early physical fragmentation matters more than it might first appear, worth resting with for a moment. A whole, intact leaf presents a relatively small surface area to the bacteria and fungi that will eventually finish the job of full decomposition. Most of its interior tissue protected from microbial access by the leaf's own outer surface, once shredded into smaller fragments by these physical detritivores. That same leaf's material presents an enormously larger total surface area, far more accessible to the fungal hyphae and bacteria that follow, dramatically speeding the remaining chemical breakdown that still needs to occur. In this sense, the earliest visitors to a fallen leaf are not simply feeding themselves. They are also, quite incidentally, preparing the way for everyone who will feed on that same material after them, following this initial physical fragmentation. The same fungal hyphae we spent time with in our last hour together move in more thoroughly, along with vast populations of bacteria, breaking down the remaining structural compounds within the leaf's fragmented tissue. The tougher fibers and complex molecules that even the most persistent detritivore cannot easily digest on its own. This chemical breakdown releases the nutrients that had been locked within the leaf's own structure, nitrogen, phosphorus, and other essential minerals, back into a form the surrounding soil, and eventually the forest's living roots can draw upon once again. If you were to dig gently down through an undisturbed patch of forest floor, you would find this entire process laid out before you in distinct, recognizable layers, worth picturing closely tonight. At the very top rests what soil scientists call the litter layer, the most recently fallen leaves and twigs, still largely intact, their original shapes still clearly recognizable. The newest arrival layers in this whole, long, patient chain. Just beneath this sits the fermentation layer, a darker, more broken down material where leaves have lost their original shape entirely, fragmented by detritivores and partially decomposed by fungi and bacteria, no longer resembling leaves at all, but not yet fully transformed into true soil either. Deeper still lies the humus layer, a dark, rich, crumbling material representing the final stage of this long transformation. Organic matter broken down so thoroughly and so completely that its original source, whether leaf, twig, or fallen branch, has become entirely unrecognizable, blended instead into a uniform, nutrient-dense material that feeds the forest's living roots directly. This same patient transformation, stretched across a considerably longer span of time, applies just as faithfully to something far larger than a single fallen leaf, worth resting with before we continue tonight. A fallen tree, its life above ground finally over, does not simply disappear from the forest all at once. Ecologists studying forest decomposition have identified a series of recognizable stages. A fallen log typically passes through, sometimes called decay classes, each one distinguishable by careful observation. In its earliest stage, a freshly fallen log retains its bark, its wood still hard and largely intact, its original branches and shape still clearly visible, hosting mostly insects that bore directly into the solid wood, opening the first small channels that allow moisture and fungal spores to penetrate the log's tough exterior. Across the years that follow, the log gradually loses its bark, its wood softening steadily as fungal decay spreads more thoroughly through its interior, until, in its more advanced stages, the log has softened enough that it can be crumbled apart by hand, its original cylindrical shape beginning to flatten and spread as it settles more closely against the forest floor beneath it. In its final stage, the log has become almost entirely soil, its wood so thoroughly transformed that only a faint outline, a slightly raised ridge of richer, darker earth, remains to mark where it once lay. the same faint outline we touched upon earlier in our night together, when we spoke of nurse logs and the young trees that so often grow in a telltale line above them. It is worth pausing to notice, too, that this whole community of detritivores and decomposers is not itself free from being hunted. Worth sitting with for a moment before we continue. Centipedes move quickly through the same leaf litter that millipedes graze more slowly across, hunting smaller detritivores, and the tiny grazers we spent time with when discussing mosses own miniature forest earlier tonight. Certain ground beetles specialize in hunting the softer, slower moving detritivores as well, while a great many spiders wait patiently among the same leaf litter, feeding on whatever smaller creatures happen to wander within reach. This adds yet another layer to the whole patient chain of transformation we have been resting with tonight. Decomposition proceeding not simply from leaf to detritivore to fungus to soil, but through an entire small food web of grazers and hunters, each depending on the last, all of it unfolding quietly within the same modest layer of fallen leaves most people walk across without a second thought. There is a further, quieter distinction worth resting with tonight, one that connects this whole patient process to something we spent time with earlier when discussing sphagnum and its deep, accumulating peat, ordinary decomposition, unfolding steadily across a typical forest floor, releases much of the carbon once captured by a living leaf, or branch back into the surrounding air, breathed out gradually by the bacteria and fungi consuming that material. The same carbon dioxide the original leaf had drawn from the atmosphere during its own living years, now returning to that same atmosphere once more. This is part of what makes an ordinary, well-drained forest floor so different from the waterlogged peat bog we spent time with earlier tonight. In the bog's oxygen-starved depths, this same release of carbon slows to a near halt, allowing that carbon to remain locked away in accumulating peat for centuries, rather than returning promptly to the surrounding air. An ordinary forest floor, by contrast, keeps this carbon moving in a considerably faster, more continuous cycle, drawn from the air by a living leaf, returned briefly to the soil as nutrients and organic matter, and released back to the air once again as that same material completes its slow decomposition. A patient, repeating loop rather than the peat bog's rare, long-term pause. The overall pace of this entire long transformation, worth understanding before we rest with it tonight, depends heavily on a handful of particular conditions, each working together or against one another to speed or slow the whole patient process. Warmer temperatures generally accelerate decomposition considerably, since the bacteria and fungi doing much of this chemical work operate more actively in warmth than in cold. Part of why decomposition proceeds so much more slowly in a cold northern forest or during winter months, even in a temperate one, than it does in a warm, humid tropical forest, working through the very same basic process. Moisture matters just as much. Decomposition slowing dramatically in overly dry conditions, where the bacteria and fungi responsible for much of the chemical breakdown cannot remain sufficiently active, and slowing again, though for an entirely different reason, in conditions that are too consistently waterlogged, starved of the oxygen most decomposers require, the very same oxygen-starved principle we spent time with earlier tonight when discussing how sphagnum moss builds deep, slowly accumulating peat, precisely because normal decomposition cannot proceed properly in its saturated, airless depths. The particular chemical composition of whatever is decomposing matters considerably as well. Worth noting, since it explains why some fallen material disappears back into the soil far more quickly than other material sitting right beside it, material rich in nitrogen relative to carbon. Certain softer leaves and green plant matter tends to decompose considerably faster than material with a much higher proportion of carbon to nitrogen, such as the tough, woody material of a fallen branch or trunk. Since the bacteria and fungi performing this breakdown need a reasonably balanced supply of both elements to grow and reproduce efficiently as they work, This is part of why a single fallen leaf might return almost entirely to soil within a single year or two in a warm, moist forest, while a fallen tree trunk lying nearby, considerably richer in tough, woody, nitrogen-poor material, might take many decades to complete that same long, patient journey. There is something worth resting with tonight in the sheer, quiet completeness of this whole system. A completeness worth carrying with you as your own thoughts continue settling toward sleep. Nothing that falls in this forest is ever truly wasted. Every leaf, every branch, every fallen giant eventually rejoins the same soil that first grew it, passed patiently from detritivore to fungus, to bacteria, to root, each participant taking only what it needs and leaving the rest available for whoever comes next in this same long, unhurried chain. There is no urgency anywhere in this process, no rush to complete the transformation quickly. Each stage simply continues at its own natural pace, shredding, softening, releasing, absorbing, for as many months or years or decades as the particular material and particular conditions require. Let your own thoughts settle now into that same unhurried completeness, the way a fallen leaf settles gradually into the soil beneath it, passed gently from one patient process to the next, never rushed, never wasted, simply allowed to continue at its own natural pace toward whatever quiet transformation comes next tonight and every night after it, as we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the moss that colonizes bare stone and the ancient temperate rainforests, where all of these patient processes have continued longest undisturbed. Carry this quiet completeness gently with you, nothing lost, nothing wasted, everything simply continuing, patiently, exactly as it always has. Let yourself settle once more, deeper still, into whatever is holding you tonight. We have spent time this evening with moss on the forest floor, moss in the high canopy, moss forming deep, ancient peat. Tonight, let us rest our attention on one more particular surface moss has quietly claimed for itself across countless centuries. One connects the forest floor. We have spent so much of tonight with to something considerably older and stranger still, stone. You will remember from our hour with lichen that lichen often serves as one of the very first forms of life to establish itself on bare, freshly exposed rock, patiently weathering that surface across centuries before almost anything else can gain a foothold there at all. Moss, in this same slow story, typically arrives a little later, though rarely far behind. Once lichen, and the simple accumulation of wind-blown dust and organic debris have softened a bare rock surface just enough, creating the faintest beginnings of a thin, granular soil tucked into tiny cracks and depressions. Moss spores drifting on the wind finally find somewhere sufficient to take hold, beginning their own slow, patient colonization of a surface that, not so very long before, offered no purchase for any living thing at all. Picture for a moment an ordinary stone wall built by human hands some considerable time ago, now resting quietly at the edge of an old field or along a forgotten path through the woods. At first glance, especially soon after such a wall is built, its surface offers moss almost nothing to work with. Smooth, dry, freshly cut stone with no crevice deep enough to hold moisture, no accumulated debris to root into, but stone, however solid it may appear, is never truly static. Rain finds its way into the smallest imperfections. Frost, arriving each winter, expands whatever moisture has settled into those tiny cracks, widening them by the smallest fraction with each passing freeze, patiently working stone the way a sculptor works marble, though on a time scale measured in decades rather than months. Dust settles into these newly widened crevices. Lichen often arrives first, its own slow chemistry beginning to dissolve tiny amounts of mineral material directly from the stone's surface, and eventually, once enough of this patient groundwork has accumulated, moss spores finally find a foothold sufficient to begin their own quiet work. Once established, moss becomes an active participant in this same slow weathering process, resting with closely tonight, rather than simply a passive resident benefiting from work already done. Moss rhizoids, though serving primarily to anchor the plant, rather than to draw up water and minerals the way a true root does, nonetheless press directly against the stone's surface, and the moisture moss holds against that surface for extended periods allows a particular kind of chemical weathering to proceed considerably faster than it otherwise would on dry, exposed rock. Moss, like many living things, releases small amounts of organic acid as part of its ordinary metabolism. And these acids, held in close, sustained contact with the stone beneath a patch of moss, gradually dissolve tiny amounts of mineral material from the rock's surface, a process chemists sometimes call chelation, in which certain organic molecules bind directly to metal ions within the stone and draw them gradually free from the surrounding mineral structure. This process unfolds with almost unimaginable slowness, the faintest measurable change occurring perhaps once in many years. And yet, given centuries of patient, undisturbed continuation, it can noticeably soften and roughen even the hardest stone, creating exactly the kind of textured, mineral-rich surface where an even thicker moss carpet can eventually establish itself. Different kinds of stone respond to this same patient process quite differently, worth understanding before we continue tonight. Limestone, chemically alkaline and considerably softer than many other stones, tends to weather relatively quickly under moss's patient acidic influence, often developing a rich, deeply textured, almost sculptural surface after sufficient time has passed. Its surface pitted and rounded in a way that can make an old limestone wall or gravestone appear almost to have been carved by rainfall and moss together, working patiently in concert. Granite, by contrast, considerably harder and chemically more resistant, weathers far more slowly under this same influence, often taking noticeably longer before moss can establish any significant foothold at all, and developing a shallower, less dramatically textured surface even after comparable stretches of time. sandstone falls somewhere between the two. Its naturally porous, granular structure offering moss spores an easier initial foothold than granite provides, while still weathering more slowly than limestone's softer, more chemically vulnerable surface. Anyone who has walked through a genuinely old stone structure, a crumbling wall, an abandoned building, a weathered gravestone, has likely noticed this same pattern without necessarily naming it. Certain stones softened and rounded almost beyond recognition by moss and time together, while others nearby, cut from harder material, remain comparatively sharp-edged and resistant even after the very same span of years. Certain moss species have grown particularly skilled at working with one of these stone types over the other, worth resting with for a moment before we continue. A dark, almost blackish moss called Andrea specializes almost exclusively in the harder, more acidic rock that defeats so many other species, clinging in small, tightly cushioned tufts to exposed granite and similar stone at considerable elevation, tolerating conditions few other mosses could manage at all. A paler, more common moss called tortula, by contrast, favors the alkaline surfaces limestone and mortar provide, spreading readily across old stone walls, gravestones, and mortared brick throughout many temperate regions. Its presence alone offering a rough clue to the underlying chemistry of whatever surface it has chosen, learning to notice which particular moss favors, which particular stone becomes. For anyone who spends enough quiet time studying old walls and ruins, its own small, patient pleasure, a way of reading the invisible chemistry of a landscape simply by observing which small green resident has settled where. The particular orientation of a stone surface matters just as much as its chemistry, worth noticing on your own next walk past an old wall or building. A wall's north-facing surface in temperate regions of the world receives far less direct sunlight across the day than its south-facing counterpart, staying measurably cooler and holding moisture considerably longer after any given rainfall. This single difference in exposure is often enough to produce a genuinely striking contrast between the two sides of the very same wall. The shaded, north-facing surface carrying a thick, well-established moss carpet, while the sun-exposed southern face, only a few feet away around the same corner, remains comparatively bare, hosting perhaps only a thinner scattering of more sun-tolerant lichen. Instead, anyone walking around an old stone building slowly enough to notice this contrast is, in effect, watching the same basic principle we spent time with earlier tonight when discussing moss's need for stable humidity, written directly onto the surface of human architecture. One side of a single wall telling an entirely different story than the other, simply through which direction it happens to face. This same slow process becomes especially worth sitting with when it unfolds across structures built by human hands and later abandoned. Worth resting your attention on for a while tonight. An old ruin, a forgotten temple, a stone wall enclosing a field no longer farmed, offers moss and lichen together, an unusually stable, undisturbed surface across which to work, uninterrupted by the ordinary maintenance that keeps most human structures relatively bare, given enough decades of such quiet neglect. Moss can transform a once sharp, deliberately constructed surface into something that appears to have grown organically from the surrounding landscape itself. Stone and living, green tissue, merging so thoroughly that the original boundary between built structure and natural surroundings becomes difficult to locate at all. This particular transformation has, in certain cultures, become something deeply valued rather than simply tolerated, worth resting with gently before we continue. In Japan, moss holds a considerable place within traditional garden design. Entire gardens deliberately cultivated around slow-growing moss carpeted across stone, tree roots, and quiet earthen paths, valued precisely for the sense of age, stillness, and unhurried time that only moss can bring to a designed landscape within a single human lifetime. Certain temple gardens, tended patiently across centuries by generations of gardeners who understood they would never personally witness the garden's fullest, most mature expression, have become celebrated specifically for the deep, rich carpets of moss covering their stone lanterns, ancient rock formations, and quiet garden paths, a beauty considered inseparable from the sheer accumulated time moss requires to achieve it. This same aesthetic sensibility, sometimes connected to a broader philosophy valuing imperfection, transience, and the visible marks of age rather than resisting them, finds in moss-covered stone one of its most complete and quietly moving expressions. There is a further, quieter significance worth resting with tonight, one that echoes something we touched upon earlier when discussing old-growth forest canopies as ancient woodland indicators. The particular thickness and species composition of moss growing across an old stone structure can offer researchers and historians a rough, informal sense of how long that structure has stood essentially undisturbed, since, exactly as with the old-growth canopy, moss we spent time with earlier, meaningfully thick, well-established moss growth requires considerable uninterrupted time to develop at all. A gravestone thickly cushioned in old, deep moss has very likely stood quietly in that same spot for a great many decades, its inscription perhaps growing gradually harder to read, not only through moss's own gentle covering, but through the same slow mineral weathering that moss itself has helped along, stone and memory softening together at exactly the same unhurried pace. This same softening has, understandably, occasionally placed moss at odds with those responsible for preserving old structures precisely as they once were, worth acknowledging honestly before we rest with this thought tonight. Historians and preservationists caring for genuinely ancient monuments sometimes choose to carefully remove moss from inscriptions or architectural details they wish to keep legible and precisely intact. A reasonable, considered choice given their particular goals. This same tension appears in a far more ordinary setting as well, worth a brief mention before we continue. Homeowners maintaining roof shingles, garden pavers, or driveway stone often wage a quiet, ongoing effort against exactly the same moss growth a garden designer elsewhere might cultivate deliberately, treating the very same patient green colonization as a problem to be managed rather than a beauty to be encouraged. An entire small industry of cleaning products and pressure washing services existing largely to undo again and again what moss quietly attempts to accomplish on almost any suitably shaded, undisturbed surface it can reach, and yet many others, walking through the very same old ruins or weathered stone walls, find in that same moss covering something they would be reluctant to lose entirely. A visible, textured record of time's quiet passage that a perfectly clean, bare stone surface could never convey nearly so completely. Neither view is wrong exactly. They simply value different things: legibility and precision on one hand, or the visible, accumulated evidence of undisturbed time on the other. Moss itself remaining entirely indifferent to either preference, continuing its same slow, patient work, regardless of how any particular observer happens to feel about it. Let yourself imagine for a moment an old stone wall or a quiet, moss-covered ruin resting somewhere in the dark tonight, its sharp edges long since softened, its surface transformed gradually, patiently, into something closer to the surrounding forest than to the deliberate human structure it once was. There is nothing hurried in that transformation, nothing forced. Stone simply yielded slowly to water, to frost, to the patient chemistry of moss and lichen working quietly together across more time than any single person could ever personally witness from beginning to end. As we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the ancient temperate rainforests where moss, stone, and time have worked together longest of all. Carry this quiet softening with you. Even the hardest surface, given enough patient, undisturbed time, learns eventually to yield. Let yourself settle once more, deeper still, into whatever is holding you tonight. We have spent this whole night resting with moss in general terms, its architecture, its ancient history, its quiet partnerships. Tonight, let us travel somewhere more particular, to a small handful of actual places scattered across the world, where every condition moss could ever ask for has come together at once, producing forests so thoroughly covered in moss that visitors often describe them as feeling almost unreal, closer to memory or dream than to ordinary daylight experience. These places share a particular name worth understanding clearly before we visit them tonight. Temperate rainforest. Most people, hearing the word rainforest, picture something tropical, hot, humid, filled with brightly colored birds and towering broad-leaved trees near the equator. Temperate rainforests are something else entirely, existing instead in cooler, higher latitude regions, yet receiving rainfall, and especially fog and mist, abundant and consistent enough to rival their tropical cousins. These temperate rainforests are, worth noting, considerably rarer across the whole surface of the earth than tropical rainforest, occurring only where a very particular combination of coastline, mountain, and prevailing wind comes together to wring extraordinary, near constant moisture from the passing air. It is precisely this rarity and precisely this abundance of moisture that has allowed moss across certain of these forests to reach an expression of itself found almost nowhere else on the entire planet. Picture first the temperate rainforests of the Pacific coast of North America, stretching from northern California up through Washington state and along the coastline of British Columbia and beyond. Here, moisture-laden air drifting in from the ocean meets a landscape of coastal mountains, forced upward as it travels inland, cooling as it rises, and releasing its moisture as near constant rain and fog across the forests draped along those same mountain slopes within certain particularly sheltered valleys along this coast. Valleys such as those found within Olympic National Park, along trails so thoroughly covered in hanging moss that visitors have come to know them simply as halls of moss. This combination produces a forest floor and canopy so thoroughly covered in moss that visitors frequently describe an almost overwhelming sense of green, moss draping from nearly every branch, covering nearly every fallen log, softening nearly every visible surface, until stone, wood, and earth become difficult to distinguish from one another beneath their shared living covering. The particular character of moss here owes everything to the specific climate we just discussed. A climate mild enough that freezing rarely interrupts moss's growth for long, and wet enough through rain and through the near daily fog drip condensing directly onto leaves and branches, that moss experiences remarkably few of the dry spells that challenge its relatives in almost every other forest on earth. This fog drip deserves a moment of its own attention tonight, since it represents a particular, quietly remarkable source of moisture worth understanding on its own terms. In an ordinary rainstorm, moisture falls directly from the clouds above, reaching the ground regardless of what stands in its path. Fog behaves rather differently, drifting instead as a fine suspension of tiny water droplets carried gently on the moving air, too light individually to fall on their own. When this drifting fog encounters a forest's own branches and needles, especially the fine, densely needled branches of coastal conifers, so common throughout these Pacific forests, those droplets condense directly onto the plant's surface, gradually accumulating into larger drops, heavy enough to finally fall to the forest floor below. In effect, the trees themselves comb a considerable volume of additional moisture directly out of passing fog, moisture that would otherwise have drifted onward across the landscape without ever reaching the ground at all. This quiet, tree-assisted process can deliver a genuinely substantial supplement to a forest's ordinary rainfall, sometimes nearly doubling the total moisture actually reaching the forest floor across a given year. And it is this same fog combing effect, working steadily through the canopy above, that keeps the deep moss carpets beneath these particular coastal forests so reliably saturated even during the drier travel now in your imagination considerably further east across an entire ocean to a rather different set of temperate rainforests tucked into the steep, narrow valleys of western Wales. These forests, considerably smaller and less widely known than their Pacific counterparts, nonetheless share the same essential ingredients: prevailing wet Atlantic winds meeting steep, sheltered valley terrain, producing a persistently humid, mild microclimate perfectly suited to extraordinary moss growth within certain of these Welsh valleys. Oak woodlands twisted and shaped by centuries of wind carry. Such a thick, continuous covering of moss and associated lichen across every trunk and branch that the whole scene can appear almost enchanted. Gnarled oak limbs disappearing beneath soft green and gray growth, so complete that the underlying bark becomes entirely hidden from view. These particular Welsh woodlands, along with similar pockets scattered across parts of western Scotland and Ireland, have in recent years come to be known collectively by a name that has helped draw considerably more attention to their quiet, undervalued rarity: the Celtic rainforest, a term conservationists have championed specifically to help people unfamiliar with the concept understand that temperate rainforest exists in these islands at all, rather than only in the more famous Pacific coastal stretches we just visited. Many people encountering this name for the first time are genuinely surprised to learn that anything properly called rainforest survives within these particular islands. Given how thoroughly the word has become associated with tropical, equatorial forest in ordinary conversation, and this quiet act of renaming has done a great deal to help protect what small, scattered fragments of this habitat still remain, drawing conservation attention toward valleys that might otherwise have continued to be logged, grazed, or simply overlooked as unremarkable woodland. It is perhaps unsurprising, given this particular appearance, that these same valleys have long carried deep associations with fairy tale and folklore in Welsh cultural tradition. Twisted, moss-draped woodlands offering exactly the kind of otherworldly, softened, boundary-blurred landscape where old stories of hidden folk and enchanted crossings have always found their most natural home. Travel once more, this time to a small, mountainous island off the coast of southern Japan called Yakushima, home to some of the oldest and most celebrated moss forests found anywhere in East Asia. Here, extraordinarily heavy rainfall, among the heaviest recorded anywhere in Japan, combines with the island's steep, forested terrain to create conditions where moss covers nearly every available surface throughout large stretches of ancient forest. Ancient cedar trees, some of them many centuries old and known locally by their own individual names, rising from a forest floor and understory blanketed almost entirely in soft green. This particular forest gained considerable wider recognition after inspiring the imagined setting of a beloved animated film exploring humanity's relationship with the natural world, and visitors drawn partly by that same cultural association often describe walking through Yakushima's mossy forest paths as feeling as though they have stepped directly into that imagined world, filtered light falling through ancient branches onto a forest floor so uniformly green and soft underfoot that ordinary footsteps fall almost silently upon it. Local guides leading visitors along these same forest paths often point out individual moss species by name. The deep, dense cushions favoring one particular fallen log, the paler, more delicate trailing forms favoring the damp stone beside a running stream. Each visitor gradually learning to see the forest not as a single uniform green, but as a whole layered community of distinct, particular residents, each occupying its own carefully suited corner of the same ancient, undisturbed woodland. There is something worth resting with in the fact that these three particular places, so far apart from one another geographically, and belonging to such different cultural traditions, have each independently developed similar deep, almost reverent regard for their own local moss-covered forest, worth sitting with for a moment before we continue. Indigenous peoples of the Pacific Northwest coast have long understood these deeply mossy forests as significant, storied landscapes, central to their own traditional knowledge and relationship with the surrounding land. Moss itself, sometimes gathered traditionally for practical uses, we touched upon in an earlier hour together tonight. Japanese cultural tradition, particularly within Shinto belief, has long regarded certain ancient, undisturbed forests as inhabited by spirits or sacred presences, a reverence that seems to deepen rather than lessen when a forest stillness is made visible through a thick, unbroken carpet of moss covering every surface. Welsh folklore, as we just discussed, has found in its own moss-draped valleys a natural home for stories of enchantment and hidden worlds across three entirely separate cultures. Moss's particular quality of softening, silencing, and slowing everything it touches appears to have produced a remarkably similar human response. A sense that these particular forests exist somehow outside of ordinary time, deserving of a reverence not typically extended to more ordinary woodland. It is worth pausing to notice what these three forests share at a more basic physical level as well. Since their similarities are not simply cultural or coincidental, each depends on the same essential combination of consistent moisture and moderate temperature. We have spent considerable time with tonight. Moisture arriving reliably enough, and temperatures staying mild enough throughout the year that moss rarely experiences the kind of prolonged drying stress that limits its growth almost everywhere else. Each also depends on considerable, largely undisturbed time, echoing what we discussed regarding old growth canopies earlier tonight. Since the truly extraordinary depth of moss found in these particular forests could not have developed within a mere handful of decades, but instead required generations of largely unbroken, undisturbed growth to reach its current celebrated thickness. This same rarity and fragility is worth resting with honestly before we move toward the close of this section tonight. Temperate rainforests of this particular kind occupy only a small fraction of the Earth's total forested land, considerably less than their tropical counterparts, and many of the specific valleys and coastal stretches capable of sustaining them have already been altered or reduced by logging, development, or simple encroachment over the past century. The deep, undisturbed moss carpets found within the remaining protected stretches of Pacific Coast, Welsh Valley, and Japanese mountain forest represent, in this sense, something genuinely difficult to recreate once lost, an accumulation of centuries of particular, undisturbed climate and undisturbed time that cannot simply be replanted or restored on any short human timescale. However well-intentioned the effort, let yourself imagine for a moment standing quietly within one of these 3 particular forests right now. Wherever in the world you might choose to picture yourself resting tonight, perhaps the hushed, dripping stillness of an Olympic Peninsula valley, ancient hemlock and maple trunks disappearing beneath draped, hanging moss. Perhaps a twisted Welsh oak wood, moss-softened limbs reaching low enough to brush against your shoulder as you pass quietly beneath them. Perhaps the mist-wrapped, cedar-shaded paths of Yakushima, moss carpeting every stone and root underfoot. Each of these places, however far apart, offers the same essential gift, a landscape shaped so completely by patient, undisturbed moisture and time that ordinary hurry simply has no place within it. Let your own thoughts settle now into that same hushed, unhurried stillness. Wherever in the world your own imagined forest tonight happens to be resting, there is nothing more you need to find here, nothing more you need to understand, simply the soft, deep, accumulated quiet of a forest given enough time, enough moisture, and enough gentle neglect to become something close to timeless. As we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the changing seasons of an ordinary forest floor, and the particular way moss holds moisture even through the driest months, carry these 3 ancient forests with you, 3 separate corners of the world, each shaped by the same patient combination of rain, mist, and undisturbed time. each offering moss the fullest expression it has ever managed to achieve. Let yourself settle once more, softer now, into whatever is holding you tonight. We have spent considerable time this evening with moss's remarkable tolerance for drying out entirely and returning to life once rain finally comes. Tonight, we are going to rest with a different kind of hardship altogether. One moss faces not through absence of water, but through an entirely different challenge, cold, and the long, quiet stretch of a forest's autumn, and winter passing slowly over the same patient green cushions. We have spent so much of tonight resting alongside. Picture the forest floor as autumn begins to settle over it. The same slow seasonal shift we touched upon briefly when discussing decomposition earlier tonight. Though here we are resting our attention specifically on what this season means for moss itself, rather than for the leaves falling upon it as deciduous trees overhead begin releasing their leaves. Moss experiences something worth sitting with for a moment. A season of genuine abundance, arriving just as the wider forest appears to be closing down for the year. Cooler autumn air holds less capacity to pull moisture away from exposed surfaces than the warmer air of summer, and autumn rains in many temperate forests arrive more frequently and more reliably than the sometimes patchier rainfall of midsummer for moss, whose entire strategy depends on consistent moisture. Autumn often represents one of the most actively growing periods of its whole yearly cycle. Green and vigorous, even as the trees towering above it begin turning brown and bare. This abundance brings its own quiet complication, worth resting with honestly before we continue. As autumn progresses, that same abundance of falling leaves that signals cooler, wetter conditions also begins to settle directly on top of the moss itself. Layer upon layer, accumulating across the following weeks, until a formerly bright green surface may become almost entirely hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. This creates a genuine trade-off worth understanding. The leaf litter above provides moss with real, meaningful insulation against the sharper cold still to come. And the same slow decomposition we spent an entire hour with earlier tonight will eventually return valuable nutrients to the moss growing beneath this temporary covering. But in the shorter term, this same leaf litter blocks a considerable amount of light from reaching the moss trapped beneath it, slowing or even briefly halting the photosynthesis moss would otherwise continue performing straight through the milder days of early winter. Different moss species respond to this challenge in their own particular ways, some managing to grow persistently upward through gaps in the accumulating litter, keeping at least a portion of their leafy tips reaching into open air and available light. Others simply accepting several months of near total shading, resuming full active growth again only once spring arrives and last autumn's leaves have decomposed enough to let real light return to the surface below as true winter cold arrives in earnest. Moss faces its most significant seasonal challenge, and it is worth resting closely with how moss actually survives freezing temperatures, since the particular danger cold poses differs meaningfully from the danger of drying out that we spent an entire hour with earlier tonight, when water inside a living cell freezes directly. The resulting ice crystals form sharp, expanding structures capable of physically puncturing delicate cell membranes from the inside, causing damage every bit as severe and often considerably more sudden than the slow collapse of a badly dried cell. Moss has developed a particular strategy for avoiding this specific danger, worth understanding clearly tonight. Rather than allowing ice to form within its own living cells, many mosses instead encourage ice to form in the spaces between cells, in the small gaps and channels we spent time with earlier when discussing capillary water movement across a moss colony. As temperatures drop, water is drawn gradually out of the living cells themselves and into these external spaces where it can freeze safely, forming ice entirely outside the delicate living tissue that would otherwise be damaged by ice forming directly within it. This process, called extrusion, the moss cell itself to survive in a partially dehydrated, but not directly frozen, state throughout the depths of winter cold, protected by many of the same protective sugars and proteins we spent time with earlier when discussing moss's remarkable drought tolerance. Since the challenge of surviving with dramatically reduced internal water, whether caused by drought or by this same cold-induced extracellular freezing, calls upon many of the very same cellular defenses. Either way, there is something worth resting with in this quiet overlap, a reminder that nature often reuses a single successful solution across more than one kind of hardship. The very same tree hellos and protective proteins that allow moss to survive a dry summer also, it turns out, help moss survive a frozen winter. The cell employing much the same careful, patient chemistry, regardless of whether the water it has lost was drawn away by dry air or drawn away by ice quietly forming just beyond its own cell walls. Cold tolerance calls upon one further category of protective molecule worth, understanding on its own terms tonight, distinct from the sugars and general stress proteins we have already spent time with. Certain mosses produce specialized ice-binding proteins, sometimes called antifreeze proteins, despite not actually preventing ice from forming at all. Since we have already seen that moss generally allows ice to form outside its cells rather than blocking it entirely. Instead, these proteins bind directly onto the surface of tiny ice crystals as they begin to form in those safe, extracellular spaces, physically interfering with the crystal's ability to grow larger or to reorganize into fewer, larger, more damaging crystals as temperatures continue shifting throughout a long winter. By keeping these extracellular ice crystals small and evenly distributed, rather than allowing them to coarsen into fewer, larger, more disruptive formations. These proteins help ensure that the ice quietly accumulating around a moss cell throughout winter remains as gentle and undamaging as such extracellular ice can possibly be. Moss also appears capable of preparing for winter's arrival, somewhat in advance. Worth noting as a particular kind of quiet foresight before we continue tonight, rather than waiting until the first hard freeze actually arrives to begin producing these protective sugars and proteins. Many mosses respond instead to the steadily shortening days of autumn itself, using day length as a reliable early signal that colder temperatures are approaching, well before the air has actually turned cold enough to demand it. This allows moss to begin building its protective cold tolerance machinery gradually over the course of several autumn weeks, rather than scrambling to produce it all at once in response to a sudden early frost that might otherwise catch the plant unprepared. It is worth noting, too, that the most genuinely dangerous period for moss across the whole cold season is often not the depths of steady winter cold at all, but rather the more unstable stretches of early spring and late autumn, when temperatures repeatedly swing above and below freezing within a single week or even a single day, forcing moss cells to repeatedly draw water out into extracellular spaces and then reabsorb it again as ice forms and melts in quick succession. This repeated cycling places a particular kind of strain on the cell's protective systems that a single, steady, prolonged freeze rarely does. And mosses adapted to regions with especially unstable, fluctuating spring weather often show correspondingly robust defenses against this specific kind of repeated freeze-thaw stress. Snow itself, once it arrives and settles across the forest floor, plays a role worth pausing on tonight. One that might surprise you if you have only ever thought of snow as simply cold and lifeless, a layer of snow, rather than being uniformly hostile to whatever rests beneath it, actually functions as a remarkably effective insulator, trapping a layer of still air within its own loosely packed crystalline structure, much the way the boundary layer around a moss cushion traps a pocket of humid air we discussed in an earlier hour together tonight, beneath a sufficiently thick blanket of snow. Temperatures at the actual forest floor can remain measurably milder. And just as importantly, considerably more stable than the sharply fluctuating air temperature above the snow's surface, rarely dropping much below the freezing point, even when the open air far above is considerably colder still. This relatively sheltered zone beneath the snow has its own name among those who study it closely: the subnivean zone, and it offers moss, along with countless small animals, sheltering through the same winter. A genuinely more survivable environment than the exposed winter air above. Remarkably, moss can sometimes remain quietly active even within this snow-covered world, worth resting with closely before we continue tonight. Snow, particularly once it has settled and begun to lose some of its initial fluffy freshness, actually allows a surprising amount of light to filter down through its own crystalline structure, especially once it thins toward only a few inches in depth on sufficiently bright winter days, with sunlight passing through a moderate covering of snow. Moss resting in the sheltered, relatively mild subnivean zone beneath can, in certain conditions, continue photosynthesizing at a slow but genuine pace, sustained by this filtered light and by the moderate, stable temperature the snow above has provided. This is worth sitting with for a moment. Even in the depths of winter, with the forest above appearing entirely still and lifeless, a quiet, slow, but real kind of activity may continue in certain sheltered corners beneath the snow, moss patiently making the very most of whatever light and moderate warmth its own snowy shelter happens to allow. This capacity distinguishes moss in a particular way from the deciduous trees standing above it. Worth noting clearly tonight, deciduous trees, having released their leaves entirely for the winter, enter a far more complete dormancy, essentially ceasing all photosynthetic activity until new leaves emerge again in spring. Their bare branches standing entirely inactive through the cold months, regardless of how bright any particular winter day might happen to be. Moss, by contrast, retains its leafy structure straight through winter, remaining evergreen in the truest sense, ready to resume at least modest photosynthetic activity the moment conditions whether a mild winter thaw or simply sufficient light filtering through settled snow happen to allow it. This is part of why a patch of moss can sometimes appear noticeably vividly green even in the depths of winter, peeking through a thin patch of melting snow, or resting beneath the bare branches of trees that have themselves gone entirely dormant for the season. A small, patient reminder that not everything in the winter forest has actually stopped as true spring finally arrives. Moss experiences its own quiet reawakening, worth resting with gently as we bring this section toward its close tonight. Snow melts away gradually, releasing the moisture it has held all winter directly onto the moss beneath it. Exactly the kind of generous, well-timed moisture moss depends upon so completely. Longer days bring increasingly abundant direct light, no longer filtered through snow or blocked by autumn's fallen leaves, most of which have, by this point, decomposed considerably or been more fully incorporated into the soil below. Moss, already evergreen and already prepared, requires none of the slow, gradual awakening a deciduous tree must undergo as it grows entirely new leaves from bare branches. It simply resumes, fully and immediately, the same steady, patient growth it has been quietly capable of all along, needing only slightly more light and slightly more warmth to return to its most actively growing pace. Let yourself imagine for a moment resting through your own version of this same seasonal cycle tonight. Whatever season currently surrounds you as you drift towards sleep, there is no need to force full, active engagement with the world at every single moment. The way a deciduous tree cannot simply resume full activity in the middle of winter, no matter how badly it might wish to. Sometimes conditions call for a quieter, slower pace, a patient waiting beneath whatever covering happens to be resting over you, trusting that whatever light and warmth you need will return gradually, exactly when conditions are ready to allow it. As we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the vast, patient water cycle moss quietly helps regulate, and the tiny, remarkable creatures making their homes within a single patch of moss. Carry this quiet seasonal patience with you, a small green presence, adjusting gently to whatever season surrounds it, neither forcing nor resisting, simply continuing patiently exactly as much as each particular moment allows. Let yourself settle once more, deeper still, into whatever is holding you tonight softly. We have spent time this evening with the way. A single moss colony holds water within its own small capillary spaces, and with the particular way certain coastal forests draw extra moisture directly from passing fog. Tonight, let us widen our view considerably, resting our attention on something larger still. The role moss plays not simply within its own small cushion, but across an entire watershed, an entire landscape's worth of rain finding its way slowly and patiently from sky to soil to stream. Picture first an ordinary rainstorm arriving over an undisturbed, moss-covered forest floor, and consider for a moment what happens to that rain in the very first instant it reaches the ground, falling directly onto bare, exposed soil. A heavy raindrop strikes with genuine force, capable of dislodging fine soil particles and setting them adrift in the resulting surface water. A process soil scientists call splash erosion, gradually stripping bare ground of its finest, most nutrient-rich material with every subsequent storm. The same fine particles that took a fallen leaf or a decomposing branch so many patient years to become in the first place, as we spent time with in an earlier hour together tonight, washed away in a single passing storm, if nothing above the soil happens to be there to break that first sudden impact. A forest floor thickly carpeted in moss experiences this same rainfall quite differently. The moss's own soft, absorbent surface intercepts falling rain before it ever strikes bare earth directly, cushioning the raindrop's impact and absorbing a considerable portion of its force directly into the moss's own spongy structure, rather than allowing it to strike the soil beneath with anything like its original intensity. In this small, quiet way, moss functions as a kind of protective skin across the whole forest floor, shielding the soil beneath it from a particular kind of erosion that bare ground experiences with every single storm. This capacity to absorb and hold water matters considerably beyond the moment of impact as well, worth resting with closely tonight. A thick carpet of forest floor moss can hold a genuinely substantial volume of water directly within its own tissue, often several times its own dry weight in absorbed moisture. Water that would otherwise simply run directly across the surface of bare ground, gathering speed and volume as it goes, contributing to the kind of rapid runoff that can overwhelm a stream channel during a particularly heavy storm. Moss instead draws a considerable portion of that same rainfall into its own spongy structure, holding it there for a time before gradually releasing it back into the surrounding soil over the hours and days that follow, smoothing out what would otherwise be a sudden pulse of water into a slower, steadier, more gradual release, multiplied across an entire forest floor. This same small effect, repeated across countless individual patches of moss, can meaningfully slow the overall pace at which a heavy rainfall makes its way from forest canopy down into the stream, draining that same landscape, reducing the severity of sudden flooding immediately following a storm, and helping sustain a more even flow of water through the same stream during the drier days that follow. There is something worth sitting within this particular role moss plays, since it touches on something considerably larger than moss itself, worth resting with gently before we continue tonight. An entire watershed, the whole area of land whose rainfall eventually drains into a single river or stream system, functions as something like a single, enormous, interconnected sponge. Various different elements, each contributing their own small piece to how quickly or slowly water actually moves through that system. Deep-rooted trees draw water up from considerable depth and release much of it back into the air through their own leaves, a process called transpiration. Deep soil layers store considerable water within their own structure, releasing it gradually into groundwater and nearby streams, and moss, resting at the very surface of this entire system, performs its own small, essential piece of this same larger function, intercepting, absorbing, and gradually releasing rainfall right at the point where it first meets solid ground before it has any opportunity to rush unimpeded toward the nearest stream channel. A modest but genuine contribution from the very lowest, quietest layer of the whole watershed. This same moisture-holding capacity plays a particular worthwhile role along the banks of small headwater streams themselves. The smallest, uppermost tributaries, where a watershed's water first gathers into recognizable flowing channels, moss growing directly on the rocks, and exposed soil along these small stream banks helps stabilize that same soil against the steady, persistent erosion that flowing water would otherwise cause. Its own rhizoids and dense, tangled growth binding loose soil particles together considerably more effectively than bare, exposed ground ever could on its own. This same moss-covered stream bank also helps filter the water passing immediately alongside it, trapping fine sediment before it has the chance to wash directly into the stream itself, keeping the water flowing through these smallest headwater channels considerably clearer than it might otherwise be. A clarity that matters a great deal to the small aquatic creatures living within these same headwater streams, many of which depend on clear, well-oxygenated, sediment-free water in order to thrive at all. It is worth resting, too, on the water moss releases back into the air above it, rather than simply passing down into the soil below. Since this same small contribution helps close a particular loop worth understanding tonight, as moisture held within a moss cushion gradually evaporates back into the surrounding air, especially during warmer, sunnier stretches of weather. That same water vapor rejoins the air, moving across the forest, eventually condensing once again into the clouds that will, in time, release their own rain back down onto the very same landscape. This process evaporation directly from soil and plant surfaces, combined with the closely related process of transpiration through living leaves, together contributes a genuinely significant portion of the total moisture cycling through a forest's local atmosphere, considerably more than most people realize when picturing rain as something arriving from distant oceans alone. A forest floor well covered in healthy, moisture-holding moss contributes its own small, steady share to this same local cycling, releasing water back into the surrounding air gradually, rather than allowing the ground to dry out too quickly and interrupt that same locally sustained moisture loop. This same basic principle, moss slowing, absorbing, and gradually releasing water rather than allowing it to rush away all at once, has begun finding a rather different, more deliberate application in recent years. Worth mentioning briefly before we continue tonight, landscape architects and urban planners working on modern stormwater management. The challenge of handling heavy rainfall across cities and towns covered in impermeable pavement and rooftop have increasingly looked toward moss and similar low, ground-hugging vegetation as a genuinely useful tool, incorporated deliberately into green roofs, rain gardens, and other small-scale features designed specifically to slow and absorb rainfall before it reaches storm drains and municipal sewer systems already burdened by the hard, impermeable surfaces surrounding them. A green roof planted with moss and other similarly low, hardy vegetation can absorb and gradually release a considerable portion of the rain falling directly upon it, reducing the sudden burst of runoff that would otherwise rush immediately off a bare, conventional rooftop and into the street below. In this quiet way, the same essential strategy moss has practiced patiently across forest floors for hundreds of millions of years has, quite recently, begun finding new purpose, helping human cities manage their own relationship with rainfall considerably more gently than bare concrete and asphalt ever could on their own. Sphagnum moss, which we spent considerable time within an earlier hour together tonight when discussing its role in building deep, accumulating peat deserves one further mention here, worth resting with briefly from this particular watershed scale perspective. A healthy, undisturbed sphagnum bog functions, in effect, as an enormous, slow-release water reservoir across an entire landscape. Its remarkable capacity to hold many times its own weight in water, allowing it to soak up considerable rainfall during wet periods and release that same water gradually over the weeks and months that follow, helping sustain a stream's flow through the driest stretches of summer considerably longer than it could manage on rainfall alone. Landscapes that have lost significant portions of their original sphagnum bog, often through drainage intended to convert boggy ground into land more suitable for agriculture or development, frequently experience noticeably more severe flooding immediately following heavy rain, and noticeably lower stream flow during dry periods, precisely because that same landscape has lost the enormous, slow-release sponge that sphagnum bog once provided, a loss that can take a very long time indeed to reverse, since rebuilding even a modest depth of new peat requires exactly the same patient centuries of undisturbed growth. We spent time with when we first discussed how sphagnum builds itself, layer upon careful layer. In the first place, this same watershed scale role has become increasingly relevant, worth noting gently before we continue tonight. To those working on ecological restoration in landscapes that have lost much of their original moss and healthy soil structure through past disturbance, whether from logging, overgrazing, or simple long-term neglect in certain restoration projects, deliberately reestablishing moss across degraded, exposed ground has proven a genuinely useful early step in stabilizing that same ground against further erosion. Moss's own rapid, low-cost establishment, providing meaningful surface protection considerably faster than the slower, more gradual process of reestablishing full tree cover across the same landscape, A newly re-established moss carpet cannot, on its own, undo decades of accumulated disturbance, but it can meaningfully slow further soil loss, while slower, longer-term recovery continues beneath and around it, functioning as a kind of quiet, patient first responder to landscape damage that will ultimately require considerably more time to heal fully. There is a further, quieter contribution worth resting with as we bring this section toward its close tonight. One, connecting back to the humidity and boundary layer effects we spent time with earlier when discussing a single moss cushion's own particular architecture multiplied across an entire forest floor. Moss's own capacity to hold and gradually release moisture contributes meaningfully to the overall humidity of the air resting just above the ground throughout an entire forest. Part of the same broader microclimate stability we discussed when considering old growth canopies earlier tonight. A forest floor thoroughly carpeted in healthy, moisture-retaining moss maintains measurably higher ground-level humidity than an equivalent stretch of bare or sparsely vegetated ground. A small but genuinely meaningful contribution to the overall moisture balance of the whole surrounding ecosystem, benefiting not only moss itself, but the countless other plants, fungi, and small creatures sharing that same forest floor, all depending in their own particular ways on the same steady, humid conditions moss helps maintain. Let yourself imagine for a moment this entire quiet system working together across a whole forest tonight. Rain falling gently through layered branches, moss absorbing and slowing that same rain at ground level, water gradually finding its way into soil, into streams, into groundwater, each step slower and gentler than the last. Nothing rushing, nothing wasted, an entire landscapes, water moving at exactly the patient pace moss itself has always favored. From the very first raindrop to the last quiet trickle reaching the stream far below. Let your own breathing settle now into that same patient, gradual rhythm. Water finding its way slowly and steadily from one quiet resting place to the next, never forced, never rushed, simply continuing gently toward wherever it is eventually meant to go, exactly as it has always done, long before any of us were here to notice, as we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the tiny, remarkable creatures making their homes within a single patch of moss, and the long history of moss in human hands. Carry this quiet watershed with you, an entire landscape's water, held gently, released gradually, patient at every single step along its long, unhurried way toward the sea. Let yourself settle once more, softer now, into whatever is holding you tonight. Earlier in our night together, we spent time imagining a single patch of moss as an entire miniature forest, layered and structured, home to countless small residents we described only in general terms. Tonight, let us meet several of those residents properly, by name, resting closely with a small handful of the particular creatures that make their homes within moss more completely and more remarkably than almost any other place on earth. Let us begin with the resident most people, upon learning of it, find hardest to quite believe. The tardigrade, sometimes called a water bear or a moss piglet, for its slow, lumbering, almost comically gentle way of moving on its own 8 stubby legs. A tardigrade is genuinely tiny, invisible without real magnification, and yet, once seen clearly, unmistakably animal in its bearing. A plump, segmented little body, a simple mouth, legs ending in tiny claws suited to gripping tightly onto the moss leaves, and stems it spends its whole life moving among. Tardigrades depend, just as completely as moss itself, on a thin film of water in order to move, feed, and reproduce at all, drawing their nourishment from plant cells, algae, or, in certain species, even smaller invertebrates sharing the same damp moss colony. And remarkably, tardigrades share with moss something we spent an entire hour resting with earlier tonight: an extraordinary tolerance for losing nearly all of their body's water and surviving regardless. though the particular way a tardigrade achieves this feat differs enough from moss's own strategy to be worth resting with closely on its own terms. As the moss surrounding a tardigrade begins to dry, the tardigrade itself responds by drawing its legs inward, contracting its whole body into a small, wrinkled, barrel-shaped form biologists call a ton, reducing its own internal water content dramatically and slowing its metabolism to a point so faint that it becomes difficult to measure any ongoing biological activity within it at all. In this ton state, a tardigrade produces many of the same kinds of protective sugars we spent time with when discussing moss's own drying tolerance, alongside a further set of specialized proteins unique to tardigrades themselves, sometimes called tardigrade-specific, intrinsically disordered proteins, which appear to form a kind of protective glass-like matrix within the animal's own cells as they dry, helping hold delicate cellular structures gently in place, much as moss's own sugars and proteins do, though through molecules entirely of the tardigrade's own particular invention. Certain tardigrade species also produce a distinctive protein that appears to help shield their genetic material specifically from damage during this same extreme drying. Research into which continues actively even now, since understanding exactly how a tardigrade protects something as fundamental as its own genetic code through complete desiccation offers considerable insight relevant well beyond tardigrades alone. In this ton state, a tardigrade can remain dormant for a remarkably long stretch of time. Researchers, having successfully revived tardigrades from dried moss samples stored for many years, resuming ordinary movement and feeding within a short while of receiving water once again. Much like the herbarium moss samples we spent time with earlier tonight, tardigrades in this same dormant state have also proven able to withstand conditions considerably more extreme than ordinary drought, tolerating radiation, extreme cold, and even brief exposure to the vacuum of space in certain careful experiments. A resilience that has made tardigrades a subject of particular fascination for researchers studying the outer limits of what living things can possibly endure, sharing this same damp world within a moss colony, though built along an entirely different body plan, are springtails, tiny, wingless, insect-like creatures found in genuinely enormous numbers within almost any healthy patch of forest moss. Springtails take their common name from a small, forked, tail-like structure called a furcula, folded beneath the springtail's own body and held under tension by a tiny latch. When disturbed, a springtail can release this latch suddenly, snapping the furcula sharply downward against the surface beneath it, and launching its own small body a considerable distance through the air. An escape mechanism remarkably effective against the many small predators sharing the same moss colony. Even though the springtail itself has little control over exactly where this sudden leap will land it, springtails feed primarily on fungi, decaying plant material, and the same bacteria we spent time with earlier tonight when discussing decomposition, making them, in their own quiet way, an essential part of the same recycling chain, unfolding continuously within a moss cushion, breaking down organic material and cycling nutrients back into the small, self-contained world we spent time imagining in an earlier hour together. Different springtail species, worth noting before we continue, tend to favor rather different depths within that same moss cushion, echoing the layered structure we spent time imagining in an earlier hour together tonight. Certain springtail species remain almost entirely at the surface, pale, often lightly pigmented, well suited to the brighter, more variable conditions found at the very top of the cushion, while others burrow more deeply into the cushion's shaded, humid interior, often darker in coloration and considerably less tolerant of direct light or rapid drying. Perfectly at home, instead, in the same steady, damp understory layer we discussed when first picturing a moss colony as a complete miniature forest. Still other springtail species live deeper still, among the compressed, decomposing base of an older moss cushion, in conditions closely resembling true soil, feeding on the same slowly decaying organic material found at that lowest, most stable layer. This same vertical sorting, familiar now from nearly everything we have discussed about moss tonight, reappears here as well, each small resident finding within the same handful of moss exactly the particular depth and particular set of conditions best suited to its own particular life. Moss mites, sometimes called oribatid mites, share this same decomposer role, though they take an even slower, more patient approach to their own particular lives, worth resting with for a moment before we continue. These tiny, often heavily armored mites, distant relatives of spiders and ticks, though harmless to humans and to moss alike, move slowly through the same damp spaces springtails and tardigrades inhabit, feeding primarily on fungi and decaying organic material, contributing their own small, steady effort to the same decomposition and nutrient cycling process. Moss mites are worth noting for their unusually slow reproduction relative to their tiny size. Some species taking a genuinely long time, measured in months rather than days, to progress from egg to fully mature adult. An unusually patient pace for so small a creature, more typical of animals many times their size. Certain moss mite species have also dispensed with the need for males entirely, reproducing instead through a process called parthenogenesis, in which females produce offspring from unfertilized eggs, an entire lineage continuing generation after generation without ever requiring the particular kind of partnership most animal reproduction depends upon. There is one further resident worth meeting before we rest with this whole small community tonight, tiny enough that most people have never heard its name at all despite it, living in extraordinary abundance within nearly every damp patch of moss on earth. Bedeloid rotifers, microscopic, translucent creatures propelled by tiny, beating, crown-like structures of cilia around their mouths, creating a gentle, rotating current that draws in bacteria, algae, and other tiny particles for the rotifer to feed upon. Bedelloid rotifers share tardigrade's remarkable tolerance for complete desiccation, entering their own dormant state as moss dries, and reviving readily once moisture returns. And they carry one further peculiarity worth resting with tonight, a puzzle that has genuinely occupied biologists for a very long time. This entire group of rotifers appears to reproduce exclusively through parthenogenesis as well, with no males ever having been reliably documented within the group at all. An entire lineage of animals that has apparently persisted across an extraordinarily long span of evolutionary time without ever relying on the ordinary sexual reproduction. Most animal lineages depend upon to maintain the genetic diversity needed to adapt and survive across changing conditions. Exactly how bedelloid rotifers have managed this feat remains an active, genuinely unresolved question in evolutionary biology, with researchers proposing that the same repeated cycles of drying and rehydrating we have spent so much of tonight resting with may itself contribute somehow to maintaining genetic diversity in these creatures through mechanisms not yet fully understood. Threading among all of these residents, worth resting with briefly before we draw this small community together, are nematodes, slender, unsegmented roundworms, present in genuinely vast numbers within almost any damp handful of moss, though rarely noticed even by those who study the moss community closely. Given how small and translucent they typically are, many nematodes living within moss feed directly on bacteria and fungi, continuing the same quiet decomposition work springtails and moss mites perform in their own particular ways, while others have taken up a rather different role entirely, becoming small, patient predators themselves, hunting bacteria, other nematodes, or the tiniest rotifers sharing their same damp world. This last point is worth resting with a little longer, since it reveals something worth carrying with you into sleep tonight. A reminder that even this smallest, most overlooked corner of the forest contains its own complete layered food web, considerably more intricate than a passing glance would ever suggest. Certain tardigrade species, contrary to the gentle, almost comic impression their common name of water bear might suggest, are themselves active predators, hunting and feeding directly upon rotifers, nematodes, and even smaller tardigrades sharing the same moss colony, using small, needle-like mouthparts to pierce their prey and draw out its contents entirely. Moss mites, meanwhile, occasionally supplement their ordinary decomposer diet with smaller nematodes when the opportunity arises, blurring the tidy boundary between grazer and hunter that might otherwise seem to separate these different tiny residents from one another. A single handful of moss, then, is not simply a peaceful, uniform community quietly sharing the same damp shelter, but a genuinely complete miniature ecosystem, complete with its own predators and prey, its own quiet dramas of pursuit and evasion unfolding continuously, entirely unnoticed, within a space small enough to rest comfortably in the palm of your own open hand. There is something worth carrying with you into sleep tonight from this whole small community. We have just visited tardigrade, springtail, moss mite, rotifer, each following its own particular strategy, its own particular pace, its own particular relationship with the same damp, patient world of moss surrounding it. None of these creatures is in any hurry. The moss mite takes months to mature, where another small creature might take only days. The tardigrade waits, dormant and unhurried, for however long conditions require before resuming its own slow, careful life. The rotifer persists, generation after generation, following a pattern that has apparently served it perfectly well, without needing to change across an almost unimaginable span of time. Each of these tiny lives, in its own particular way, seems to have absorbed something of moss's own essential patience, adapting itself entirely to a world that rewards unhurried persistence over speed and steady, quiet continuation over urgency. Let your own thoughts settle now into that same unhurried company, resting alongside creatures so small and so patient that an entire lifetime, for some of them, unfolds within the space of a single handful of moss, never needing to travel further, never needing to hurry toward anything beyond the next quiet cycle of wet and dry, active and dormant, exactly as their own small world has always required of them as we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the long history of moss gathered gently by human hands, and the deep stillness settling over this whole forest as night continues to deepen around us. Carry these tiny companions with you, an entire hidden community, patient beyond anything we could easily imagine, resting quietly within the very same moss cushion you might, on any ordinary day, walk past without a single thought. Let yourself settle once more, softer now, into whatever is holding you tonight. Throughout our long night together, we have mentioned here and there in passing that moss has found its way into human hands across countless generations, gathered for bedding, for warmth, for practical purposes we never quite paused to examine closely. Tonight, let us finally rest with that quieter, more human thread of moss's story, following it back across a genuinely long stretch of history into lives considerably different from our own, and yet touched in their own particular way by the very same soft, absorbent, quietly remarkable plant we have spent this whole night resting alongside. Consider first one of moss's oldest and most enduring practical uses, one connected directly to its own remarkable capacity to absorb and hold water, the very same capacity we spent considerable time with earlier tonight, sphagnum moss, which we visited in depth when discussing peat bogs, carries an additional quiet talent worth resting with now, an unusually high capacity to absorb liquid relative to its own modest weight, considerably exceeding many ordinary absorbent materials familiar to us today. This same capacity made sphagnum moss an obvious, valuable resource for wound care across many different cultures and many different centuries, gathered, dried, and pressed directly against injuries to absorb blood and other fluid far more effectively than plain cloth alone, could typically manage. This particular use reached a considerable scale worth pausing on tonight during the earlier half of the 20th century, when the demand for wound dressings during a period of widespread conflict vastly exceeded the available supply of conventional cotton gauze. Volunteers across several countries, working from careful instructions, gathered vast quantities of sphagnum moss from bogs and wetlands, drying and preparing it for shipment to field hospitals, where it was packed into dressings and applied directly to wounds. Sphagnum's usefulness here went beyond simple absorbency, worth understanding a little more closely. The moss's own naturally acidic tissue, the same acidity that slows decomposition so dramatically within the peat bogs we spent time with earlier tonight, appears to create conditions considerably less hospitable to certain bacteria than an ordinary neutral dressing would provide, while the moss's particular cellular structure holds fluid away from the wound's own surface more effectively than plain cotton, helping keep the injury somewhat drier, and in many documented cases, healing somewhat more cleanly as a result. Modern researchers, revisiting this old, largely forgotten practice in more recent years, have confirmed that sphagnum does indeed carry genuine, measurable antimicrobial properties, a quiet vindication of a practice that earlier generations had arrived at through patient, practical observation alone, long before anyone fully understood the underlying chemistry responsible for it. Moss's gentle absorbency, found equally practical, considerably more everyday uses across many cultures as well, worth resting with for a moment tonight. Various northern peoples, including certain indigenous communities of the Pacific Northwest coast, we visited earlier tonight when discussing ancient temperate rainforests and certain northern European communities living among their own boggy, moss-rich landscapes have long used dried, softened sphagnum moss as a practical material for infant care. Its remarkable absorbency and naturally gentle texture making it well suited to cushioning and protecting a small, delicate body, serving a purpose not unlike what cloth or other absorbent material might provide in other traditions, but drawn instead directly from the surrounding, abundant landscape rather than manufactured or imported from elsewhere. Moss's soft, insulating qualities, the very same qualities we spent time with earlier tonight when discussing how a single cushion traps a layer of warm, humid air against itself, made it a valuable practical material for human shelter as well, worth resting with before we continue. Many traditional log structures built across regions where moss grew in convenient abundance were chinked, meaning the gaps between stacked logs were packed and sealed, using dried moss mixed with mud or clay, creating a genuinely effective barrier against wind and cold, considerably more accessible than manufactured insulation would have been to builders working with only the materials immediately surrounding them. This same insulating quality made moss useful as simple bedding material as well, dried and gathered into mattresses or blankets, offering a softness and warmth considerably better than bare ground or a thin single layer of cloth alone could provide. Particularly valuable through the cold months we spent time with earlier tonight when discussing how moss itself survives the very same winter cold. There is a further, quieter historical thread worth resting with tonight. One reaching back considerably further than either of the uses we have just discussed among the personal belongings recovered from a remarkably well-preserved ancient traveler whose frozen body was discovered high in the mountains along the border between modern Austria and Italy, having lain undisturbed for many thousands of years. Researchers found small quantities of moss, apparently carried deliberately as part of his own equipment, though the precise purpose remains somewhat uncertain even now. Some researchers have proposed the moss may have served a simple practical purpose, perhaps as tinder for starting fire, since dried moss catches and holds a spark considerably more readily than many other natural materials, or perhaps as simple wound care not unlike the sphagnum dressings we discussed earlier, or perhaps even as a kind of early toilet paper, a use documented in various forms across many later cultures as well, whatever its precise original purpose. Its presence offers a quiet, physical thread connecting this whole night's long, patient exploration of moss all the way back to some of the very earliest recorded moments of human material culture. Moss already serving some practical human purpose, even at this remarkably early point in our shared history. Moss found its way into considerably more specialized practical uses across various cultures as well. Worth resting with briefly before we continue tonight. Certain coastal and river-dwelling peoples have long used dried moss, packed carefully into the seams between planks, as a simple, effective caulking material for boats, swelling gently when wet to seal small gaps against incoming water. A practical solution requiring nothing more than a readily available natural material and a bit of patient, careful packing. Moss has also served across many cultures and many centuries as a simple, gentle packing material for transporting fragile goods. Its soft, cushioning texture offering meaningful protection during travel over rough terrain. Not unlike the same cushioning, protective qualities we spent time with earlier tonight when discussing a cushion, moss's own quiet architecture of softness. Certain traditional building methods made even more direct use of moss's own soft, insulating bulk, worth resting with briefly before we continue. In parts of Scandinavia and other northern regions where moss grew abundantly across the surrounding landscape, roofs were sometimes built up in layers of turf, and moss laid directly over a simple wooden frame. The moss's own dense, absorbent structure helping shed rainfall gradually, while its trapped, humid air, the very same boundary layer effect we spent time with earlier tonight when discussing a single moss cushion provided genuine insulation against the cold, considerably more effective than a bare wooden or thatched roof alone could offer. Such roofs, given enough time and the right conditions, eventually support their own thin, living carpet of moss, and even small wildflowers growing directly from the roof's own surface, an entire small ecosystem resting quietly atop a family's own shelter, blurring in its own gentle way the same boundary between built structure and natural landscape we touched upon earlier tonight when discussing moss slowly softening old stone ruins. Moss also found occasional use as a source of dye. Worth noting briefly, though its chemistry differs meaningfully from the lichen dyes we discussed in an earlier hour together tonight, rather than the vivid pigments certain lichens can produce. Moss, when boiled and prepared carefully, tends to yield considerably more subdued, earthy tones, soft browns, and muted greens, valued less for brilliance than for their gentle, natural harmony with the same undyed wool or linen they were traditionally applied to. A quiet, modest contribution to traditional textile crafts, practiced across many different regions and many different centuries. It is worth pausing too on how thoroughly most of these particular uses have faded from ordinary daily life across recent generations. Worth resting with honestly before we bring this section toward its close tonight. Synthetic insulation, manufactured cotton, and modern wound dressings, synthetic packing material, and modern fuel sources have, across the past century, largely replaced moss in nearly every one of the practical roles we have just spent time with. Moss's own quiet, patient usefulness, gradually receding from ordinary human necessity into something closer to a forgotten, half-remembered thread of older, more resourceful ways of living directly from the surrounding landscape. And yet, as we noted earlier when discussing sphagnum's antimicrobial properties, certain of these old practices have recently drawn fresh, careful scientific attention. Researchers rediscovering genuine value in materials and methods earlier generations had arrived at through nothing more than patient, practical experience, long before modern science could explain precisely why they worked as well as they did. This same renewed attention has taken other, gentler forms in recent years as well. Worth resting with briefly before we close this particular thread tonight. Interest in living walls and small-scale indoor moss gardens has grown considerably among people seeking a quiet, low-maintenance way of bringing something of the forest's own patient stillness into an ordinary indoor room. Moss valued now less for practical necessity than for the same calming, unhurried presence. We have spent this entire night resting alongside some artists and community groups have experimented with what has come to be called moss graffiti, a gentle, temporary blend of moss fragments and other simple binding materials applied directly to urban walls, allowed to grow slowly into soft, living lettering or imagery. An entirely different, considerably more whimsical echo of the same old, practical human relationship with moss. We have spent this section resting with, though aimed now at beauty and quiet surprise rather than warmth or wound care, even as moss is older. More practical uses have faded from ordinary necessity. Something of humanity's old, patient regard for this same quiet plant appears to have persisted regardless, finding new, gentler expression wherever people continue to notice what moss so quietly has to offer. There is something worth carrying with you into sleep tonight from this whole quiet human thread, running alongside moss's much longer natural history, long before anyone understood moss's ancient lineage, its remarkable chemistry, its patient tolerance for drought and cold. Human hands had already learned, through nothing more than careful observation and practical necessity, that this same soft, absorbent, quietly abundant plant could serve genuine, valuable purposes: wound care, warmth, shelter, protection. Moss asked for very little in return, requiring only a bit of patient gathering and drying, and offered across countless generations and countless different cultures scattered around the entire world. A genuinely dependable, quietly generous resource. Let your own thoughts settle now into that same quiet generosity, resting alongside the countless hands across countless generations that once gathered this same soft, patient plant for warmth, for healing, simple shelter against the cold, hands belonging to people whose own names have long since been forgotten, though the same quiet, practical wisdom they arrived at has, in its own way, quietly endured. There is nothing urgent in this particular thread of moss's story. Only the same patient, practical usefulness moss has offered so consistently across so much of human history, asking for nothing beyond the willingness to notice what it so quietly had to offer as we move onward through the sections still ahead tonight, into the deep stillness settling over this whole forest as night continues to deepen around us, and the quiet meditation on green that will close our time together. Carry this human thread with you, a soft, patient plant, gathered gently by countless hands across countless generations, asking for nothing and offering quietly exactly what was needed. Let yourself settle now more completely and more gently than before into whatever is holding you tonight. We have spent this whole long night resting with moss in daylight, in memory, in careful, patient detail. For this section, let us simply rest together in darkness, inside an old, undisturbed forest at night, and notice quietly what actually happens to sound, to warmth, to light itself, once the sun has fully gone and the whole forest floor settles into its own particular, ancient kind of stillness. Notice first how genuinely different true quiet feels within an old-growth forest at night compared to almost anywhere else you might otherwise find yourself resting tonight. This is not the flat, dead silence of an empty room, nor the harsh, sudden silence of a space that has simply had its ordinary sound switched off entirely. It is something considerably softer, fuller, more alive than either of those. A hush built from countless small, gentle sounds, layered so lightly atop one another that the overall impression remains one of deep, settled calm rather than any single competing noise. Much of this particular quality, worth resting with closely tonight, comes directly from the same moss we have spent our whole night with, and from the thick, layered structure of an old forest more generally. Sound traveling as it does through vibrating air behaves quite differently when it encounters a hard, smooth surface than when it meets something soft, textured, and deeply absorbent. A bare stone floor, a smooth paved street, reflects sound crisply, allowing a footstep or a voice to travel considerable distances with hardly any of its original sharpness lost along the way. An old-growth forest floor, thickly carpeted in moss, fallen leaves, and softened, decaying wood, absorbs sound instead of reflecting it. Each small sound wave losing its energy gradually into the same soft, textured surfaces we have spent so much of tonight resting alongside, rather than bouncing onward toward the next listening ear. This is part of why footsteps within a truly old, moss-covered forest can feel almost eerily quiet. The ground itself gently swallowing sound rather than announcing it, and why the deep stillness of such a forest at night feels so profoundly different from the stillness of an empty room built from hard, reflective walls and floors. Layer upon this same absorbent moss floor the dense, complex, layered structure of the forest canopy itself. The very same layered architecture we spent time with earlier tonight when discussing old-growth canopies and their thick blankets of hanging moss, countless branches, countless leaves, countless overlapping surfaces scatter and absorb sound waves traveling upward from the forest floor or downward from whatever small night creature happens to be stirring somewhere above. The combined effect of moss below and dense, structured canopy above is a forest that behaves almost like a carefully designed listening room, softening, scattering, and absorbing sound at every possible surface until only the gentlest, most persistent sounds manage to travel any real distance at all through the settled night air. Listen closely within this same hushed setting to what sounds do manage to persist. An owl somewhere overhead calling softly at long, unhurried intervals, its voice carrying considerably further than an ordinary daytime bird call might. Since owls themselves have evolved specialized, softly fringed feathers, specifically to move through the air almost silently, allowing their own calls, by contrast, to stand out clearly against the forest's deep, absorbed quiet somewhere below. In the leaf litter and moss, we spent an entire hour resting with earlier tonight. Tiny rustling movements mark the passage of nocturnal insects and other small invertebrates, many of the very same decomposers and grazers we visited when discussing the miniature forest resting within a single patch of moss, considerably more active now in the cooler, more humid conditions night typically brings than during the drier heat of full daylight. Somewhere further off, water moves quietly over stone, the same slow, patient hydrology we spent time with earlier tonight, continuing its unhurried journey through the dark, exactly as steadily as it does through daylight, indifferent to whether anyone happens to be listening. There is a particular quality to the air itself worth resting with tonight, one easy to overlook amid everything else this hushed, dark forest offers as night settles and temperatures cool. Humidity gathered throughout the day tends to linger closer to the ground rather than rising and dispersing the way it does beneath a warmer daytime sun, drawing out more fully than daylight ever quite manages the deep, earthy scent of damp moss, of slowly decaying leaves, of rich, dark soil settling quietly beneath it all. This is the same soft mineral and organic scent many people associate, without quite being able to name it precisely, with an old, healthy forest at rest, considerably more pronounced after dark than during the brighter, drier hours of midday, as if the whole forest floor were exhaling gently once the sun's own drying warmth has finally withdrawn for the night. Larger creatures move through this same hushed darkness as well, worth imagining before we continue tonight. Their passage considerably quieter and more careful than daylight movement typically requires. Deer foraging cautiously through the deeper darkness of an old forest tend to move with long, deliberate pauses between each careful step, relying on hearing and scent far more than sight to navigate safely past whatever predator might also be moving somewhere nearby in that same darkness. Even their careful footsteps, falling resting upon the same deep, absorbent moss and leaf litter. We have spent so much of tonight resting alongside. Register as barely more than the faintest, softest rustle. The forest's own deep, quiet swallowing, even this larger, more substantial movement, almost as completely as it swallows the passage of the smallest nocturnal insect. Temperature, too, behaves in its own particular way within an old-growth forest once night arrives, worth resting with closely for a moment. Open ground, exposed directly to the sky, loses heat rapidly after sunset through a process called radiative cooling. Warmth escaping upward into open space with nothing above to catch or reflect it back down again. A forest floor sheltered beneath a full, mature canopy experiences something gentler and more stable. The canopy itself acting almost like a thin, natural ceiling, catching a portion of that same escaping warmth and holding it, at least briefly, closer to the ground below, moderating the sharp overnight temperature drop that open, unsheltered ground typically experiences. This same sheltering effect explains why a small forest clearing, open directly to the night sky, often feels noticeably colder by the early hours of morning than the deeper, canopy-covered forest resting only a short distance away. The same open view of the stars that makes such clearings so lovely to rest, within also leaving them considerably more exposed to the night's own steady, patient cooling. Moss itself contributes its own small, familiar piece to this same thermal stability. The trapped, humid boundary layer we spent time with earlier, tonight continuing to buffer temperature through the night, just as faithfully as it does throughout the day, holding the immediate space around each small cushion slightly warmer, slightly steadier than the open forest air only a short distance beyond it. Darkness itself, within a truly old, dense forest, becomes something worth resting with on its own terms as well, considerably more complete than the darkness most people encounter in ordinary daily life, with a full canopy blocking even filtered moonlight, and with human artificial light typically absent from any sufficiently remote, undisturbed forest true old-growth darkness can become remarkably total. A depth of black rarely experienced by anyone accustomed to towns, cities, or the ordinary glow of nearby human settlement. This same darkness shifts noticeably. Worth noting before we continue. Wherever an old forest happens to open briefly into a small clearing, perhaps where an ancient tree has fallen and not yet been replaced by new growth crowding back in above it, within such a clearing, freed briefly from the thick canopy pressing close everywhere else, the night sky itself becomes visible in a way the surrounding forest never quite allows. Stars scattered in far greater number and clarity than anyone accustomed to ordinary artificial light could easily anticipate. The moon, when present, casting pale, silvery light directly onto whatever moss and fallen leaves happen to rest within that same small clearing, stepping from the forest's deep, canopy-covered darkness into one of these small, starlit openings can feel almost like surfacing gently from underwater. The same hushed stillness continuing uninterrupted, but the darkness itself suddenly softened by a considerably wider, more open view of the sky above. Within this same deep darkness, certain quiet forests offer an unexpected, genuinely magical exception, worth imagining before we continue tonight. Certain fungi growing within damp, decaying wood scattered across the same forest floor we have spent so much of tonight resting alongside, produce their own faint, natural glow through a process called bioluminescence. A soft, greenish light visible only once true darkness has fully settled in, faint enough that it disappears entirely in anything but the deepest, most complete forest night, sometimes called foxfire. This quiet glow, resting directly on the same decaying logs we spent time with earlier tonight when discussing decomposition, offers a small, genuinely magical counterpoint to the forest's otherwise complete darkness. A soft, living light requiring nothing from us except patience and fully adjusted eyes to notice it at all. This same deep darkness and hushed acoustic stillness together create conditions particularly well suited to certain creatures who remain largely hidden throughout the brighter, louder hours of daylight, worth resting with gently before we bring this section toward its own close tonight. Salamanders, many of which depend on the same cool, consistently moist conditions moss itself requires, often emerge to forage only after darkness has fully settled, moving quietly across the same damp, moss-covered ground we have spent this whole night exploring. Their smooth, moisture-dependent skin far better suited to the cooler, more humid conditions of full night than to the drier warmth of daytime. Countless small invertebrates, many of the same decomposers and grazers we spent time with when visiting the miniature forest, resting within a single moss cushion, become considerably more active after dark as well. The cooler, damper night air offering considerably gentler conditions than the drier stretches of daytime, particularly through the warmer months of the year. The old forest at night, far from being empty or lifeless, is in fact quietly, patiently busy, simply operating on a rhythm largely hidden from anyone accustomed only to the forest's louder, brighter daytime hours. A whole second, nocturnal version of the very same forest, unfolding quietly each night regardless of whether anyone happens to be present to witness it. Let yourself imagine for a moment resting fully within this same hushed, softened darkness right now. Moss and fallen leaves absorbing whatever small sounds still manage to stir. Canopy holding a gentle, steady warmth close against the ground. True darkness settling completely around you, broken only, perhaps, by the faintest whisper of a distant owl or the softest imagined glow of bioluminescent wood resting somewhere just beyond where your own eyes could ever quite resolve it clearly. Let your own breathing settle now into that same deep forest stillness, sound, softening gently around you the way. It softens across an old, moss-covered floor, warmth gathering close and steady the way it gathers beneath a full, sheltering canopy, darkness settling completely and gently over you, exactly as it settles each night over this same ancient, patient forest floor, undisturbed unhurried and entirely at rest as we move onward into the final section, still ahead tonight. A quiet meditation on green itself and all that color has come to mean across our whole long night together. Carry this deep, hushed stillness with you, a forest fully settled into its own night, soft, dark, and quietly, patiently alive. Let yourself settle now more completely than ever into whatever is holding you tonight. We have spent this whole long night with moss, its structure, its history, its quiet partnerships, its long, patient relationship with water, with cold, with stone, with human hands across countless generations. For this final section before we close together, let us simply rest with one thing alone: the color itself, the soft, endless green that has rested quietly beneath everything else we have discussed tonight. And let it gather up gently everything this whole night has offered. Consider first why moss appears green at all. A question simple enough to seem almost unworthy of much attention, and yet worth resting with closely as we bring this long night toward its close. Moss, like almost every plant we have discussed tonight, contains chlorophyll, the remarkable molecule responsible for capturing sunlight and converting it into the sugars a plant needs to live. Chlorophyll absorbs red and blue light from the sun's own broad spectrum extremely efficiently, drawing in the particular wavelengths most useful for its own quiet chemistry, but it reflects green light back outward, almost entirely unused. Green being, in a sense, the color chlorophyll finds least valuable. The color it has, across billions of years of patient refinement, simply chosen to let go of rather than keep. Every green surface we have rested our attention upon tonight, moss, fern, liverwort, the towering trees above them, is, in this particular sense, showing us not what it needs, but precisely what it has decided it can afford to release. There is something worth sitting within that small, quiet fact, easy to overlook amid everything else we have discussed tonight. The color that has occupied nearly the whole of our attention across this entire long night is, in its own strange way, a byproduct kind of exhale, light bounced away rather than absorbed. And yet, it is this same reflected, released light that reaches our own eyes and settles so deeply, so consistently, into something we experience as calm. This particular calm is worth resting with a little further, since it appears to reach back considerably further than moss itself, into the very structure of human perception. Human eyes have, across their own long evolutionary history, developed their greatest sensitivity to precisely this same middle portion of the visible light spectrum. The soft greens and yellow-greens sitting directly between the redder and bluer wavelengths at either edge of what we can perceive at all. Some researchers studying human color perception have proposed that this particular sensitivity likely developed because our own distant ancestors spent so much of their lives surrounded by exactly this color, dense green foliage forming the backdrop to nearly everything else they needed to notice: predator, food, kin, all more easily distinguished against a visual system already finely tuned to its own familiar, constant, leafy background. Whether or not this particular explanation holds up in every detail, worth noting honestly before we continue, the underlying pattern remains clear and well documented regardless of its precise origin. Human vision rests most naturally, most sensitively, within exactly the same soft, quiet color that has occupied our whole attention across this entire long night together. This may help explain something many people notice without ever quite naming it, worth resting with gently before we continue. Time spent surrounded by green, whether deep within an old forest or simply resting beside a single quiet houseplant, tends to produce a distinct, measurable settling in how people describe their own state of mind, a lowering of tension, a softening of urgency, considerably more consistent and more reliable than exposure to almost any other single color. Moss offering perhaps the deepest, most saturated, most uniformly complete green found anywhere in the natural world, may occupy something like the furthest, gentlest end of this same quiet effect. An entire surface built almost exclusively from the one color human perception appears most naturally inclined to rest within. Researchers studying attention and mental fatigue have developed a particular framework worth resting with closely here, one that helps explain why a green, mossy forest floor in particular seems to offer such a distinct restorative quality compared to almost any ordinary indoor setting. This framework proposes that the kind of attention we use for most deliberate daily tasks, focusing on a screen, navigating traffic, concentrating on a demanding conversation, draws on a limited mental resource that gradually depletes the longer it is used, producing the familiar, heavy fatigue of a long, demanding day. Natural settings rich in exactly the kind of soft, undemanding visual texture moss provides. Gentle variation, mild complexity, nothing requiring sharp, effortful focus, are believed to engage a different, more effortless kind of attention instead. One researchers sometimes describe as soft fascination, allowing the more effortful, depletable kind of attention to rest and gradually recover. A mossy forest floor with its endless, quietly varied green, its gentle textures rewarding a slow, wandering gaze rather than sharp, demanding focus, appears to be an almost ideal setting for exactly this kind of restoration, offering the eye and mind something genuinely interesting to rest upon without ever actually requiring effortful concentration in return. This same restorative quality has been studied rather directly in Japan, worth mentioning briefly before we continue tonight. Through a practice known as forest bathing, simply the deliberate, unhurried act of spending time quietly within a forest, walking slowly, resting often, paying gentle attention to exactly the same textures, sounds, and colors. We have spent this whole night resting alongside. Researchers studying this practice have documented measurable reductions in stress hormones and measurable improvements in mood and relaxation following even a relatively short period of quiet time spent with within a genuinely green, forested setting. Results consistent enough to have encouraged public health researchers in several countries to take the practice seriously as a genuine, low-cost contributor to well-being, rather than dismissing it as simple, unexamined sentiment of forest floor thick with moss, offering perhaps the deepest, most complete expression of green found in any such setting, would seem, by every measure these researchers have used, to sit near the very center of whatever it is about a quiet, undisturbed forest that produces this same gentle, well-documented calm. Let us turn now gently to the second thread we have carried throughout this whole night together, time itself, and the particular, unhurried relationship moss maintains with it. We have spent hours resting with moss's own patient timescale, cells surviving complete desiccation across years, spores waiting for exactly the right dry, breezy moment before release, cushions building slowly, layer upon careful layer, canopy moss requiring decades of undisturbed growth before reaching its full, celebrated thickness, peat accumulating so slowly that a single inch might represent a span of time considerably longer than any single human life. Nothing about any of this has ever been rushed. Nothing about it has ever needed to be. This particular quality, worth resting with closely as we approach the close of our whole long night together, has made moss, across countless cultures and countless centuries, into something considerably more than simply a plant. It has become, again and again, independently, in places entirely unconnected to one another, a quiet symbol of time itself, of patience, of the particular, dignified stillness that only genuine, undisturbed duration can produce. We touched in an earlier hour together tonight on the particular reverence certain cultures have extended toward moss-covered stone and moss-covered forest alike, valued precisely because achieving that particular depth and richness of green requires nothing else but time, undisturbed, uninterrupted, allowed simply to continue. There is something worth resting within the particular kind of time moss represents. worth distinguishing gently from the kind of time most of us spend our ordinary days moving through. Ordinary human time, the time of calendars, deadlines, appointments, moves in small, discrete, countable steps. Each day separated cleanly from the next, each hour dividing neatly into the one following it. Moss's own time moves differently, closer to what geologists sometimes call deep time. Time measured not in countable days, but in slow, continuous, barely perceptible accumulation. A kind of duration that resists being broken into tidy, separate units at all. Geologists first arrived at this particular way of thinking about time by studying rock layers themselves, gradually recognizing that the gentle, unhurried processes shaping mountains, canyons, and riverbeds required spans of time so vast that ordinary human units, years, decades, even centuries, began to feel almost too small and too precise to describe them meaningfully at all. Moss, in its own small, patient way, offers something of that same deep time made visible at a scale. A single person can actually observe within an ordinary lifetime. Its slow accumulation, a kind of miniature, touchable echo of the same vast, unhurried processes that shaped the very stone it so often grows upon. A single cushion of moss does not experience its own growth as a series of distinct days, passing one after another. It simply continues, steadily, imperceptibly, the same slow, patient process unfolding without any internal sense of one day ending and the next beginning. Exactly the way an entire mountain range rises and erodes without ever pausing to notice the passing of any single year within that same vast, unhurried process, resting your own attention within this same kind of time. If only for these last few minutes before sleep finally arrives, may offer something worth carrying with you tonight. Ordinary human time so often arrives already carrying its own quiet pressure, an awareness of how much remains undone, how quickly the next obligation approaches, how little time seems to remain for whatever actually matters most. Moss's own time carries none of this pressure at all. Not because moss has somehow solved a problem the rest of us still struggle with, but because moss's own kind of continuation was never structured around counting, comparing, or measuring itself against any particular deadline in the first place. It simply continues exactly as much as each present moment allows, neither rushing toward some imagined future state, nor anxious about time already spent. Let yourself borrow something of that same quality now, resting within this final quiet stretch of our night together. There is no particular pace you need to match, no particular point you need to reach before allowing yourself to rest completely. Whatever thoughts remain, whatever tension still lingers somewhere in your own body, can simply be allowed to settle at their own unhurried pace. The way moss settles into stone, the way peat settles into its own slow, patient depth, the way an entire ancient forest settles, night after night, into the same deep, undisturbed stillness we rested within only a short while ago together. Green, then, arriving at the end of this whole long night, becomes something considerably larger than a single color, worth carrying with you as you finally drift toward sleep. It is light released rather than kept, offered back to the world rather than claimed entirely for oneself. It is the color human vision seems built to rest within most naturally, an unlikely gift resting quietly at the very center of our own perceptual comfort. And it is, perhaps most of all tonight, a color inseparable from time itself, from patience, from the particular, dignified stillness that only genuine, undisturbed duration can ever produce. Moss, having spent longer than almost anything else alive learning exactly how to hold all three of these qualities together, quietly, patiently, within the very same soft, unassuming surface we have spent this entire night resting alongside. As we move now toward the very close of our time together tonight, let this quiet meditation settle fully into you. Green, patience, and time, woven together exactly as they have always been within moss itself. Let your own thoughts continue softening, gently, unhurried, everything else across this whole long night has already shown you how to do. We have come now, at last, to the very end of our long night together. Somewhere behind us, back through everything we have rested with, moss is still growing, exactly as slowly and exactly as patiently as it was when we first knelt down beside it. All those hours ago, there is nothing left to learn tonight, nothing left to hold on to, nothing left to carry forward except a certain quiet ease, the same ease that has been settling into you gently this entire time. Let yourself notice that ease now, if you can. Let yourself notice how much softer your own breathing has become since we first began. Picture, one final time, the forest floor we have spent all these hours resting beside, the soft, cool cushion of moss beneath an old, undisturbed canopy, the fallen log slowly returning to soil, cradling the next generation of trees within its own quiet decay, the stone softened by centuries of rain and lichen, and moss working together patiently without any need to hurry. The peat holding within its dark, saturated depths a memory of seasons longer ago than anyone could easily recall. Somewhere nearby, a fern frond still curled tightly as a fiddlehead, waiting for its own unhurried moment to unfurl. Somewhere above, a canopy heavy with hanging moss, decades in the making, sheltering everything resting quietly beneath it, all of it still there, all of it continuing, exactly as it will continue long after tonight, long after tomorrow, long after every night that follows this one. You do not need to remember any of it precisely. You do not need to hold onto the names we learned together. The quiet chemistry, the ancient lineages, the small, patient creatures resting within a single handful of green. All of that can rest now, exactly where we found it, held gently by the forest itself, waiting unhurried for whenever you might wish to return to it. What matters more as we close together tonight is simply this: you have spent this whole long stretch of time resting alongside something that has never once needed to rush, something that has survived by waiting by holding still, by trusting that whatever it needed would eventually arrive, exactly when conditions were finally ready to allow it. Moss did not fight the dry season. It simply waited. Moss did not resist the cold. It simply settled inward patiently until warmth returned. It did not hurry its own spores toward release, nor its own cushions toward their full, gradual thickness, nor its own slow, careful weathering of stone. There is something in that same quiet trust worth carrying with you now into whatever rest is finally arriving for you tonight. Let your whole body settle a little further into wherever you are resting. Let your shoulders soften. Let your jaw loosen gently, the way old bark loosens its grip around a deep, established cushion of moss. Let your own breathing continue slowing, unhurried, exactly the way a peat bog continues settling, layer upon careful layer, asking nothing of itself except to continue quietly at its own natural pace. Somewhere right now, rain is falling gently onto a forest floor, much like the one we have spent tonight resting beside. Moss drinking it in through every surface, unhurried, grateful, without needing to reach for it. Somewhere, a spore is drifting on a soft current of night air, patient, waiting for exactly the right moment to finally land. Somewhere, an owl calls softly overhead, its voice carrying easily through air made calm, and still by the same deep, mossy quiet we rested within only a little while ago. Somewhere, water gathers slowly in a moss-covered hollow, finding its own unhurried way toward a stream still hours from any sea. None of it requires your attention any longer. It will simply continue exactly as it always has, whether you are watching or not, whether you are awake or finally fully asleep. You are allowed to let go now. You are allowed to stop following along. Stop listening closely. Stop holding any part of this evening in careful, wakeful attention. Everything we have shared tonight will still be here, patient and unhurried, whenever you next wish to return to it. For now, there is nothing left to do but rest. Let the forest floor hold you the way it has held countless quiet things before you. Fallen leaves, small sleeping creatures tucked into the shelter of a single soft cushion. Let its patience become fully now your own. Let its stillness settle completely over you, soft and green, and endlessly forgiving of however long true rest takes to finally arrive. If your thoughts still wander, let them wander gently, the way moss itself has always wandered slowly across stone and bark and fallen wood, never forcing its way anywhere, simply settling wherever conditions happened to allow it. There is no correct place for your own thoughts to land tonight. No particular stillness you need to force yourself toward. Whatever settles, settles. Whatever remains unsettled can simply continue drifting, unhurried, exactly the way a single spore drifts on the night air, trusting that it will land eventually exactly where it needs to. Good night, sleep well. And when you wake, know that somewhere quietly, unhurried, moss is still there, exactly where you left it, continuing on, patiently, precisely as it always has.